League of Legends, The Lord of the Thousand Year War. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 701, The Meaning of Vigus. In early spring, the Narxan Empire began a large-scale mobilization of troops. Fully armed war masons and siege equipment were pushed out from the warehouses of the fortresses. After the trembling insinuations with gifts, the princes and nobles of the Kingdom of Norseland and the Principality of Valoran realized that the Empire's troops were aimed at the other side of the sea, not to break the truce with their own country. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and resume their decadent life of singing and dancing. For Javan II, knowing that the Narxan Empire had no intention of advancing westward was as worthy of joy as having a son in his old age. The whole country celebrated and held a banquet for 3 days. At least in his old age, he didn't want to kowtow and accept some humiliating treaties. As for the future of the kingdom, his son would naturally consider it. He was dead and didn't care. When the sleeping dragon of Narxus opened his eyes, Lamb Spirit, who had regained the shortbow, was carrying out a special mission with Wolf Spirit on the Shadow Isles. Crossing the twisted jungle, passing the cemetery full of graves and souls of the fallen, flying over the fragmented vaults and library, bypassing the unfathomable Spider God Cave, Kanju successfully touched the site of the Helia dungeon, where the bald skull was. Like a black stone tombstone embedded in the rift, the building flashing with a faint green light is breathing in and out thick underworld energy every moment. Within the site, there are dozens of undead monsters with strength far exceeding that of the fallen of Shadow Island, holding weapons and patrolling solemnly like an army, just like a very important base camp somewhere. Compared with the Blessed Light Island before the underworld erosion, the underworld dungeon has actually developed further, which surprised the Wolf Spirit who had not explored the Shadow Island for a long time. Sheep, why are there soul black bricks here? Retracting his gaze, the sheep spirit shrank his head and lowered his voice. Wolf, don't be surprised. This is understandable. Since someone has reset the seal of the underworld in the Helia Star Track temple where the Tyrant skull is stored, the Tyrant must have escaped from the Star Track seal. We have wandered around the Shadow Isles, and only the broken dungeon has been repaired with Mitnalach and soul black bricks. It seems that Thresh, the owner of the broken dungeon, is the loyal dog chosen by the Tyrant in the Shadow Isles. It is not realistic for the two of us to crack the seal of the underworld in the Helia Star Track temple alone. Instead, we will alert the enemy and let Thresh move the Tyrant skull. Then it will not be so easy to find it again. The wolf looked around and tilted his head and said sneakily, "Wait, Yang." A short yodel with a shaved face came out of the dungeon. "She must be a lackey of the Tyrant. Should we catch her and interrogate her for information about Thresh?" Yodel? Yang Ling poked his head out again and saw a yodel with big ears and a flat mouth waving his wide robe sleeves and taking small steps expressionlessly, easily pushing away the fierce ghost warriors along the way and walking towards him with firm steps. Before Yang Ling could say anything, Wolfling spoke again. "Wait, Yang." She waved her right hand at me. "Did she see us?" Although Yang Ling's eyes under the mask were blue, he rolled his eyes. After knowing that he could obtain Xiang Han's body, Wolfling's brain seemed to be offline all the time and became a little stupid. "You know it and still ask? Are you stupid? Let's go. Since this place has been controlled by the Tyrant, we are in danger." Yang Ling just turned around and Wolf said again, "Then why didn't she ask those ghost warriors to attack us?" Yang Ling. So, after taking another look at the person, Yang Ling decided to wait and confirm the purpose of this yodel. On the other side, Vigus rarely bothered the hard-working Black Shadow to replace her hard-working legs. For Vigus, there is nothing more gratifying than meeting the legendary death god Kanju when taking a walk after waking up. At least it is much better than listening to that damn skeleton shaking a lantern in a sinister way, or listening to that damn ghost scribe talking about the Pain Society. Although this legendary death god looks a little wretched, the death god is the death god after all. Maybe she and the other party can have some common language, such as how to destroy this noisy world. With the help of the Black Shadow, she flexibly climbed over a broken wall Vigus waved her hand at the Black Shadow, who was wide-eyed and a little nervous, and took the initiative to speak. Hey, Death, can I join you? Lamb and Wolf looked at each other, both confused. Is there something wrong with this yodel? Who are you? Oh, I'm Vigus, from Bandle City, currently sleeping in the Broken Dungeon. Vigus patted her chest with all her strength, and began to recommend herself. Can I work with you to cleanse this world? Lamb did not respond directly, but asked back. Vigus, why do you want to cleanse this world? Scratching her head, Vigus lowered her head and thought seriously, and gave her own answer. Because Uncle Milty has been trying to persuade me to go home, and I don't want to go home. Lamb, then if I help you take Uncle Milty to the underworld, will you choose to give up cleansing the world? Wolf. Uncle Milty, who was playing chess on the bed with Wiggis's mother Mills in Bandle City, while waiting for Wiggis's father Warner to come home from work, suddenly felt a chill. You have a cold? Even if you have a cold, I'll still beat you. Mills, see how you can beat me. You should be the god of death. The wolf grinned, and took the initiative, to guide the yodel, to sit on the low stone pier, shaking his tail. Wiggis, right? Please come over here, sit over here. Do you think the mask on my face looks good? I think it suits you very well. I'm just about to leave. Ahem. After the reminder of the sheep spirit, the wolf spirit realized that the yodel in front of him was currently unknown, whether it was a friend or an enemy. Well, what I mean is that you have the qualifications to become the god of death, but I think you also know that we don't have a good relationship with the owner of the Broken Dungeon, and we can't confirm your relationship with Thresh. I said I was just sleeping there. I have nothing to do with that skeleton, not at all. He is not cool, not handsome, and he only knows how to laugh obscenely every day, as if he can't speak without lowering his voice, which is disgusting. Now the wolf also began to be curious about the relationship between Vigus and Thresh. Could it be that Thresh would be so generous as to allow an unfamiliar person to enter and leave his base camp? The sheep understood that the yodel in front of him not only had a tendency to destroy the world, but was also a high-level face dog. Since Vigus can freely enter and leave the Broken Dungeon, Netherworld Dungeon, as an underworld faction, then Vigus's strength must not be bad. Otherwise, according to Thresh's bad character, Vigus would have been decomposed into long ago. If Vigus is allowed to stay here, if she really joins the tyrant who is preparing to destroy the world, there will definitely be one more powerful enemy. It's a bit difficult to deal with, but I must try to kidnap this guy. Anyway, she has come to my door, and I will give her to Lester, to give him a headache. With the help of the identity of the god of death, I'm not without this opportunity. Vigus, since you have nothing to do with Thresh, I can take you away. After saying something that shocked the wolf, Lamb said softly, we will leave the Shadow Isles at this time tomorrow. If you want to come to us at this time. If we find out that you are lying, or notified Thresh's people, we will leave directly. Okay, I understand. I will come again at this time tomorrow. Vigus dozed off and fell asleep on the spot, lying on the shadow that suddenly became solid and blowing snot bubbles. The fluid black shadow waved to Lamb and Wolf and began to fly towards the dungeon, steady as an old dog. The dead warriors along the way didn't care about patrolling, and they all ran and crawled to make way for Vigus. Wolf opened his mouth wide, unable to understand what the black shadow he saw was. It was neither human nor ghost, and it seemed to have its own consciousness. God's will, as expected. Our choice of Lester was the right decision. The Mother of Masks was wrong. This world is not dead. We can make things go smoothly through the right efforts. Lester is the opportunity. Wolf widened his eyes, looking confused. Ah, what did you say? Lamb narrowed his eyes and watched Vigus leave, sighing. Wolf, this Vigus, we must take her back to Naxos and never let her fall into the hands of the tyrant. Sheep, what did you see? Sitting on the ground, Lamb whispered. There is too much I can't tell you, because I'm just guessing that Vigus may be a trump card against the tyrant. Wolf pouted and lay down lazily. Then what can you tell me? Am I stupid? I can tell you that, after we leave Shadow Island with Vigus, you will find an excuse to go to the Immortal Fortress first and tell Lester that Vigus is coming. Tell him to keep Vigus at all costs. Oh, Be serious and repeat it. Okay, I will tell that man Lester to do his best to keep Vigus, right? Not try your best. At all costs. A week later, Lester, who was formulating a war strategy, met the slightly exhausted wolf spirit at the supreme command. The man frowned. Why are you alone? Where is Lamb Spirit? Did you lose her? The wolf bared his teeth. Before this question, I want to know first, are our bodies ready? Isn't this your business with LeBlanc? I've been busy recently and haven't paid attention to this matter. Don't you know her progress? Okay, I'll go and see for myself later. As for the sheep, she is returning here from the Shadow Island with a yodel named Vigus. Considering that Vigus can't go through the space channel, it may take 2 or 3 months for her to come back. Hearing this, Lester raised his eyebrows and put down his pencil in surprise. Vigus? You met her? And brought her back? How did you do it? She came to me by herself. After briefly telling Lester about the encounter with Vigus and explaining that more decades a skull had escaped the seal of the Heliostar Orbit Temple, and finally adding the last words that the sheep spirit told her, the wolf spirit finished speaking in one breath, and without waiting for Lester to ask questions, he went straight to find LeBlanc. Without trying to keep the wolf spirit, Lester chewed on the determination in the sheep spirit's words and murmured, Vigus, Vigus. Why didn't I think of it before? A spiritual race that loves peace and happiness actually gave birth to a yodel who is extremely disgusted with the world and even longs to destroy the world with Vigo. I always thought it might just be a coincidence, but I obviously know Bandle City very well. Among the hundreds of yodels, there is only Vigus, and I can't find another such a pessimistic guy, even if I turn the entire Bandle City upside down. Is this still a coincidence? Lester gritted his teeth and came to a terrible conclusion. Considering the relationship between the spiritual realm and the material realm, if other yodels represent the people of Runeterra's yearning for a better life, then Vigus represents the people of Runeterra's despair of the world. This hatred is based on the premise of the destruction of the world. As long as the world remains so bad, Vigus will not change. Vigus should be the beginning of the world's changes. This time, Kyanju's mission to the Shadow Isles to investigate the Skull of Urzel was simply a spur-of-the-moment decision. When Kyanju went there, Vigus just happened to be delivered to the door. It seems that this move is supported by the will of the world, and it was right by accident. Now what I have to consider is how to gain Vigus's loyalty and make her absolutely loyal to me. When the time is right, let Vigus return to the Shadow Isles to become my internal response. At the most critical moment, it may play an unexpected role. Thinking of this, Lester stopped what he was doing and called Miss Ha to let Miss Ha continue to improve the war plan he had formulated. He found a secluded place and began to think hard about how to keep Vigus. It is not easy to make Vigus admit his fault. It is rare that there are no messy human women around Lester. Evelyn took the initiative to transform into a black cat and jumped out of the shadows onto Lester's shoulder. What's so difficult about this? Master, didn't you say that the yodel named Vigus is very pessimistic and world weary? Lester was stunned, hugged the black cat on his shoulder, and nodded to the black cat's bright golden eyes. The cat Evelyn smiled smugly and mischievously at first, and then her eyes became sinister, showing the cunning and repetitiveness of the cat. When she comes, you lie to her and say that you want to conquer the world and then completely destroy the world so that she has a reason to stay by your side and help you. In this process, you find an opportunity to use the methods you use to deal with women to deal with her, and she will be captured easily, right? Don't tell me that yodels are not human beings. Lester was a little speechless. Of course yodels are not human beings, but forget it. Special times and special methods are always a way. Chapter 702. The first meeting with Bobby, who stayed up late. So, where are we going? Following behind the Grim Reaper, Vigus looked at the deserted city streets curiously. Judging from the density of the buildings, there must be quite a few residents here. She originally thought that she would never be able to accept the noise here, but the fact is that she didn't see a single person along the way. It was as deserted as a ghost town. She just likes the quiet atmosphere in this city. Also surprised by the generous blockade of Lester, the sheep spirit, who was half a body length longer than Vigus, turned around and explained, "I'll take you to see someone." You can understand him as my boss and the supreme ruler of this city and even the entire continent. Your boss? So there is someone who can control the Grim Reaper? Then I should really meet him. The strong curiosity dispelled the fatigue of the long journey. Vigus didn't continue to speak, but just followed along. After walking for about 2 hours, the terrain became lower and lower, as if it was below the horizon. After walking down the deserted corridor-style stone slab road for more than 10 minutes, a man wearing a black robe and holding a lantern finally appeared. The man was well dressed, exuding an extremely dangerous aura from head to toe, and had an impolite and stinky face. The master is waiting for you in the quiet garden, he said to himself, and without waiting for Yangling and Vigus to reply, he turned and walked on a fork in the road with an extremely depressing environment, like a perverted killer dragging a corpse to be buried in the cemetery. Most of the plants and shrubs growing around are nocturnal and shade-loving species, such as night eggplant flowers and death eyes, which are full of ghosts and like to devour sounds. Outside the stone corridor, black stone tablets like tombstones can be seen everywhere in the garden, and the dark gargoyle-topped corridor seems to be transformed from stone into a monster that grinds its teeth and sucks blood in the next moment. In addition, there are some terrible sculptures in the style of the Dark Ages that are also not very bright and friendly. The surroundings were as dead silent as the underworld. Normal people probably couldn't accept such an environment. Yangling observed the newly opened path garden and the underground city of the Immortal Fortress. He couldn't help but marvel at Lester's ability to create such a garden in such a short time. He observed the short yodel beside him with his peripheral vision. It was the first time that Yangling saw the always sullen Vigus look so fascinated and happy. Lester is worthy of his name. It seems that he has it well. Vigus, it seems that you like it here very much. After coming back to her senses, Vigus, who covered her mouth with a large robe, had 2 blushes on her cheeks. She coughed twice to cover up her loss of composure. The black shadow who saw through everything opened his eyes wide, as if he couldn't believe that his master could be so cute. Well, I can't say I like it, but the architectural style here is very unique. Yes, very unique. I should observe it more. Following the dangerous man through the garden corridor, a Gothic-style villa appeared in front of her. The man pushed the heavy door. The moment the door opened, a moving piano melody came from the villa. This melody was sad and gloomy, with a sadness that was difficult to describe in words. In a trance, Vigus saw the moonlight sprinkled on the tombstone. A cold man was staring at his lover who was buried by his own hands. In front of the grave, he offered a bunch of manjushika, a symbol of life and death, with his blood-stained hands. The master is waiting for you two in the piano room. I won't accompany you. The beautiful picture was shattered. Vigus came back to her senses with some difficulty from the suddenly emerging artistic conception, but she saw the black-robed man coldly and briefly made a pleased gesture to herself and the god of death. The piano room is on the 2nd floor of the mansion, the 3rd room on the right. Nodding, Yangling grabbed Vigus's little hand. Let's go. The door behind her closed slowly with a heavy sound. Vigus followed the sound of the piano and let Yangling hold her. She observed the quiet, empty, and dim hall like an ancient castle. The bright candles burned slowly in the golden lampstands on the wall, exuding a kind of soothing fragrance. Most of the copper-framed murals with a sense of age reflected the emotions of sadness and sadness. The lonely ancient knight sculpture stood at the intersection, and the death gaze under the fence-like heavy helmet seemed to be real. Going up the crimson spiral staircase, Vigus could clearly hear the footsteps of her feet pressing on the steps besides the sound of the piano. The sound of the piano was getting closer and closer, and more exciting. The man completed his final revenge under the moonlight. The manjushika in front of the tombstone bloomed. The avenger who mourned his wife prepared the last ceremony. The soul that wanted to accompany his wife to rest, and his wife entered the end of the world together. In front of the 3rd closed door on the right side of the 2nd floor, Yangling pressed on the door handle. Vigus felt the trembling of her soul for the first time. Whether in the material world or in Bandle City, she had never felt a living environment that fit her so well, nor had she imagined that there would be such a piano player she had never met before, who could let her witness this unforgettable and beautiful love with just the sound of the piano. At this moment, the sentimental Vigus couldn't help but put herself in the position of the heroine. In this world, would there be such a man who would do all this for her? Click. Yang Ling turned the door handle and slowly pushed open the door. Vigus pinched her little hand and looked up. In the piano room, a tall man in a black suit sat elegantly in front of the piano. Under the silver moonlight, he used his elf-like slender fingers to hit the cold black and white keys. The notes condensed into a black track, and together with the man's handsome godlike profile, they formed a siege hammer, ruthlessly and domineeringly hitting Vigus's heart. Black, her favorite color, turned into a thick and suffocating ink at this moment. Vigus clenched her hands. Her breathing almost stagnated. The piano ended, and the man who had completed his revenge fell in front of the tombstone holding the Manjushaka belonging to his wife, and completed his oath in the witness of the moonlight. It was not until the afterglow faded that Vigus suddenly realized that the moonlight on the man was not real moonlight, but the light emitted by the magic fluorite. But even though she knew this, Vigus still couldn't get rid of the beautiful fragments in her mind. She didn't know when the man who avenged his wife became the person in front of her. When Vigus was in a trance, the piano soloist stood up and walked straight towards the two of them. The man, as noble as a prince, knelt on one knee, gently took Vigus's right hand, kissed the back of the princess's hand, and let go without any reluctance. Zyro Myomio, this seems to be the first time we meet. I hope you like the little gift I gave you. Vigus, who came back to her senses, didn't care about being shy, and widened her eyes. Do you recognize me? Lester smiled slightly. I know most of the Yodels. I wonder if you have heard of Little Lenny, the friend of Yodel? This time, Vigus could no longer hold back. She circled around Lester for a few times, and held Lester's right hand in disbelief. Wait, you are the Little Lenny that Lulu mentioned? My god, Little Lenny is the boss of the Grim Reaper? Yes. Oh, no, I have to slow down a bit. Rubbing her somewhat irritated face hard, Vigus finally regained some thinking ability. How could she only discover such an excellent and handsome man now? Little Lenny, I didn't expect to meet you in this situation. Sit down and talk first. What would the two ladies like to drink? Black tea. Yang Ling said the drink that she was most interested in without hesitation. Vigus was stunned and followed. I want black tea too. Inviting Yang Ling and Vigus to sit on the leather bench next to him, Lester poured 2 cups of black tea for them. Knowing that Vigus was still a little confused, Lester naturally would not let the atmosphere become awkward. After taking a sip of tea, Lester took the initiative to speak. When I heard Lulu and the others say that you went to such a dangerous place like Shadow Isles alone, I was a little worried. Later, I learned that you were fine on Shadow Isles. I wonder why you thought of leaving Shadow Isles this time. Looking at the lamb spirit beside her, Vigus scratched her head. Before this, I had never seen a real death god. It's a rare encounter, so I thought of coming out to take a look. I didn't expect that Little Lenny was actually the boss of Kindred. To be honest, I don't quite understand it. Lester smiled at the somewhat embarrassed Vigus and said calmly, in fact, there is nothing worth talking about. It's just that Kindred and the others encountered some troubles and happened to come to me for shelter. So that's how it is. I heard many Yodel people say that Little Lenny is very powerful, but I didn't expect that Little Lenny is so powerful. Thank you for your compliment. Zyro Myomio, do you like it here? It's rare for us to get together. Do you want to stay here with me for a while? I can also treat you. Vigus hesitated for a moment, and considering that she didn't want to go back to Shadow Isles for a while, she nodded. It doesn't matter that they haven't met before. Now it's impossible for her to suppress her curiosity about Little Lenny and do other things. If I can live here, I can live here for a while. Little Lenny, can I ask who designed this garden villa? This is a private manor designed by me personally. To be honest, most people don't like my manor. They think it's too dark and dull, like a tomb full of lifeless silence. But I can often get my own peace from here. At least here, I can stay away from the hustle and bustle of the world and taste things different from those laughter and joy. Sometimes I think that this world may not need to be so beautiful. Lonely. Yang Ling, who had not interrupted, suddenly spoke up and said what Vigus wanted to say. Lester was stunned and looked at Yang Ling with Vigus, but Yang Ling picked up the black tea with a rare smile on his face. Only those who understand what loneliness is will truly like this place, the secluded garden where the lost hope is buried. This is something you will never forget, right? Lester smiled bitterly and did not speak, but picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. The thoughtful Vigus instantly liked the two. She did not hate Bandle City and those Yodel people from the beginning. When she was still living in Bandle City, she had imagined that she could make some special friends. These friends, like her, like things that are completely opposite to optimism, cheerfulness, and innocence. These things are very different from beauty and run counter to joy. Most Yodel people will feel sad and disgusted when they hear them. She imagined that she could stay away from the sweet and greasy happiness of Bandle City with her unique friends. They could taste loneliness and sadness together under the cold and lonely moon and discuss how to make the world worse in the afterglow of the sunset. They could do some cool things handsomely, such as conquering or destroying this world full of sunshine and happiness. Unfortunately, the Yodels in Bandle City always only have silly and disgusting smiles. They live in false and meaningless happiness every day, causing trouble to others without apology again and again, but they have no idea how much harm those laughters can cause to the real lonely people. Even her closest father and mother, and even Uncle Milty, never understood her inner world, even though they really loved her. Except for her own shadow, no one understood her true thoughts, so she chose to leave, and followed the black fog of the soul-eating night alone on the journey to the Shadow Isles. The Shadow Isles had no vitality, it was devastated, dead and dilapidated, and it was as beautiful as the end of the world. Here was her favorite sad and beautiful color. Originally, she thought that the Shadow Isles was the best place for her to live. After all, there were no silly and cheerful Yodels on the Shadow Isles, no humans who looked very wretched, only various monsters and ghosts, and fear and despair that turned into substance. She could stay away from those harsh laughter, those self-righteous care and love, and the chattering father, mother, and Uncle Milty. For this, she could endure the gloomy ugly skeleton shaking his broken lantern, that always screamed beside her. She originally thought that was the most suitable destination for her, but she didn't expect that in this world, besides the dead, there could be living people who have the same interests and hobbies as herself. Handsome, like black, love loneliness and tranquility. Little Lenny, I want to know what you are pursuing. Taking a deep breath, Vigus stared at the man in front of her who made her heart beat. At this moment, the Yodel was more serious than ever, and this demeanor directly scared the Black Shadow. There was no need to lie or think about anything. Lester leaned back on the sofa calmly, raised his right leg, and spoke indifferently. Control this boring world, spread your palms, and I can find the fun I want. This is really so cool. Chapter 703 Eastern Expedition to the New Land. Narkson Calendar, 947 AD, early summer. At the seaport outlet east of the Immortal Fortress, guns and cannons were everywhere. Flags covered the sky. Thousands of dragon birds flapped their wings and landed on the reinforced deck. Tens of thousands of sealed wooden boxes loaded with war supplies were transported to the ships by dock workers, lowering the draft of the deep sea ships. The Cold Weapon Army, the Musket Army, the Magic Army, and the siege troops belonging to the secret forces of the Empire completed the boarding mission in a tense and orderly manner. After more than 3 months of preparation, 64 large Magic 5-masted warships, under the protection of the Meteor and another 24 escort gunboats, loaded with more than 32,000 Narkson Empire advance troops, set sail first, and sailed eastward against the wind and waves. Amid the cheers of dock workers and the people of the Empire, the Imperial flags went farther and farther away, until they disappeared beyond the horizon. After this, more soldiers of the Empire will take up arms, and go to another continent in the east with the courage to sacrifice to embark on a journey of conquest. Every Imperial man is deeply proud of this. Under the leadership of General Lester, the Empire has embarked on a new journey. The Imperial fleet sailed eastward, riding the wind and waves. During the more than 3 months of sailing, it encountered many pirate fleets entrenched in Bilgewater, except for 2 unlucky pirate fleets that happened to block the route and were perfectly cannoned by the Imperial fleet for no reason. No blind pirate dared to attack the Imperial double-edged axe flag. Just kidding. The Imperial fleet was lucky not to point its guns at itself. Who dared to touch the tiger whiskers of the ferocious tiger of the Empire at this time? When the bad news that 2 big pirates and hundreds of people were defeated by a single shot reached Bilgewater, more than 100 pirates of all sizes in Bilgewater stopped their work and industries, returned to the island, and became good babies, setting off a wave of newborns. It seems that pirates will not have to worry about recruiting sailors in the next 10 years. In addition to encountering pirates, the Imperial fleet did not encounter any minor incidents along the way. In October, the Imperial fleet successfully arrived at Philo Island, the westernmost island of the Ionian continent. When warships flying the Imperial flag appeared on the sea surface, the Ionians living on Philo Island finally realized how dangerous their situation was. The Imperial fleet, which did not dock, proposed negotiations. Hundreds of village elders discussed the matter for several days, but they did not reach any consensus, except notifying Karma of the Temple of Eternal Life of the news of the Narxan invasion. Most of the village elders chose to stay put to avoid angering the Narxans. A small number of village elders were prepared to verbally persuade the Imperial army to leave after the Narxans landed. Only a very small number of villagers chose to pick up the heirloom pitchforks in their hands and lead the passionate village guards to prepare to resist the invaders along the coast. Although they had long known about the lazy regime of the Ionians, the degree of procrastination of the Ionians was far beyond imagination. After waiting for a week without any feedback, the Imperial fleet, under the order of Leicester, directly sent hundreds of small boats to force a landing. Facing some of the resistance who overestimated their own strength, they exerted a strong deterrent effect on the gunboats aimed at the uninhabited areas along the coast. The broken stones hit the sea surface and caused waves. Apart from anything else, at least many Ionians realized that they should not use their ancestral pitchforks to insult powerful enemies. The first 3,000 people who landed quickly set up an initial camp in the bewildered eyes of the Ionians, providing the necessary safety conditions for the subsequent landings. After the camp was built, Leicester took Syndra off the ship. As for the sheep spirits and wolf spirits who were traveling with them, they could not be separated from their bodies in the magic container, and could only lie in the coffin, and be transported to Omakaelan. Syndra, do you have any special feelings about returning to Ionia again? In the camp, Leicester turned his head to look at the girl who still looked like she was in her 20s, but he secretly sighed. That time was ruthless. Strictly speaking, Syndra should be nearly 50 years old now. Even if she is not 50 years old, she is at least 47 or 48 years old. Judging from her skin and appearance alone, Syndra has almost no signs of aging. If it was really a wrinkled old woman, he would definitely have no idea, but the 50-year-old Syndra had no problem. Men are really superficial things who only look at their faces. There is no hope. Syndra seemed to be in a good mood without knowing that her teacher Leicester was criticizing the bad roots of men. I don't have any special feelings. My parents left a long time ago. I just don't know how Walder's doing now. Anyway, they live well without me, which is enough for me. The reason I came back here is just because my teacher wants this rich land. Commander-in-Chief, someone from the village came and said he wants to negotiate with you. Bring him here. Leicester soon saw the old man who wanted to negotiate with him, a fat white elder wearing a noble feather robe and a crown on his head. He had grey hair and was about 50 years old. He had 2 eyes, one big and one small. He looked extremely arrogant. Most of his teeth had been gloriously sacrificed, leaving only 3 old teeth that were intertwined and still trembling to hold their ground, which complemented his mouse-like eyes. Following the elder were 2 slightly uneasy village warriors. Judging from the iron swords in the warriors' hands, it should only provide some comfort. Narxans, you should not defile the sacred nascent land with your filthy souls. Before the Ionian spirit brings down divine punishment, Narxans, retreat, and remember to leave your offerings to the Ionian spirit. The elder who was talking nonsense did not hide his hostility, and his attitude was so arrogant that Leicester had the illusion that he was the loser. Too lazy to say a word to the elder, who was living in a dream, Leicester looked at Syndra and sighed in Ionian. So, even if I don't come, there will always be someone who breaks this false peace. When you have a big enough fist, it will be difficult for you to tolerate such an idiot jumping in front of you, and this idiot can also own such a large piece of beautiful and rich land. I have traveled to the land of the firstborn many times, and I feel regret every time. Ionia has a beautiful environment like Eden, but the Ionians don't know how to use it. Such waste is really intolerable. Syndra was also a little speechless about the village elders' ignorant virtues. Under the protection of karma, most Ionians have never experienced a real war, just like sheep that have never seen a tiger. Naturally, they don't know that there is a place in this world that likes to use human heads as gifts. Teacher, it is a good thing for the Ionians to rule this land. In my opinion, compared to letting the Ionians continue to live in the old-fashioned regulations of the village elders, it is better to liberate the Ionians' minds, eliminate these worthless failures, and make Ionia a part of the empire. Lester's face was more smiling. That's right. Since karma doesn't want to take care of it, I will. The village elder understood what the two said, and pointed at Syndra in disbelief. You are Ionian? Why did you betray the first land? Why did you succumb to these barbaric and dirty Noxans? Syndra took a step back in disgust, and her face instantly turned cold. Before Syndra could say anything, Lester hugged Syndra, kissed the woman's face under the gaze of the old fat man, and said to the guards, "Cut off the old one, let the two young ones go, and let the young ones take the old man's head back. In half an hour, start suppressing the nearby villages and towns." Yes. With one knife, the old fat elder who was shouting and yelling was separated from his head in the blink of an eye. The two young warriors ran all the way with the elder's head trembling with their legs, bringing the worst result. As if they saw their own end from the eyes of the dead head that refused to close, the other dozen elders exploded. Elder Haitian, dead. His head was chopped off just like that. Executioner. Butcher. I've said it before, we don't have to hold out for anything. The Noxans come here to kill us. We must resist. Why don't you two protect Elder Haitian? What do you do for a living? What's the point of scolding them? You should consider that the Noxans are coming. What should we do? What should we do? Are we just going to sit there and wait for death? Spread the news. Let everyone know about the evil deeds of the Noxans. Also, summon all the warriors and young men, and send out the weapons in the warehouse. It's time for the children to take up arms and fight. The village elders reached a rare consensus. After searching for a long time, the village finally gathered an army of 100 people. Among these 100 people, at least half of the young soldiers held pitchforks and felling axes, and the rest held rusty daggers and long knives in the warehouse. Only the hunter took out his own hunting longbow, which looked quite realistic. More than 100 people rushed out of the village, and lined up in 3 rows under the command of the elders. The dung fork bearers were in front, and the rusty sword warriors crowded together to protect the hunters behind them, but they didn't know that they just blocked the hunters' arrows. The Ionian warriors who were arranging their troops happened to meet a 10-man squad of the Empire. The squad stopped moving with a palm in front. The leading Imperial captain looked at the hostile Ionians coldly and issued a warning in fluent Ionian. "I'm Harkras, the Centurion of the Noxan Empire. I'm ordered by the Commander-in-Chief of the Noxan Empire to occupy Philo Island, and now I'm here to take over the defense of your village. I hope you will lay down your arms. Any meaningless resistance is like hitting a rock with an egg, and offending the Imperial soldiers will be sentenced to death. As long as you lay down your arms and voluntarily become a part of the Empire, I promise you as a soldier of the Noxan Empire, you will not be threatened in any way in terms of life or property. Don't listen to their nonsense. There are only 10 of them. Kill them." Under the clamor of the elders, the makeshift army launched an attack on the Imperial soldiers. Swish. When the first hunting arrow flew out of the bowstring, 10 Imperial soldiers formed a charging formation, holding shields in their left hands and swords in their right hands, and rushed into the crowd facing 5 or 6 weak arrows. Just like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, in a few breaths, the Ionian rebels left a pile of corpses. The cruel death was upon them, and the Ionian village guards were so passionate that they threw away their weapons and fled out of the village. Seeing that the resistance of their organization was instantly collapsed, the village chief and elders did not care to continue supervising the battle, and they mixed in with the villagers into groups, trying to escape in the chaos. No need to chase. Our mission is to suppress this village and arrest all the leaders for punishment. Remember, we are not bandits. We are here to let the Ionians understand the greatness of the Empire and make them part of us. Unless we encounter rebels holding sharp blades, anyone who dares to violate military discipline and bully innocent villagers will be punished by military law. No mercy. Yes. 10 soldiers in groups of 2 began to chase those village elders who were easy to identify. As for those who fled outside the village, they were quickly caught by the soldiers who surrounded the village. There were 5 villages within 100 miles of the landing point, and each village had a population of about 300 to 400 households. The Imperial Army took a total of 2 days to complete the suppression. The villagers were confined to their homes, and all the village elders were gathered in a warehouse with many torture instruments. Soon, the old guys in Ionia met the preacher arranged by Lester and the army. The female assassin from the Nightblade wore a slightly revealing black and red military uniform. Her plump northern hemisphere and perky buttocks attracted men's attention all the time. Coupled with her beautiful face and seductive temperament, the Ionian elders who had never seen such a scene blushed and felt extremely embarrassed. 1, 2, 3, a total of 15. It's still too many. We have to eliminate some of the useless ones. There were only a few torches emitting light in the dim warehouse. The female assassin, with half of her pretty face covered, sat on a chair with her legs crossed and a dangerous smile. She spoke fluent Ionian, but her words made the 15 elders feel frightened. Everyone, the Empire is planning to merge 5 villages into 2 for unified management. After the merger, each village will only need 2 local elders to assist the Empire in governing. In other words, only 4 people here can walk out alive. Now, you can nominate yourself to me. Raise your hands and speak. I will evaluate the role you can play from all aspects to decide on the 4 candidates. Please seize this only opportunity, because the Empire will not give waste a second chance. Chapter 704 Conveying Goodwill. Philo Island is located in the sea west of the Ionian continent. It has a pleasant climate and magnificent scenery. It is mainly engaged in planting, picking, and fishing. It is the gateway to the west of the Ionian continent. The permanent population on the island is about 50,000. There are 3 temples on the island. The temple in the east is dedicated to Karma, the spirit of Ionia. The temple in the north is dedicated to the spirit of nature, and the temple in the south is the temple of Kindred, which is dedicated to the god of death. The gods of the 3 major temples are suspected to be extraordinary people who possess magical powers. There is a stronghold on the Brown Rock Hill in the south of the island, which belongs to the Temple of Balance. There is an unknown cave in the Green Swamp in the north, which should belong to the Ionian killer organization, Nathalie Brotherhood. Apart from this, there are no other martial arts sects or separatist forces on Philo Island except bandits. This is some of the intelligence about Philo Island collected before the war. In the initial plan formulated by Lester, Philo Island was considered a strategic location that the Empire was determined to obtain. With Philo Island as a springboard, the Empire could continuously export troops to the Ionian continent, and even use inland waterways to directly penetrate the groin of the Presidium. In the future, many military ports and sea fortresses will be built on Philo Island, making Philo Island an indispensable military symbol of the Empire. In order to completely control Philo Island, the forces on the island must be completely eliminated. However, the war has just begun, and it is not a good thing to make too many enemies. The 3 major temples remain absolutely neutral and will not react even to the Narxan army, so there is no need to consider too much for the time being. As long as there are no soldiers to stab the clergy, the Empire can treat the Buddhist temple as a harmless mascot. The base over there in the Temple of Balance requires Lester to decide to negotiate in person. The strategy of the Empire does not conflict with the concept of the Temple of Balance. Naturally, it should be based on appeasement. If used properly, it may even speed up the integration process between the Empire and Ionia. As for the Ionian terrorist organization, Nathalie Brotherhood, Lester can only express that he has no good feelings for this powerful terrorist organization. Without good feelings, there is no need to keep it. The elimination of the secret base of the Nathalie Brotherhood in the north will be one of the main tasks of the Imperial Army. Such work does not require a leader of Lester's size to consider personally. The Empire's suppression of the interior of Philo Island was still going on efficiently as time went by, and there was no need to intervene in any work. Lester took Syndra on the dragon bird and flew directly to the hilly area in the south and soon found the camp built on the hill. Looking down from the sky, the camp was built on a U-shaped hill. The opening of the U was the heavily guarded camp gate, and the surrounding area was almost vertical steep rock walls. The terrain was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The entire camp was surrounded by a sharpened wooden stake curtain wall. Lester could see the bow and arrow sentry towers surrounding the inner side of the curtain wall. At this moment, the balance cultists in the camp seemed to have discovered the dragon bird in the sky. Dozens of Ionians dressed in warrior costume shouted and looked up at the dragon bird, waving their weapons, but had no way to do anything. "Teacher, what should we do?" Syndra, who was hugged by Lester from behind, asked in a low voice. "Go down and talk to them." Controlling the dragon bird to circle and land outside the camp gate, Lester landed to calm the somewhat nervous dragon bird and said in a deep voice to the warriors who came out of the camp, "I'm Lester, the commander-in-chief of the Narxan Empire and the supreme commander of the Imperial Army. Who is the boss? Come out and speak." "What? He is the commander-in-chief of the Narxan Empire? Why would the leader of the Narxans come to us alone? This man is really daring. Isn't he afraid that we will attack him in groups?" Amid exclamations, the warriors looked at the middle-aged man dressed as a ninja at the same time, took a deep breath, and the middle-aged man walked forward with a ninja sword and stopped 10 meters away from Lester. "My name is Banri. I'm older than all the brothers and sisters in the Order of the Balance. I can be regarded as the person in charge as you say. Sir Lester, forgive me for being frank, but the Narxan Empire and Ionia have always kept to themselves. Why do you allow your army to invade Philo Island?" Lester had already expected the Ionians to ask such a meaningless question, so he spoke calmly. "Sir Banri, I don't think you know what the Narxan Empire is. I need to explain it here. For an empire, there is no need for a reason to start a war. An empire is born to expand in blood and fire. The day it stops, it is no longer an empire. If you have to give a reason, it is just like the sects in Ionia annexing and killing each other. The strong defeat the weak and absorb the inheritance of the defeated to strengthen themselves. War is nothing more than raising the grievances and hatreds between martial arts sects to the perspective of the country. I think it is not difficult for you to understand." Banri was unable to refute these words. In fact, the sect disputes in Ionia can be called bloody. For thousands of years, there have been many martial arts disputes that have killed people and slaughtered entire families. Speaking of which, the origins of these sect disputes are nothing more than some verbal disputes or greed for martial arts secrets. Now the Narxan Empire is like a sect that is far more powerful than Ionia, and Ionia is still unaware that it has been targeted by its powerful neighbor. Looking back at his brothers and sisters in the sect, he thought that, even if all of them were added together, they would not be enough for the Narxans to chop for 3 minutes. Banri took a deep breath and mustered up his courage. He might not be able to control others, but at least he had to protect the property and believers of the Order of the Balance on Philo Island as much as possible. "Your Excellency, the Order of the Balance is in charge of the balance between the two worlds and never interferes with the secular world in the country. Please give us a break and let us go. That's why I came here this time." Lester smiled slightly and helped Syndra jump off the dragon bird. "Speaking of which, I have a long history with the Order of the Balance. I have formed a deep friendship with Master Ling Chu at the beginning of the establishment of the Order of the Balance. In addition, I have a good personal relationship with Kenan, the Heart of Rage, so I will naturally not embarrass you, the younger generation." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and then overjoyed. Banri's face showed a little more respect for his elders. If the great commander of the empire in front of him really has some connection with the Balance sect, doesn't that mean that the Balance sect can perfectly stay out of the disaster that swept across the newborn land? No wonder the great commander of the empire only brought a female family member with him. It seems that this statement is most likely true. Thinking of this, Banri took the initiative to bow and invite him. "The great commander has come from afar. I dare to invite you to the village to rest and drink tea. I wonder what the great commander thinks," Lester said with a smile. "That's why I left the dragon bird here. The dragon bird is ferocious and afraid of strangers. Please don't get close to it, so as not to disturb it and put it in danger." Of course, please rest assured, Commander-in-Chief. No matter who disturbs the dragon bird, I will not forgive him. Following Banri into the mountain village, Lester observed along the way and secretly evaluated the approximate strength of the Balance sect. If Jax, who had not been infected by the void in the past, was counted as the peak of mortal strength, killing the Darkborn with a mortal body, most of the warriors in the camp should be counted as 2/10 of the mortal Jax, and Banri was counted as 3/10 of the mortal Jax. However, a middle-aged female ninja hidden among the many warriors gave Lester a strange feeling, so she was counted as 5/10 of the mortal Jax. I don't know if it's because the real core disciples are all in the headquarters of the Balance Temple. Judging from the mountain village of Philo Island alone, after so many years of development, the number of people in the Balance sect has increased, but the strength does not seem to have made much progress. Most of them still can't get out of the level of mortal warriors. Of course, he didn't know that the great commander of the empire had seen the strength of the village with just a few glances. Banri quietly winked at Yi, the strongest in the village, and after Yi dispersed the ambush, he took the initiative to light the tea stove and began to boil water for tea. Sir, may I know who this lady is? Banri looked at the beautiful female mage with elegant manners and noble demeanor. Syndra, my student and also my lover. In the early years, I met her when I traveled to the First Land and took her away by chance. She is a native Ionian. I see. Madam Syndra, nice to meet you. Syndra nodded slightly as a response. After knowing Syndra's identity, Banri was less worried about the situation of the Ionians. From her facial features, Syndra didn't seem like a heartless person. With Syndra's words and the fact that the commander-in-chief had a good impression of Ionia, the empire, as an invader, should be restrained and not make things too ugly. After washing the tea, Banri poured 2 cups of scented tea for Lester and Syndra respectively, and took the initiative to lower his voice and asked respectfully, I wonder how far the commander-in-chief is going to go this time. Lester took a sip of the scented tea. Navali Province, Presidium. His face changed slightly. He originally thought that it was just to take over Philo Island. Banri didn't expect Lester's appetite to be so big that he actually opened his mouth to annex Navali Province. Your Excellency the Grand Commander, there are many martial arts schools in Navali Province, and it is also the base camp of the Brotherhood. I think your army will inevitably encounter stubborn resistance. I wonder how you plan to deal with those resistors? Lester looked at the man who was testing him for a long time, put down his teacup, and smiled faintly. My principle is that I will never kill anyone if I can avoid killing. The Empire is warlike but not bloodthirsty, and will never attack the unarmed weak. Of course, those warriors who dare to resist are a different matter. Unless you can prove your worth, don't expect to be easily forgiven after you draw your sword against the Empire. As long as they give up resistance and agree with the will of the Empire, the Ionians will not be harmed. For most Ionians, it's just a matter of changing a more efficient ruler. The new land is still the new land, and the Navali province is still a Navali province. There will be no changes that are not favorable to you. The Empire has always been so magnanimous. Even if it becomes a part of the Empire, the Presidium of Navali will still be a harmonious sanctuary for the Ionians, not an immortal fortress with a depressing and heavy atmosphere. Do you know what one country, 2 systems means? Banri and Syndra were both stunned. I'd like to hear the details. The so-called one country, 2 systems means one country with 2 systems. Although the Empire will occupy the First Land, it will not arbitrarily change the local customs and existing systems of the First Land. The Empire will find a balance that will allow the Empire to complete its absolute rule over Ionia and allow the people of the First Land to maintain their original way of life. You Ionians will not be reduced to third-class people, and your status will always be the same as that of the Narxans. Those who love nature and protect balance will still be allowed to love nature and protect balance. The necromancers who are vegetarians all day long will continue to be vegetarians. Those who are unwilling to wield swords will be kept away from the battlefield. Those who are willing to fight for wealth with courage and skills will be given the opportunity to gain military merit. I like the way of life of the Ionians very much. Perhaps in the future this beautiful land will become a place for Narxans to retire. In this case, I will naturally not let the Empire destroy and defile the beauty and holiness of the First Land. I will conquer you with swords and flowers on the battlefield. After you choose to surrender, I will give you enough status and respect, and absorb you into the Naxos Empire. In the end, we will become compatriots who help each other instead of mortal enemies. This is the future of this war. It is hard to imagine how the young man in his 20s can say these magnificent words. Banri only has a dizzy feeling. It seems that there is nothing wrong with joining the Naxos Empire. I have to say that your words are still difficult to raise the will to resist. Banri trembled and took a sip of the teacup, but found that the flower tea had gone cold. I came here alone this time, to convey goodwill to the sect in advance. As long as the Temple of Balance remains neutral, and does not participate in any resistance to the Empire, there will be no disaster, and the Empire will not interfere with your actions. To balance the two worlds, you can convey my meaning to the contemporary Eye of Twilight through this secret letter in advance. I think he should make the wisest decision. Standing up, Lester took out the secret letter that he had prepared long ago and handed it to Banri. I'm always waiting for the visit of the three giants of the balance. Your Excellency Banri, you don't have to see me off. Syndra, let's go. After the roar of the dragon bat disappeared in the sky, Banri found Yi and briefly explained Lester's purpose. He then handed the secret letter to Yi. Yi put away the secret letter and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that the Imperial Commander Lester actually has such a relationship with our Balance sect. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Banri also sighed. It's up to the instructor to judge whether it is a blessing or a curse. At least Lester's attitude is friendly. This letter is of great importance. You must be careful to deliver the letter to the Twilight Eye. Chapter 705 Camille's Experimental Troops. After the Third Naxos Imperial Army responsible for searching for the secret base of the Navali Brotherhood lost contact, Camille, who had never received any combat missions, knew that this trouble would inevitably fall on her head. Sure enough, after training on the ship for nearly 2 months, the meteorite began to change its course, taking the fleet all the way along the west coast to the north shore of Philo Island, completing the targeted deployment. In a primeval forest without sunlight, the Magic Crystal Special Tactics team ushered in its first combat mission, to find and eliminate the secret base of the Navali Brotherhood. In order to adapt to more intense and complex combat missions, and to enable the Night's Edge to play a more important role on the battlefield, Lester set about establishing an experimental force. The commander of the force was none other than Camille, who was ready to make a name for herself in the Night's Edge. Camille never let Lester down, and was even better than Lester imagined. In just 4 years of special training, Camille not only completed all the test courses of the Night's Edge Senior Killer with excellent results, but also defeated many famous predecessors in tactics, becoming a dazzling new star of the younger generation. In addition to her previous achievements in espionage activities in the Immortal Fortress, with the support of Lester, Camille naturally obtained the leadership of the new type of troops, and took the first step towards the core power of the Emerald Territory. The Magic Crystal Special Tactics Group is an experimental unit derived from the Night's Edge. Unlike the Night's Edge, which is mainly used to assist the Legion's infiltration operations, the Magic Crystal Special Tactics Group has an independent organization on the battlefield, and belongs to the battlefield expression of the Night's Edge. It has the ability to break the enemy's head and capture the thief and the king. Unlike traditional cold weapon killers, in addition to magic steel equipment, the Magic Crystal Special Tactics Group is also equipped with many of the most advanced Hextech equipment. The combat method with Hextech Crystal as the energy core allows the members of the Special Tactics Group to have the possibility of practicing both physical and magical skills. For Camille, this is a time to prove the true strength of the Magic Crystal Special Tactical Team. Under the gloomy tree canopy, the 4 people who were carrying out the mission gathered together. Camille, wearing a Hextech magic power suit, examined her 3 subordinates with a cold voice and a grim look. You are the excellent warriors I carefully selected from the Nightblade. I can tell you responsibly that the new type of force I'm in charge of has great power and is equivalent to the old elite Narcs and Dark Guard of the Empire in status. Even if you collide head-on with the Dark Guard on the street, you 3 are qualified to hold your heads high and don't need to be submissive because you are my people. Camille's eyes stayed on Cheryl's purple hair for a moment, and her voice became more solemn. But all this pride must be based on absolute strength and achievements. I have selected you from hundreds of people, and given you supreme authority and glory. You must use your lives to prove to me that my vision is correct. Even if there are only 3 of you, you can accomplish great feats that can only be accomplished by 300 people. Prove to me that you can efficiently complete tasks that others cannot complete. You can be fearless of enemies that others fear. The edge of night is a deadly silver blade hidden in the darkness, and you are a war machine that can be exposed to the sun. Crush any enemy that stands in your way, and remove tumors for the Empire as accurately and elegantly as a scalpel, and prove to me that you are qualified to be my men. Go. The image crystal will record the achievements of each of you. Find the group of little mice hiding in the jungle swamp, gather your companions, and burn down their rat nests. The members of the Magic Crystal team do not need to travel together. Through the 3-dimensional mobile device controlled by Hextech, the 3 people including Cheryl spread out horizontally like tight arrows, searching efficiently in different directions. After watching the 3 people leave, Camille, who was holding the Magic Crystal Sword King Gangying, also disappeared from the spot. She was the supervisor of the mission and the last remedy after the mission failed, so she would not do nothing. The trees in front of her flashed behind her like a revolving lantern. The pulling force of the magic steel hook was enough to lift a 3-ton siege machine, and pulling the body was naturally a piece of cake. In addition to being able to eject 4 magic steel hooks that penetrated concrete and steel bars, the Hextech magic power suit can also resist most magic or physical shocks that do not exceed the limit by deploying a defensive stance. Hextech gun blades, Hextech magic crystal bombs, Hextech diving masks, Hextech magic crystal swords. Each weapon and equipment embodies the most advanced Hextech magic technology in the Emerald Territory. The energy released by the Hextech crystal is enough to tear steel, but what if the energy of the Hextech crystal is tripled? In a trance, Cheryl seemed to be back in the potion laboratory. Under Camille's gaze, she personally injected the tube of potion that changed her life into her body. In the unspeakable pain, she not only did not become a monster who lost her mind, but also gained unimaginable power in the pain. This power allowed her to grow invulnerable crystal tissue on her body surface, and also allowed her to sleep and maintain her activities, only by sucking the vitality in the blood. She became a monster called Magic Crystal Clan, separated from the mortal body, and became a killer on the battlefield. Therefore, she did not join the regular army of the Empire in order to hold the long sword, but followed her life goal and became a member of the experimental force. I found you. Following the clues along the way, Cheryl found the faint breathing sound hidden in the forest. Looking through the unique vision of the Magic Crystal Clan, there was a group of light pink light balls symbolizing life hiding on the treetops, not knowing that their position had been exposed. With an extremely dangerous smile on her face, Cheryl rushed towards the treetops. But a special hex shockwave spread across the forest. The other two quickly followed the signal sent by their companions and found a nearby cave near the swamp. 2 assassins from the Navali Brotherhood had died at the root of the tree, and another one seemed to be dying. The 3 seemed to have been tortured, and the life of the only survivor was rapidly withering. Without saying any more nonsense, Cheryl said coldly, I have confirmed the intelligence. There are 3 exits in total. 2 artway exits, namely the cave here and the cliff on the other side of the mountain. One is a one-way exit. The one-way exit is in the deeper underground river. There are a lot of piranhas and extremely dangerous jellyfish in the river. You can only take a boat down the rapids. We will go in from here and split into 3 groups. When we reach the 3 exits, we can just clear the entire atoll. I will be responsible for the underground river, and the rest will be left to you. Be careful of the traps and mechanisms. Knowing that Cheryl had special abilities as a member of the Magic Crystal Clan, the other 2 members of the Magic Crystal Clan directly recognized Cheryl's arrangement, and the 3 of them plunged into the deep cave. Hurry, run. Seeing 2 more monsters coming, the Brotherhood killer who was still breathing looked desperate. Unfortunately, his tongue had been pulled out long ago, and he could not make any sound except whimpering. In the torture chamber deep in the Navali Brotherhood's cave base, in the scarlet meat forest pierced by iron hooks, the amputee Mars swept the mincemeat on the chopping board into the dog bucket with a gloomy face. While the wolfhound was feasting, the Ionian, who was only about 1.5 meters tall and wearing a butcher's apron, picked up the head of the Narxan on the chopping board, shook it in front of the prisoner column, and spoke in Narxan. Still not telling? You don't think that being skinned and dismembered will be the end, do you? Next, I will boil his head into broth and drink it down your throat. It must be painful to see your beloved brother enter your stomach, right? Don't worry, I will try to make it more delicious and leave all the essence for you. Even though the Narxan soldier with whip wounds all over his body had already made up his mind to die, he still felt a terrifying nausea in the face of Mars's threat. If he continued like this, he was sure that his will would completely collapse. Since the ending could not be changed, he might as well go crazy first. The last string of reason was completely broken. The Narxan soldier who had given up all hope slowly raised his head, reflecting the executioner's eyes full of resentment and madness, and the hoarseness that was not like a human voice was like the final curse before death. You're dead. All of you are dead. Let me tell you what will happen to all of you. The Empire will dig deep into the ground to burn down the forests, fill up the swamps, and uncover the land inch by inch to find you scum hiding in the rat holes. The Night's Edge will return to you double the pain you inflicted on us. You can gasp as you witness your ribs being broken one by one, and you can maintain the most complete body touch to feel your body being hollowed out bit by bit in the pile of maggots. Let me tell you, the punishments and tortures you are so proud of are nothing more than the Night's Edge. In the ancient tradition of torturing the living, no one is older than the Night's Edge. The Empire has decided to build a permanent fortress on Philo Island. Your wishful thinking has failed. The Empire will not leave Ionia, and no one can escape from Philo Island after hurting an Imperial soldier, and no one can escape in a dog hole for a lifetime under the blockade of the Empire. In the extremely ugly face of Mars, the soldier grinned with a bloody mouth and laughed like a devil. Rats. Enjoy your last piece. Narxans are never afraid of death. I'm not afraid of anything else in my life, but I'm afraid of being a coward. You don't need to cook the warrior's head. Hand it over, I can eat it raw. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the Imperial soldier's madness, that did not seem to be fake, a chill rose from the heels to the back of the head. The previous means of torturing and threatening prisoners did not work on this group of lunatics who could not be described by common sense. Mars could not help but regret that he was too cruel to this group of Narxan lunatics. The deadly feud was completely formed. Staying on Philo Island would only wait for death. As these soldiers said, the most critical issue now is how to leave Philo Island alive. He joined the Brotherhood to satisfy his hobbies legitimately, and he didn't want to lose his life here. Throwing away the head in his hand, Mars, who was bored, picked up the hook knife and cut the throat of the Narxan lunatic. The man lowered his head and stared at the vicious dog, his face uncertain. Since we can't leave, we can only disguise ourselves as ordinary villagers and hide until we are stable before finding a way to leave here. But everyone in the Brotherhood has seen my appearance, and I don't believe they can be as stubborn as these Narxans. Fortunately, I still have a portion of ghost-faced spider venom in my hand. Everyone chooses to gather together for money. There is no other way. For me to survive, I can only ask you to die. With a plan in mind, Mars took off his butcher's apron, patted the head of the man-eating vicious dog, and turned to leave the torture room with the wolf dog shaking its tail. When he came to the kitchen, he found that there was no one except the warm stove. He took out his gold pocket watch and took a look. It was indeed dinner time. Mars couldn't help but feel a little confused. Elsis? Blood Wolf? Werner? You won't cook today's meal? He woof woof. As Mars called, the bloodthirsty wolf dog with a body the size of a car flowered its body and exposed its fangs without warning, entering a state of war. His face changed. Mars pulled out the short blade in his hand and said coldly to the other end of the passage, I didn't know you were coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. As the words fell, heavy footsteps came from the other side of the passage. Judging from the footsteps, Mars thought the uninvited guest was a sturdy middle-aged man, but in front of him came a hot wasp-waisted purple-haired beauty. knowing that the woman would be his enemy. The blood going to his head flowed uncontrollably along the branches below. For a moment, the big head and the small head were congested at the same time, and Mars felt dazed. The stern and ruthless delicate eyebrows seemed to pierce his soul. The deadly woman in front of him was like a bellflower blooming in the cemetery. She was so beautiful that Mars felt that his life before the purple-haired woman was simply wasted on a sow. Cheryl, who had already drilled through the transport ship, glanced at the bloodthirsty wolfhound and fixed her eyes on the short man with a murderous aura. She saw the desire to conquer in the man's obscene eyes. Without the intention of communicating, Cheryl indifferently drew out the magic crystal long knife and prepared to end the enemy's life. At this moment, Camille came out from nowhere, her deep voice like the coldest wind in Freljord. "Spare your life." Mars turned his head and stared at Camille, who was even more beautiful than Cheryl. He couldn't understand why such a beautiful woman would choose to spare him. Okay. Cheryl nodded and agreed to Camille's request. She put away her long sword and took a bare-handed fighting posture. Seeing that these women didn't take him seriously at all, Mars, who returned to his fighting posture, couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He drank the amplification potion in one gulp, held the poisoned short blade in his right hand, and took out the paralysis crossbow in his left hand. No matter how beautiful the beauty is, you have to live to enjoy it. Hey, this beautiful lady, are you looking down on me a little too much? Duke. Bite them to death. Woof. Mars was about to retreat and fight when the wolfhound pounced, but he saw the purple-haired woman tiptoe, and Duke, who was strong enough to compete with a tiger, flew backwards like cotton wool and fell on the wall of the cave, turning into a ball of meat paste. Before he could get scared, a purple figure flashed by, and Mars felt that he had lost control of his arms. It turned out that the purple-haired woman had appeared in front of him and removed his shoulder joint. An uppercut hit the man's abdomen. Cheryl loosened her left hand and looked indifferently at the man, who was foaming at the mouth and curled up on the ground. "Camille, I'll go check somewhere else. Leave the rest alive." Cheryl was stunned. Although she felt a little regretful, she didn't say much. Chapter 706 This Ionia is doomed. The secret base in the jungle has been uprooted, and all the spoils have been handed over to the military. Most of them are gold and silver jewelry, and there are very few gold coins that can be circulated directly. Are there any survivors of the missing soldiers? Lester closed the Flower Garden of Presidium written by the famous Piltover adventurer in his hand, and looked at Camille calmly. The atmosphere stagnated, and Camille shook her head, her tone grim. "The missing soldiers have been found. They are all warriors of the Empire. They never betrayed the intelligence and interests of the Empire until their death. These warriors were tortured and killed by the killers of the Navali Brotherhood. Even by the torture standards of the Night's Edge, the bastards of Navali have gone too far. I think it is necessary to take unlimited revenge on the Navali Brotherhood." Camille observed Lester's expression calmly. She did not find any strange color in the man, but instinctively felt that the man was very angry and dangerous. "Camille, put aside other things for now. I'll leave this to you." Lester closed his eyes and leaned his head against the back of the chair. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. There is no need to show any mercy to the Navali Brotherhood. This cancer growing in Ionia. Let them know that the price of offending the Empire is endless pursuit. All the resources of the Night's Edge in the Navali province are at your disposal." Kneeling on one knee, Camille saluted and accepted the order. "Teacher, I swear on my life that the bastards of the Navali Brotherhood will definitely regret what they have done." When the overall situation on Philo Island was settled, Lester left thousands of people to maintain the rule of the Empire. As the Imperial fleet set sail again, a month later, the fleet successfully arrived at Linai, the most developed port on the west coast of the First Land. Camille and her team also left the main force and disappeared from everyone's sight. Because the Empire had previously blocked the news on Philo Island, the Ionians only realized that their land was being invaded by the Narxans. Soon, the news of the Narxan invasion spread throughout the entire Navali province and reached the ears of the elders in the Temple of Eternal Life. Dong dong dong. When the sun set in the west, the monks of the Temple of Shoji rang the temple's evening bells many times, bringing a sense of uneasiness to the peaceful atmosphere. A dozen elders who practiced in the Temple of Eternal Life gathered in front of the Hall of Samsara to discuss for a while, and finally selected a monk to stand up. In the expectant eyes of the crowd, the monk in a yellow-brown robe wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and pushed open the heavy wooden door of the Hall of Samsara overnight. The monk first bowed from a distance and then knelt down respectfully beside the old man in front of the incense table. "Karma, we need your guidance. The cruel Narxans are wreaking havoc on the beautiful First Land. Their army is slaughtering our people. Should we rise up against the Narxan butchers?" The contemporary Karma is over 80 years old. Since 10 years ago, Karma has reduced the number of meetings with those who are eager for guidance. He has been reciting scriptures and meditating alone in the Hall of Samsara all day. Now the old man has a head full of silver hair, and the wrinkles on his face are like the deep ravines formed by the wind and rain on Chuanglang Mountain for 100 years, but his eyes are brighter and more energetic. As early as 40 years ago, I knew that Ionia was destined to have this disaster, and it was unavoidable. Opening his eyes, Karma looked at the monk with a calm look. When yin and yang are in harmony, prosperity will inevitably decline. The spirits of mountains, rivers, and plants have their own trajectory, and the same is true for the relationship between countries. Even if Narxus has not invaded, there will be other strong men leading troops to come. As people of Taoism, we don't need to interfere too much in worldly affairs. Let those who should come come, and those who should leave leave. Whether they come or leave is not something we need to consider. Although the monk had expected that Karma would not interfere with the invasion of Narxus, he did not expect Karma's attitude to be so firm. "But, Karma, shouldn't the Ionians' land be protected by the Ionians? What's the matter with letting outsiders occupy our land? If Karma is the matchmaker, Ionia's guardians will surely be able to drive out the Narxans and return peace to the new land." Hearing this, Karma's eyes narrowed, and the divine light in his eyes made the monk's heart tremble. "Let me ask you, are Ionians really Ionians?" The monk was stunned. He knew all these words, but he was a little confused when he heard them together. "Karma, I don't quite understand what you mean. If Ionians are not Ionians, who can be called Ionians?" Karma sighed. Thousands of years ago, groups of refugees came out of Val Rigard. They crossed the ocean and came to this uninhabited virgin land and built the first wooden house. At that time, could they be considered Ionians? The monk's face flushed a little. In this case, of course, they can only be considered Val Rigard people. How can they be considered Ionians? It seems that you also understand the interests involved. Karma looked at the monk with a calm face and said calmly, "The Ionians you mentioned are just the first batch of outsiders who forcibly occupied this virgin land in the eyes of the spirit of Ionia. The virgin land has always been the virgin land. The spirit of Ionia has never belonged to anyone. It belongs to nature and harmony. Do you understand?" The monk nodded, unable to refute Karma's words. Whether they are Val Rigardians or Narxans, as long as they set foot on this virgin land, they will all be protected by the Ionian spirit. Only when there are factors that violate the way of harmony will the Ionian spirit intervene. Let the secular war be left to the secular world. If the Ionians can drive out the Narxans, there will be heroes belonging to the Ionians. If the Narxans are destined to rule the virgin land, then let the Narxans rule. All we have to do is to stand on our own path and watch the flowers bloom and fall in the world. Only in this way can we uphold morality and stick to our hearts. The incense and candles in the Hall of Samsara are still burning, but the monks have left. Karma sits cross-legged on the cushion, his eyes crossing the corridor of memories, and in a blink of an eye he returns to 900 years ago. Only he knows the bitterness of Karma. The sword-killing swordsman who was possessed by the devil in search of a master, the disaster of the blooming soul, the resurrected young warrior, and the ice mage who froze the entire magic garden under the pseudonym Lester. It seemed that from that time on, the man named Lester had an inseparable fate with the spirit of Ionia. Since Lester said in person 40 years ago that he would not destroy the balance of Ionia, what would happen if Ionia was handed over to Lester? Can the rule of the Narxans be more threatening than those evil gods and spirits that fell from the sky? Speaking of which, since the alien gods began to interfere with the development of Runeland, how many people know about the disasters that Ionia has encountered? The Vastair Zairu, who is revered and admired by everyone, is just a test product under chance. Various types of Vastaya are just byproducts of incest between humans and animals. The messy races are just a blood curse. How many magic test sites are buried under the ruins? How many mortals' blood and tears are buried in the ruins of the ancient battlefield? Let's not talk about the distant past. After the death of Emperor Willow, the golden tree that replaced the Emperor Willow will soon die. What impact will the violent natural magic bring to this land at that time? Tear off the bright and beautiful beauty. The real Ionia has long been riddled with holes, but mortals have never known it. The spirit of Ionia is indeed powerful, but it can only barely protect itself under many forces. The extraordinary power has been stolen, and the power of the spirit of Ionia has been declining. The more it touches the red line of fate, the greater the backlash it will suffer. In a trance, Karma saw through the cigarette that his lifespan was about to end. It's time to reincarnate again. For at least 12 years, the Palace of Eternal Life will lose its protection. Closing his eyes, Karma began to meditate. Perhaps in the next life, Karma will see some changes. Lester. Even the spirit of Ionia is looking forward to your changes. Facing the invasion of the Narxans, the Temple of Eternal Life did not take up the banner of resistance. Instead, it was not long before the news of Karma's death and reincarnation came out. Amidst the wailing, the leader of the Navali Brotherhood, Yi Ying, hurriedly sent an envoy to the Temple of Balance. Inside the Hall of Balance, the 13-year-old Kushuo carefully covered his face and stood behind his father to observe the gathering of the three giants of balance. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time he had seen such a big battle. On the left was the contemporary Shadow Fist, the Grand Master of the Dragon Hidden Style, Eugen. On the right was the contemporary Violent Heart, the founder of the Demon Ninja Style, Kennen. His father, the Twilight Eye, Lin Zhu, was in the middle with two swords. The three of them looked at the female envoy of the Navali Brotherhood together. His eyes were fixed on the white bulge on the female killer's chest. Kushuo's eyes widened, and the blood in his nose flowed out uncontrollably, and his throat was filled with the smell of rust. He covered his face with a black scarf without making a sound, and he tilted his head back to plug his nostrils with the scarf, feeling miserable. It was all because his father had not allowed him to peek at his senior sister's big boobs since he was a child. Otherwise, how could such a shameful thing happen? Master of the Three Balance Sect, my name is Zumi, and I'm here to convey the will of the Lord. He stepped forward and handed the letter to the disciple of the Balance Sect, and Zumi patiently waited for the Twilight Eye to review it. After receiving the letter, Twilight Eye Lin Zhu frowned and read the letter, and then handed it to Kennen and Eugen beside him in turn. Noticing that Twilight Eye had finished reading the letter, Zumi knelt on one knee, glanced at the other disciples of the Balance Sect in the hall, and spoke righteously. The Narxan barbarian army is approaching. The Empire is cruel and merciless, and they are bullying our newborn land. Each province of Ionia is busy cleaning up its own mess, and the House of Eternal Life is shrinking back, ignoring the overall situation. In such a vast newborn land, only the Brotherhood and the Order of the Balance are responsible for protecting Ionia. Today is the time for both sides to put aside past prejudices and form an alliance to fight against the Narxan barbarians. If Master Twilight Eyes is willing to advance and retreat with our Brotherhood, Lord Night Shadow will provide 100,000 gold coins for the development of the Order of the Balance. By then, the Order of the Balance will be in the light, and the Brotherhood will be in the dark. We will work together to unite the warriors of all Ionian tribes and drive the Imperial barbarians out of Ionia. Hearing this, Lin Zhu sneered. What Night Shadow said sounded good, but it was too contemptuous to want to use 100,000 gold coins to drag the Order of the Balance into the water. Everyone knows that the Empire will not ask about temples or balanced martial arts when entering this country. Unless you offend the Empire like the Brotherhood and take the initiative to get beaten, it will be troublesome for the Noxus Empire to take action against you. Even if the Balance Sect does not have an ambiguous relationship with the Empire, he will not consider dragging the Sect and the Brotherhood into the same boat. Navali Brotherhood, right? You usually do a lot of things to cheat your father, and now you take the initiative to come up and talk and share the pressure after being beaten. Am I your father, or are you my son? I don't care if you die. With a plan in mind, Lin Zhu moved his eyes away from Zuma's white snow throwing stones and looked at Kenan and Eugene. I wonder what you two think about this? Seeing Eugene looking at him, Kenan knew that he was the oldest here, so he spoke. The way of balance is to balance the two worlds. Steel swords cut human souls, and spiritual swords cut ghosts. If you interfere with worldly hatred, it will violate the ancestral teachings. It is not allowed. Hearing what Kenan said, Eugene nodded and stood, firm with an indifferent look. The Brotherhood has killed members of our sect many times, but the Empire has not violated the sect since entering the country. I think that Lord Nightshadow should not condescend to unite with us balanced believers. Lord Nightshadow should use 100,000 gold coins on the Brotherhood itself. With the Lord's great power, he will be able to expel the Empire in an instant and return Ionia to a pure land. Under the sarcasm, Zumi, with an ugly face, knew that the possibility of an alliance was slim, so it was better to stand up. With a powerful enemy at hand, you, as the face of Ionia, are still brooding over past grievances and gains and losses. Little do you know that the barbarians of the Empire want to see Ionia torn apart like this. Don't you think about it? If the Empire really attacks Dragon Ridge Mountain, how can the Empire, with its harshness, allow people like you to maintain the so-called balance between the two worlds? You can't even protect yourself, but you are still thinking about your so-called way of balance. It's really stupid. Since you are unwilling to form an alliance, and are willing to be cowards, I will take my leave. Except for the pale Kushuo, who felt a little regretful, no one of the three giants present stopped Zumei from leaving, and the temporary meeting ended. After driving the disciples and Kushuo, who had lost too much blood, out of the hall, the three giants held a second meeting. Lin Zhu sighed, thinking that it was too difficult to be the head of the Balance sect. Given the relationship between the Empire and the Order of the Balance, we are destined not to stand on the opposite side of the Empire. Now that things have come to this, I wonder what you two think. I'm only responsible for the Order of the Balance, and will not interfere in the Empire's war against Ionia. Kenan was the first to express his position. In fact, given his relationship with Lester, if it weren't for the Empire's bad reputation, he would have even considered taking the initiative to help the Empire take over Ionia. In his opinion, how mean can a guy who can treat the Yodel people well be when ruling a country? Before the Fist of Shadow, I was first the head of the Langayan school. Since Master Lester is here, I must go and see him. As for what happens next, we'll talk about it later. Not surprised by Eugene's choice, Lin Zhu sighed again, always feeling that the three giants of the Balance could fall apart at any time. In that case, please ask Lord Eugene to help carry a letter and tell Lord Lester that the Order of the Balance has no intention of being an enemy of the Empire. Chapter 707. I'm here. When they reached the place where the river was turbulent again, the ships could only line up in a row and slow down to increase the power of the magic power reactor. Standing on the deck at the bow, Lester raised his binoculars and looked at the steep mountain pass on the east bank of the Fantasy River, his face a little solemn. The topography of Ionia is steep and strange, with few plains and many mountains. The steep mountains and deep valleys form a natural dangerous place under the magic of nature, and even do not need to be modified. Many places near the mountains are enough to become military strongholds, where one man can block the pass and 10,000 men cannot open it. It took a lot of effort just to rush on the road. If it were not for this reason, the cavalry of the Empire could fight from Linai Port to Presidium in 1 month. If this were placed in the Valoran continent, I'm afraid that there would be a steel fortress every 3 steps, a lonely mountain fortress every 5 steps, and a lonely city surrounded by mountains filled with human lives every 10 steps. Every inch of the mountains and rivers is filled with blood. The trees grew evenly on the rocks, as if they were deliberately blocking the waterway. It was hard to believe that this was not the result of human growth. Stop moving forward. Send out Dragon Bad Scouts to confirm the situation. As Lester gave the order, the fleet quickly shut down the power reactor and hovered in front of the mountain pass. 10 Dragon Bad Scouts took off from the ground, carrying 2 Black Lightning Mages, and flew towards the mountain pass protruding from the east coast. Lester raised the telescope again. The two black lightning mages in the lens were casting reconnaissance magic, but they just saw countless burning crossbow arrows flying out of the bushes and covering the dragon bird knight. The dragon bird and the knight were caught off guard and pierced by the crossbow arrows. After struggling for a few times, they fell in midair. Lester's face sank. There was indeed an ambush. It seemed that a special kerosene technology was used. The flames on the dragon bird's wings and the dragon knight's body were blazing. Even when they fell on the river, they died before they could be rescued. Judging from the density of the arrows, there might be hundreds of people ambushing in the bushes. If the fleet passed through the narrow river under the mountain pass, it would be a disaster. In the end, only 3 of the 10 dragon bad scouts managed to avoid the rain of arrows. They fought back with the short bows in their hands, while raising their bodies and quickly returned. Fortunately, one of the 2 black lightning mages survived and stood in front of Lester with lingering fear. There are more than 300 masked attackers hiding in the bushes. Each of them has a military-grade crossbow in his hand, which can easily penetrate the wings of the dragon bird. The crossbow arrows are coated with black kerosene, which will not go out when exposed to water. They have also prepared dozens of floating wooden balls tied with firewood on the mountain. By magic I saw many brown-red wooden barrels filled with black kerosene. I guess they are preparing to ignite the wooden balls with kerosene and throw them down the mountain when we pass through the waterway. Thank you for your hard work. Go down. After the mage left, Syndra took the initiative to approach and asked, "Teacher, do you need me to deal with them?" Lester nodded and instructed, "Let the dragon bird troops go together, and remember to leave a few valuable survivors." Understood. After Syndra rode her dragon bad mount and flew to the mountain pass with hundreds of dragon bird riders, Lester issued a new order. Aim the cannons at the mountain pass and be ready to fire at any time. This time, the dragon bad knights who covered the sky did not approach the bushes easily, but only fired fire arrows at the crossbow arrows in the bushes from the sky. It was not known whether they hit the kerosene barrels or wooden balls. In the blink of an eye, the forest was burning, and there was a shouting and cursing. "Since you are here, why do you have to leave?" On the dragon bird, Syndra, with a cold eye, had a full view of the attacker's movements. The female mage raised her staff high, and as the dark element were continuously compressed and purified, more than a dozen pure dark element gravity balls the size of a human head appeared in the air. She swung the staff down, and the dark element gravity balls lined up and fell from the air one by one, like siege artillery. In an instant, the dark element raged in the mountains and forests, shaking the ground, breaking rocks and disintegrating trees. The suspended element balls were actually connected into a string of deadly element beads, directly cutting off the attacker's retreat to the mountains in the form of element prisons. With the sea of fire in front and the elemental tide behind, the attackers were unable to move forward or backward. They ignited their crossbows and shot at Syndra with their fire crossbows. Syndra, who had rich combat experience, was naturally not defenseless. Before the fire arrows came, Syndra had propped up an arc-shaped dark element shield. The moment the fire arrows touched the dark element shield, they were completely annihilated and could not play any role at all. From then on, the attackers were completely desperate. "Stop attacking." Syndra raised her hand, and the dragon bad knight who kept shooting arrows could only put away his short bow. "Put down your weapons now. Maybe I can spare your lives." Hearing Syndra's words, the attackers who were forced into the dark element gravity ball prison by the sea of fire began to quarrel. "Boss Luke, what should we do now? These Imperial barbarians are simply monsters. We shouldn't have listened to those idiots and provoked them." "Boss Luke, I still have so much money to spend. I don't want to die." "Surrender, Boss Luke. It's meaningless to die here for the Brotherhood." Even though the Brotherhood gave us so much money, they knew that the Empire was so powerful, but didn't say anything. That beast Ying was just using us as cannon fodder. "Luke, you don't really want to die here for that little money, do you?" The attack plan was completely disrupted. Seeing that those loyal subordinates even wanted to draw their swords to chop him, the bandit leader Luke didn't dare to continue to be stubborn, otherwise his head would be moved without the Brotherhood coming. "Master Mage of the Empire, it's not our wish to go against the Empire. We are willing to lay down our weapons, just ask you to let us go. We will explain everything." Luke raised his head and spoke out his demands loudly. At this moment, Luke was fortunate that the extraordinary mage of Naxos knew Ionian. Now you don't seem to have the right to bargain. Either die here, or lay down your weapons. Syndra was unmoved. Although they were all Ionians, she particularly hated the Brotherhood and the mountain bandits. These money-grubbing guys have always been ruthless to their compatriots. If it weren't for the fact that the martial arts sects in Ionia have always liked to be chivalrous, there would probably be more bandits in Ionia. We surrender. We surrender. Luke was the first to throw away the crossbow in his hand and the long knife on his waist, took off the simple wooden mask, and chose to surrender. When the attackers gathered together with their heads in their arms, Syndra suppressed the fire. Without the support of the fire element, in a few breaths, the blazing forest fire was replaced by the tide of dark element, and the flames died out without wind. Witnessing Syndra's unpredictable power, the surviving bandits couldn't help but feel fortunate. Some bandits who had other ideas secretly called it luck, and dared not look at the beauty again. After confirming safety, the fleet continued to cross the river, and pass the river smoothly. After explaining the whole story, more than 100 bandits were escorted down the mountain by the Dragonbird Knights, waiting for Lester's verdict. On the riverbank, Lester walked down from the boat, looked coldly at the Ionian bandits tied up with ropes, and kneeling in a row, and said indifferently, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Luke, who had already prepared his words, took the initiative to knock his head on the ground. "My lord, we are indeed guilty of being deceived by the Brotherhood. But if we are killed by you after surrendering, no one will surrender to the Empire in the future. If you spare our lives, we are willing to sacrifice our lives for the Empire. Please think twice." Hearing this, Lester sneered. Until this time, these bandits dared to play tricks with him, having the courage to attack the army of the Empire, but not the courage to accept death. It sounds quite rebellious, but it is as despicable as cowardice. If these bandits were a little tougher, he would be willing to look up to these money-hungry scum. "Your name is Luke." Lester walked a few steps to Luke and stepped on the bandit leader's head, pressing down hard. He hit his head on the pile of stones on the river beach, and unbearable pain came from his face along with the smell of blood. Luke felt as if his head was trampled by a mammoth, and his facial features were shattered to the ground. The back of his head was crushed by the sole of the foot, and the dazed head once again heard the terrifying words. "Do you think you are very valuable? A loser who fights for gold dares to bargain with the Empire? No. I dare not. I dare not. Don't dare. I think you are very brave. More than 300 people dare to attack the Empire's army. If I give you another 300 people, you might dare to counterattack the Valoran continent. To be honest, if you were fighting for Ionia, I might be willing to look up to you. Now it seems that you are just a group of greedy cowards. In the Empire, cowards are worthless except for pleasing the strong, not to mention idiots like you. Teacher, are we going to execute them?" Syndra, who had been watching, came over and asked, but Lester shook his head and moved his feet away from the dying bandit leader. "Since they are the captives you persuaded to surrender, it is not appropriate to execute them like this. How about this? Imprison them first, and only provide them with half of the slave quota every day, and send them to the Imperial Arena when the fleet returns. Trash like this can still play a little surplus value if they die in the arena." This sentence determined the fate of the bandits. More than 100 bandits were imprisoned in the cells at the bottom of the cabin, waiting for an unknown fate. The fleet set sail again, the channel continued to narrow, and the road became more and more difficult to travel. However, there were no blind bandits who continued to play the drama of hitting the stone with an egg. On the bumpy meteor, Lester looked down and stared at the military topographic map of Navali province. As he expected, if they expanded along the strategically important Fantasy River, the army would face a serious shortage of manpower. This time, the Empire's advance army only had more than 30,000 people. From the beginning, Lester did not intend to eat a fat man directly. In the plan to capture Ionia, annexing Ionia was considered a century-long plan. According to the size of the Ionian continent, if there is no stable fortress, at least 400,000 troops will be needed to suppress it everywhere, in order to swallow the entire newborn land into the belly of Naxos. Otherwise, it will be easy for the natives of Ionia to fight guerrilla warfare everywhere. If it fails to develop, the empire will be dragged into the quagmire of war and unable to extricate itself. The Navali Brotherhood is only powerful in the Navali province. In addition to Navali province, Ionia also has Beruo province, Shangzhen province, Lalin province, Wulin province, Kilin province, Galin province, Xi'an province and Sudero province. It is because of the relationship building everywhere in Navali province that we have the smooth feeling now. Otherwise, a few Ionian orphans who can fight against 100 at any time will jump out, and the resistance the empire will encounter will definitely be countless times more fierce than it is now. Even so, it was difficult to develop in Navali province, not to mention that there were many resistance organizations similar to the Brotherhood in other provinces. Who knows how many strong people there are in Ionia, a place with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. If you really don't take Ionia seriously, you will only suffer. Lester attacked Ionia to use the power of the Golden Tree and Lalid to operate Ionia as a logistics base for stable output of materials. To achieve the goal, you must take steady steps. As an outpost, Philo Island must be controlled in the palm of your hand. It is inevitable to divide the troops. This is something that must be eaten and digested. Originally, Lester wanted to observe along the Huangxi River to see if there were any suitable strongholds or mountain strongholds. If there were, he would divide the troops to occupy them, at least to maintain a reasonable logistics supply line. However, there were no suitable mountain strongholds along the way, and it was not realistic to start from scratch under the interference of the Brotherhood, so he had to give up. With the current military strength, it is more than enough to take down Presidium. Instead of dividing the troops along the way and being harassed and attacked by the Navali Brotherhood and bandit forces, it is better to take down Presidium directly, establish a cooperative relationship with the Order of the Balance and the Temple of Eternal Life to meet the logistical supply, and wait for the subsequent Imperial Army to follow up before considering stable expansion along the Fantasy River to both sides. Anyway, what Lester lacks the most is time. Speaking of it, the most urgent thing is to control Presidium and divide enough territory for the Vastaya to restore the Golden Tree to ensure the birth of his daughter. In addition, the plan to claim the throne of Phytlit under the name of conquering Ionia and destroy the Kingdom of Northland and the Principality of Valoran should also be completed before conquering the Ionian continent. Compared with these affairs, the current strategy for Ionia can only be regarded as a small fight. General, someone wants to see you in a small boat. This woman named Eugen claims to be the leader of Langain Liu and says that she has a connection with the general. Please let her in. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708 Women who drink badly have good luck. Sir Eugene, the commander-in-chief invites you to board the boat from here. The meteor stopped in the river in the distance, and soon a soldier in armor rowed an oxen-style boat towards the boatman. Dark, Lord Shadowfist, it seems that I can only take you here. The boatman was an old man in his 50s, and there was a bit of fear in his eyes when he looked at the Narxans. If it weren't for the Shadowfist of the Order of the Balance who made the request, he would definitely not take the initiative to contact these barbarian soldiers who brought disaster to Ionia. Thank you, old man. This is a small gift from me. I'm very grateful if you are willing to take me on board the boat to cross the river at this time. Eugene handed over the purse that he had prepared long ago, but the old boatman sighed and shook his head to refuse. Master Shadowfist, an old man like me can do nothing but row the boat. Since Master Shadowfist is going to negotiate with the Narxans for our Ionia, how can I accept this money? Please take it back, Master. The old boatman was more determined than expected. Eugene could only purse his lips and nod, jump onto the Narxan boat, and bid farewell to the old boatman. When the boat approached the tall meteorite, a rope ladder was thrown out from the edge of the boat for climbing. However, Eugene did not climb the rope ladder, but stepped on the vertical hull in a few steps, and turned over to jump onto the bow. His movements were clean and neat. After getting on the boat, Eugene looked around and saw a very beautiful female mage holding a staff and looking at him in surprise. Your Excellency, Eugene's skills are really amazing. My name is Sindra. The teacher has prepared wine and food. Please follow me. You speak Ionian very authentically, just like a native Navali. I was born in the village of Scasius in Navali, but later I left Ionia with my teacher to learn magic. No wonder. Following the long-haired female mage, Eugene asked cautiously, Miss Sindra, is the teacher you mentioned the Lord of the Demon Face, the great Commander Lester? Sindra paused and smiled and nodded in response. That's right. The teacher also told me a lot about the Dragon Hidden School. I'm very satisfied that this generation of Dragon Hidden School has such an outstanding successor as Lord Eugene. The teacher has always been looking forward to meeting the current leader of the Dragon Hidden School. Eugene chewed on Sindra's words and sighed that compared to the identity of the Shadow Fist, the Lord of the Demon Face paid more attention to the relationship with the Dragon Hidden School. It seems that her choice of words for asking for a meeting was right. As a warship, the meteorite did not have a very complicated and fancy hull structure. In addition to the cannons and magic cannons, there was only one double-decker cabin built on the deck. This was of course an additional expansion area considering Lester's noble status. If nothing else, at least he could see the sun. Sindra stopped at the hatch and opened it for Eugene. The teacher is in the room on the right. I won't go in. Thank you. The layout of the cabin corridor was even simpler than Eugene had imagined. Except for some potted plants that exuded a faint fragrance, there were no decorations. There were 3 rooms from the end of the corridor. Eugene took a deep breath and pushed open the only hatch on the right. When the door axis passed, the warm light from the magic crystal lamp floated towards him like a golden veil. There were not many furnishings in the space of dozens of square meters. In addition to the animal bones and tapestries as basic decorations, there was only a long table in the room for meetings or meals. Various delicacies and fruits and vegetables had been prepared on the long table. Judging from the curling hot steam of the meat dishes, they seemed to have just been out of the pot and exuded an alluring aroma. The man in luxurious clothes was sitting on a wooden chair and looking at the sky through the window. On his shoulder stood a blue bat with its head tilted to observe him. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Eugene felt that the blue bat with lively eyes seemed to be smiling at him. I don't know what it was laughing at. The clothes rack is there. Come and sit down. Eat when you are hungry. You are welcome here. Eugene, who had hung her cloak on the wooden clothes rack, was about to say something when the man got the better of her. Lester turned around and nodded to the first seat on the right with a smile on his face. We can't get anything good on the ship right now. We only have some seafood, chicken, duck, and fish that we caught temporarily. I hope they suit your taste. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. Taking a deep breath, she almost lost herself in the man's deep eyes like the starry sky. After a moment's pause, Eugene pinched her thigh and quickly lowered her eyes to avoid Lester's sight. She took small steps like a lady and sat beside Lester with her legs tucked together. With her heart beating fast, Eugene didn't dare to look at the man's face anymore. There was no half of the boldness and carefreeness of the Shadow Fist on weekdays. Although she was only 25 years old this year, she had already married and had a man. It would be stupid to cause Lester's dissatisfaction because of her impoliteness. It's too polite to call you Commander-in-Chief. Since you came to me as the leader of Langain Liu, I'm your master. You don't have to have any psychological burden in front of your master. Treat me as a friend. After pouring a glass of red wine for Eugene, Lester also picked up a genuine crystal glass. This is the Blood Rose, produced by the Thorn Winery. The alcohol content is not high. How does it taste? Carefully picking up the crystal glass and taking a sip, Eugene actually tasted the mellowness of blood and the fragrance of roses in the wine at the same time. A warm current rushed up from the lower abdomen to the top of the head, and the whole body was warm. It can perfectly blend 3 flavors in the form of wine. I think this Blood Rose is definitely not an ordinary wine. Eugene, who was about to praise it, found that she was a little at a loss for words after opening her mouth. She didn't understand red wine, so naturally she didn't know how to judge the quality of wine. Eugene scratched her head in embarrassment, and her face turned red. Master Lester, Grand Master, it is indeed delicious. Sorry, I don't usually come into contact with this kind of expensive wine, and I don't know how to describe this special taste. Lester laughed without caring. This junior is really cute. Don't think too much. After all, wine is just a special kind of water. As long as you think it tastes good, it's fine. Let's eat. You'll have the strength to talk when you're full. With Lester's constant consolation, Eugene gradually relaxed. After trying several times to confirm that Lester really didn't care about those impolite actions, she restored her previous generous image. Grabbing the big chicken leg in her left hand and holding the crystal glass in her right hand, the woman gulped it down in one gulp, and then she was arm in arms with the man without any image, using the pressure of the warrior suit to coerce her master to refill her cup. She gnawed the chicken leg into chicken bones in 3 bites and threw it on the table, burping, gurgling, just like a big man who likes to go to the night market and eat skewers. Seeing that the current head of Lang Ein Liu seemed to have changed into a different person after a few drinks, Lester, who was forced by the black-haired female warrior, didn't expect Eugene's drinking habits to be so bad, and for a moment he couldn't help but regret taking out the wine. Some people really can't drink alcohol, and this hasn't even included the stronger, Voltiki Blood Rose. If they really drank dragon blood wine, they might do something rebellious that would offend the ancestors. After pulling his hand twice, he found that he couldn't pull it free. Feeling the smiles around him, Lester turned his head to look at the blue bat on his shoulder with its beak open and eyes squinting, and was a little speechless. When did the pure and kind-hearted Jenna learn to laugh at others? She's learned bad things. Grandmaster, can I have another glass? Please. Seeing that Eugenie was sitting on him like an octopus and entangled with him, since he couldn't let go, it would be better to get him drunk to save trouble. It seemed that there would be no conversation today. Lester sighed and poured the half-full bottle of wine into the woman's mouth with his free hand. Eugene stared at the round bottle mouth that looked like a blood-dropping stone with wide eyes in disbelief, and then stared at the handsome face of the man with blurred eyes. After a few sips of wine, the completely drunk female warrior fell headlong into Lester's arms with a plop. The world finally became quiet. I wanted to let her relax a little because she was too nervous, but now it seems that being too relaxed is not a good thing. After confirming that Eugene's airway was not blocked, Lester carried Eugene to the dormitory next door. He wanted to cover her with a quilt and leave, but found that the female warrior's ninja-like tights were too tight. After a while, the female warrior who had difficulty breathing turned red in the face, twisting her body, and looked uncomfortable. In this situation, it was not Lester's style to leave. The helpless man could only remove Eugene's kunai and sickle, allowing the woman to breathe normally. After checking, Lester took away the clothes that smelled of alcohol and asked the servants to wash them. When Eugene woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. The hungry woman got up from the bed in a daze, feeling the coolness around her body. The woman with a confused head grabbed the washed clothes on the bedside, and her face changed. Where is this place? How come? Wait, this is on the boat. I drank with my master Lester. This. After reconfirming her current state of disarmament, the woman's sharp eyes were filled with sparkling spring water, and her tense body softened again. I'm a married woman, and I'm in the dangerous period recently. I actually did such a shameless thing. If I really get pregnant, how can I be worthy of Alec? I shouldn't drink. The female warrior, whose face turned red and white, soon heard the sound of the door being pushed open. She thought it was her master, but it was her master's apprentice Sindra who walked in. Sindra glanced at the bewildered woman expressionlessly, put the basin of hot water on the table with a thump, took out a towel from the cabinet, and placed it on the edge of the table, pointing to the kunai and sickle in the cabinet. This room will belong to you when you are on the ship. The teacher asked me to get you some hot water. You'd better wash your body. In addition, your weapons and equipment are all here. You don't need to carry weapons with you on this ship. No one will pose a threat to you. When you are ready, you can return to the restaurant. The teacher has prepared lunch for you. I wanted to ask what was going on, but Sindra turned around and left without giving me a good look. Yukin could only stand up silently and wipe his body with a towel to sort out his messy thoughts. Judging from Sindra's attitude, it is estimated that Sindra and his ancestor have an affair, otherwise he would not give a cold shoulder to himself, a latecomer. In addition, Sandra specially got hot water for him to wash his body. It seems that there was really an accident last night. At this point, you can only hope not to be selected. Knowing that the situation was irreversible, and that she had a bad drinking habit, and could not blame others, Eugene could only puff up her cheeks and rub her temples. She had no idea how to get along with Lester next. The more she thought about it, the more problems seemed to arise. In addition, her stomach made protesting sounds from time to time. Feeling a little entangled, Eugene sped up her movements, washed herself from inside to outside, and changed into clean clothes. After thinking about it, she decided not to bring the weapons in the cabinet, but only the secret letter written by Lin Zhu, the Eye of Twilight. Back in the room on the right, Lester was still sitting in his old position, but the difference was that there was no strange blue badge on his shoulder, and there was no red wine on the table. While breathing a sigh of relief, Eugene looked at the young master again, and for a moment she didn't know what attitude she should use to face the man in front of her. Fortunately, Master Lester did not mention the embarrassing incident yesterday, and his face remained calm. Are you hungry after sleeping all day? Sit down and eat. By the way, tell me about the current situation of Langayan School. If Langayan School is allowed to join the Empire as a representative of the Ionian Martial Arts School, will there be any difficulties? Sitting in the seat, Eugene became reserved again, and handed over the letter with both hands. This is a secret letter from Lin Zhu, the Eye of Twilight, to the Ancestor. The Temple of Balance will not interfere in this war. Please take a look at it. Lester took the envelope and opened it casually, and Eugene continued. I can't guarantee other sects. With the identity and status of Grandmaster Lester, I think Langayan School can join the Naxos Empire smoothly without any objection. The only question is whether the Empire will supervise and control martial arts sects. If the Empire intends to ban martial arts sects and completely absorb Langayan School, I think it is better to slow down the pace. At least, don't force other martial arts sects before the Empire completely stabilizes Navali province. There are many famous sects and martial arts masters who will pose a threat to the Empire. Lester narrowed his eyes. There was not much effective content in the letter. In addition to reminiscing about the past, it was intended to express the submission of the Balance to the Empire. Of course, this submission was not without conditions. The only condition was that the Balance could not interfere with the balance between the two worlds. These were all things that had been agreed upon in advance. There was nothing much to say. Lester was more interested in the martial arts sects in Ionia. Tell me, which martial artists and sects will pose a threat to the Empire? Asterisk. Chapter 792 Religions and 3 Sects, Bloody Phantom Dusk. Leaving aside the unknown small inheritance, there are 3 major sects and 2 major denominations on Dragon Ridge Mountain. The 2 major sects are one open and one hidden. The Temple of Balance is built in the open, but the sect of Nature Spirit has taken root in the dark. No one knows where the altar of the sect of Nature Spirit is built, and they are hiding deeper than the Brotherhood. Unlike the neutral sect of Balance, the doctrine of the sect of Nature Spirit, which is located in the dark, is all things have spirits, and they coexist harmoniously. There are many talented people who choose to join the sect of Nature Spirit, not for anything else, but for the so-called Nature Spirit. With harmonious coexistence as its doctrine, it sounds like a peace-loving sect, but their style is extremely treacherous and unpredictable, and they like to sacrifice people, which is actually a cult. The Nature Spirit is different from the Ionian Spirit symbolized by karma. In their view, every blade of grass, every tree, and every flower in Ionia is a nature spirit that needs to be protected, while humans are the lowest kind of livestock. The reason for their attack may be because a hunter killed a rabbit, or a passerby accidentally stepped on a butterfly. Sometimes kicking a stone may cause hostility from the sect and lead to death. No one knows what is going on in the minds of those madmen. More and more people are killed for no reason and their bodies are gone. It was not until more than 20 years ago that the Nature Spirit sect aroused public anger. Many martial arts sects and the Balance sect jointly suppressed the Nature Spirit believers captured in the Navali province, and uprooted many small nature church altars built in remote places and caves. In those small nature church altars, the coalition found many innocent bodies that were sacrificed. Unfortunately, no nature spirit believer knew where the main altar was, and they failed to capture the nature spirit leader. The coalition searched for a long time, but could not find their main altar, and failed to completely eradicate this evil cult. This matter has always been my mother's regret. After I inherited the position of Shadow Fist from my mother, I also investigated the clues of the nature spirit sect, but unfortunately I found nothing except a few minions. When Eugene was feeling a little lost, Lester, who was stroking his chin, remembered something. He had seen news about the nature spirit sect in the Ionia intelligence files collected by Nightblade. The rest was similar to what Eugene said, but there was some information about the leader that was obtained at the cost of Nightblade's lives. Because the information was too scattered, it was meaningless to talk about it now. After all, the leader was probably not a human. Let's just treat the nature spirit sect as an enemy to be on guard against. Let's talk about the nature spirit sect later. What about the three major sects? After sorting out his emotions, Eugene continued. The first is naturally a Langayan martial arts dojo. Langayan martial arts has the most complete spell power secrets and weapon inheritance, and its style is upright and loved by people. It has always been the first choice for Navali people to embark on the road of martial arts. The second is the Kango sect, which originated from Shuaji Temple. It practices boxing and kicking. The disciples of the Kango sect always believe that the body and will are the most powerful weapons. The ascetic monks abandon all external things and temper their bodies wholeheartedly in dangerous places, where few people go, in order to achieve the effect of punching to open mountains and kicking to split rocks. Most of the monks in the sect are male monks, and there are only a few female monks. Although the number is small, each of them is an extremely terrifying warrior. The third is the Yufeng Sword Dojo, which was opened by a group of great swordsmen from the northern Shangzhen province 30 years ago. The dojo teaches the secret of controlling the wind with a sword. The Yufeng Sword Dojo places great emphasis on the talent of apprentices. Only those with talent can become core disciples. Because of this, it is extremely difficult to join the dojo. In terms of the number of people alone, the dojo is far less prosperous than the Langayan school. If ordinary disciples are counted, it is stronger than the Vajra sect. In the Yufeng Sword Dojo, ordinary apprentices can only master some of the most basic sword techniques, but the elder level Yufeng swordsman can use the unique Jingfang steel knife of the north to cut out a whirlwind that is enough to tear apart the flesh. It is said that the only old swordsman in the Yufeng Sword Dojo, Kunfeng, can even control the wind with his body, forming his own wind sword domain in a small area, and use the blade to stir up a tornado, to break through the air and draw the sword. His strength is extremely powerful, but Kunfeng has not appeared in public for a long time, and the elders have always been in charge of the dojo. Hearing the words wind control swordsmanship, Lester somewhat amusedly erased the image of Torso from his mind, and took the initiative to pour a cup of sugar cane syrup for Eugene, who was thirsty from talking. After Eugene sipped the syrup, Lester asked softly, "So, what is the attitude of the Vajra sect and the wind control swordsmanship dojo towards the Empire?" Putting down the cup of water, Eugene thought for a moment, his face a little solemn. "In fact, I had private contact with the Vajra sect and the Yufeng Sword Dojo before coming here. Influenced by the Shuaji Temple, the Vajra sect has a tough attitude towards the invasion of the Empire. It seems that it is secretly contacting some small sects to form a resistance organization. They also came to Langayan Liu, but I rejected them as the Shadow Fist. Knowing that the Balanced sect never interferes in secular affairs, they can't say anything. In addition, there are rumors that the dragon spirit of the Shuaji Temple has changed. Perhaps this is the main reason why they want to fight against the Empire. As for the Yufeng Sword Dojo, the elders don't seem to take the soldiers of the Empire seriously on the surface, but secretly strengthen their vigilance and recall many core disciples who are training outside. It seems that they regard the Empire as an imaginary enemy." Gurgle as she spoke, Yukin's stomach rumbled. The embarrassed woman tightened her toes, wishing she could dig out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room. Having a general idea of the Vajra sect and the Yufeng Sword Dojo, Lester pointed to the meal that was almost cold. "The food is getting cold. Eat first, and then we'll talk." Before he finished speaking, the woman who had been ready to eat had already started eating at a whirlwind speed, and soon she had eaten it all up. I don't know how a stomach with 8 abdominal muscles and mermaid lines can hold so much food. After living on the boat for a week, Eugene was finally driven back to Langji Mountain by Lester with a look of disgust. Of course, it was not because Eugene was too hungry that Lester was worried about the lack of logistics supplies. The main reason was that Eugene needed to stay at the gate of Langjianliu in advance to prevent accidents. The secondary reason was that Eugene was not used to the local climate and vomited several times while holding her stomach. Many monsters often appear in wartime as the Empire's trump card to stabilize the Navali province. Lester would never allow Long Yinliu to get into trouble. To be on the safe side, he also appointed 2 female magic swordsmen of the Nightblade carrying dragon pigeons as bodyguards and liaisons to follow along. I don't know why, but Lester always felt that Long Yinliu seemed very happy after he made such an arrangement. His eyes were sometimes soft and sometimes resentful when he looked at him, and he felt that he had hidden a lot of things. Lester just thought that he was charming. After all, handsome men always encounter troubles of one kind or another. When the time came to early winter, Ionia, which was like spring all year round, was not seriously affected by the climate. If you have to say it, it's just that the always sparkling fantasy evening river has a layer of ice like white fog. You can't see the swaying river surface, but people who are seasick become refreshed. At this moment, a magic signal like blooming stars came from the sky above the fleet. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The enemy launched an attack from under the water. Lester, who was practicing the 13 bodybuilding postures in the cabin, frowned and whispered to Syndra, who was about to get up. "You have a good rest, leave it to me." Syndra responded softly, and she just put the staff on the bedside into the quilt. The woman, with only her head exposed, returned to her laziness like a silkworm. "Well, be careful," quickly changing into a single outfit that was easy to move. Lester walked out of the cabin and came to the deck, his face gloomy. Looking around, the white mist of the fantasy river was surging with undercurrents. The dragon bad knights circled in the sky and threw arrows into the water, bringing up handfuls of blood. The huge fleet was anchored on the narrow river and lit up a series of all-round defense arrays. The attack came too suddenly, and it was unknown whether the enemy used any special tools or magic. Many small boats without the protection of the defense array began to leak and sink, obviously because the bottom of the boat was pierced by the water ghost. The big ship threw out ropes for the soldiers to save themselves. Another part of the soldiers who drifted away from the big ship were grabbed by the dragon birds and thrown on the big ship. The unlucky soldiers sank forever under the river, with only a string of bloody bubbles rolling out. There was no need for Lester to give orders. The Imperial Navy, which had been prepared for a long time, had already put on the hex diving equipment under the order of the Imperial General and plunged into the fantasy river like dumplings, waving the diving harpoons in their hands. Under the Huanzi River, Goss, who was holding a diving drug, was waving the hammer in his hand and hitting the blunt head of the pointed wood chisel. The pointed wood chisel, blessed by nature, magically pierced into the wooden seam of the boat's bottom under the impact of the hammer. When a stable crack was opened, Goss let go of the wood chisel and retreated. The wood chisel pierced into the wooden seam of the boat's bottom and took root in a few seconds. The swollen wood chisel grew fresh branches and roots, like a jack, tearing the hard bottom of the boat with its tenacious vitality, forming an unbridgeable crack. As the small wooden boat leaked and sank, a dozen narcs and soldiers wearing leather armor on the boat fell into the water one by one. The water ghosts who had prepared steel knives rushed up and stabbed the unsuspecting narcs and soldiers into bleeding holes. Goss sneered. It was a pity that his mission was to chisel the boat instead of killing people. Otherwise he would definitely kill a few more narcs and barbarians who invaded Ionia. He took out another wood chisel and searched for the next target. The large ships within sight all had protective arrays that could not be approached. Goss could only find ships without protective arrays to start chiseling. Plop, plop, plop. The sound of diving, different from falling, sounded densely from above his head. Goss, who was swimming, raised his head and just met the Narcs Navy who had dived under the river. The Imperial Navy, equipped with deadly weapons, raised the harpoon gun in his right hand and held the alloy knife in his left hand. Through the cold diving mask, the Imperial soldier made a provocative gesture of beheading the Ionian water ghost who was stunned on the spot. Seeing the hideous harpoon that was enough to disembowel the Bilgewater sea monster pointed at his body, Goss, who felt the threat of death, had his scalp exploded directly. What kind of monster is this? Can he really outrun the harpoon in the monster's hand? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Swimming sideways without hesitation, Goss only hated that he could not grow forefins at this moment. When the Ionian water ghost kicked his frog legs and tried to escape, the Imperial soldier pulled the trigger of the harpoon. The harpoon chain gun, which was powered by a small hex crystal, was ejected at a speed that normal human power could never escape. The streamlined harpoon was like a swordfish, easily tearing the flesh and blood and piercing Goss's lower abdomen. When the Imperial soldier recovered the trigger, the harpoon was twisted and recovered by the light chain. The barb of the harpoon carried Goss's body for a few meters before breaking free from the broken body. The cold metal swept part of the flesh and blood back into the muzzle of the harpoon gun. From the discharge to the killing, the harpoon chain gun was full of narcs and violent aesthetics. The overwhelming strength brought by the hex magic technology made the battle a foregone conclusion. Until his death, Goss could not understand why the barbarian who eats raw meat and drinks blood in the mouth of the leader could have such a terrible underwater weapon. It was unknown how much Goss regretted his rash actions before he died. For the Imperial soldiers, it was just killing the first disgusting Ionian water ghost. Seeing the supporters, provided by the nature spirit sect being shot, the Brotherhood holding pointed steel knives also became ruthless. 4 people turned around and rushed towards the Imperial soldiers, determined to kill the enemy and seize the advanced weapons. Faced with the siege, the lone Imperial soldier couldn't help but regret that he went deep into the enemy alone. However, the emergency situation did not allow him to think too much. He instinctively increased the power of the harpoon chain gun and turned the muzzle. The harpoon shot out again, easily shooting through the oncoming Ionian. The increased power of the harpoon was much faster than before. Before the real enemy, the time difference of less than 3 seconds gave the Imperial soldiers a second chance to use the harpoon chain gun. 2 of the 4 people were killed before they got close, and the other 2 were in a dilemma for a while. At this moment, in the eyes of the Brotherhood assassins, the Narcan spear gun is equivalent to the sickle of the god of death. Seeing that the chain of death was quickly retracted, they could not escape, so the 2 of them swam desperately to the last distance and attacked the Imperial soldiers one after another. In close combat, the harpoon chain gun had lost its effect. Throwing away the harpoon chain gun that had become a burden in his hand, the Imperial soldier took the initiative to turn around and face the enemy behind him. Within a distance of less than 1 meter, the Imperial soldier fearlessly used his arm to knock away the blade, stabbed the enemy's abdomen with a knife, and quickly pulled out the weapon. Just as he was about to turn around, his hood was lifted by someone. The pointed steel knife was pulled across the side of his neck, and the blade became darker and darker. The blood flowed more and more. The Imperial soldier widened his bloodshot eyes, turned around, and saw a face with lingering fear. The coward in front of me is afraid of me, and he should be afraid, because he is against the Narcan Empire. At the moment of death, a grin of victory appeared on the corner of the Imperial soldier's mouth. Grasping the arm of the last Navali assassin, the Imperial soldier held the knife in his backhand and, using his last bit of strength, thrust the sharp knife in his hand into the Ionian's eye socket, then fell into the deep river with the terrified enemy. Chapter 710. No one knows Jax better than me. Hundreds of corpses floated down the river, and the rosy clouds in the sky cast their last tenderness on the gradually cold earth, reflecting a faint bloodlight on the beautiful Fantasy River. After the attack, the fleet had rested on the Fantasy River for 2 days, until no more Narcan bodies were found on the riverbed and along the coast, and the fleet put down its remembrance of the dead and continued to move forward. It didn't take too much effort for the interrogator of the Night's Edge to get the information Lester wanted from the frightened captives. There were 2 groups of attackers, one of which was the old acquaintance of the Navali Brotherhood, and there was no need to say more. Judging from the increasingly impatient and frequent attacks of the Brotherhood, Camille and her magic crystal tactics team should have made a lot of efforts in secret. At least the veteran assassins of the Brotherhood were on pins and needles, wishing to dig 3 feet into the ground, to hang up the unknown force that stole their butts for 3 days and 3 nights. When they couldn't find the target, it was obvious that the Brotherhood put the blame on the Narxons. The other group of guys who used special natural spiritual power to dig the boat were cultists of the Nature Spirit sect. Even Navalis killers didn't know how their organization hooked up with these perverts. There were also Nature Spirit believers among the captives, but unfortunately, these believers were just the most peripheral soft-skulled cannon fodder. Except for a Nature Spirit priest named Hogan, these idiots knew nothing about what they believed in. They could fool people to the point of willingly dying without knowing anything. Lester didn't know whether he should admire the Nature Spirit sect for its means or the Ionians for their lack of faith and self-degradation. I was thinking about how to deal with this group of extreme environmentalists, but I didn't expect them to come to my door like this. On the deck, Lester enjoyed the quiet Ionian night with Syndra. Life on the ship was quite boring. In addition to deepening his relationship with Syndra in the room, Lester would go up to the deck every day to enjoy the beautiful scenery along the coast. This has become a fixed habit. The fantasy style of Ionia is different from most places in Runeterra. It is like a fantasy world sandwiched between Bangor's spiritual realm and material realm, finding a balance between the innocence of fairy tales and the cruelty of the world. When the day is high, unknown golden streams like wheatears sometimes appear in the sky and above the earth. At night, a cold crescent moon as big as a jade plate hangs in the starry night sky. If you are lucky, you can also see the tails of meteor comets that are like continuous rain. Like the golden streams of light in the day, no one knows where they come from or where they are going. Silver fireflies inhabit the grey-brown cloud forests that look like stone tablets, and birds that look like owls hover on both sides of the river banks and linger. At the end of the horizon, ancient stone pillars and palaces like suspended castles are covered with green vines and ancient vines. The ancient battlefield with countless magical restrictions is like a stone sword that created the world. At night, a 10-meter high dark blue rune colossus will climb up from the rubble, stand in the graveyard composed of broken swords and halberds, and stare into the eternal distance. Ionia, known as the land of the first birth, has too many secrets, and the holy forest of Makaran is just one of them. There is no telling how many things are worth discovering under the dust buried by history. This is one of the reasons why Lester is determined to win Ionia. At this point, he could only drive the ancient war machine of the Narxos Empire forward. Either he would crush all obstacles and become the supreme ruler of Runeland, or he would crash into the high wall of the world and die. Whether he succeeded or not, at least it was the result of his efforts, and he would not regret it. Teacher, what are you going to do? Are you going to send the Nightblade to investigate the secrets of the Nature Spirit sect? Sensing Lester's strangeness, Syndra took the man's right hand. Hugging Syndra gently, in the nearly 1,000 years of the immortal species, Lester had long abandoned the way of thinking of the short-lived species, and did not care about the human taboos that ordinary people need to consider. In fact, if he was given another chance to return to his previous life, he would definitely hug his apprentice Alina without hesitation, and take the naughty and obedient apprentice to fight his way out of the organization and fly away. If the organization dared to continue to be relentless, he would not mind completely destroying the organization. In this matter, I have a more suitable candidate. Feeling Syndra's warm and soft body, Lester's thoughts gradually relaxed. This person has made many friends in order to pass on the martial arts. He once traveled around the Ionian continent alone. He also has extraordinary martial arts skills and a very deep understanding of ancient culture. With a blushing face, Syndra huddled in the man's arms, experiencing the carefree peace of mind and satisfaction, but she gave up thinking. Teacher, who is this person? Lester felt a little funny when he thought that Syndra had taken the initiative to ask him about the weapon master more than 20 years ago. As expected, women who are in love are fools who can't think. You should have heard of this person. Think about it. It's so boring to tell you directly. Syndra pursed her lips and tried to find a candidate who met the criteria in her impression. After thinking about it, she came up blank. Only the teacher's body kept transmitting warmth to her, making her unable to muster any strength. This feeling is too shameful. Syndra. I don't know. I'm sorry. Looking at the somewhat flustered Syndra in his arms, Lester knew that under his doting, Syndra would give up the ability to think independently as long as she was by his side. It was not easy for Lester to continue teasing this girl in her 40s. Come to think of it, this was the result of his attempt to control Syndra with emotions. Have you heard of Master Jax? Have you seen a burning lamppost? Have you ever been hit by a three-fingered casserole fist? Syndra's eyes widened. After all this talk, it turns out to be Master Jax. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. Wait, Master Jax is in Ionia? Lester nodded with a smile. To be precise, he is in Presidium. This guy conveyed his request to meet me with the help of the Night's Edge. It happened that he would come to Presidium himself during this attack. He certainly doesn't want to help us fight the Ionians from the perspective of an invader, but he is definitely willing to smash the heads of those cultists with lampposts. Believe me, in Runeland, no one is more suitable than Jax and his disciples to investigate the secrets of the nature spirit cult. Peach blossom petals fell from the window. In a private room of a tavern in Presidium, Jax, wrapped in a cloak, sat by the window. He carefully lifted half of his porous metal mask to reveal his mouth, chewing the bloody beef chunks. On the opposite table, an old bald monk took out his wallet and persuaded him earnestly. Master Jax, I know you find some of my words annoying. Before Jax could say anything, the bald monk continued. Although annoying, I still have to say that you are a respected martial arts benchmark in the New Earth. Facing the injustice of the Narxans, you should raise the banner and lead us martial artists to resist the invasion of the Narxans. Now Karma has been reincarnated and rebuilt, the gate of the Temple of Balance is closed, and the Dragon Hidden School is servile. Only you are willing to stand up. After swallowing the delicious beef chunks, Jax raised his 3 fingers and shook them vigorously. I don't want to, really, Master Goncaster. I came here for my own things, not to participate in the war between you Ionians and Narxans. If I face the void, I will definitely take action, but the affairs between countries, with my identity, it is really not suitable for me to get involved. What's more, your Vajra sect's hometown, Shuaji Temple, doesn't seem to have a very unified opinion. What's the point of looking for an outsider like me? After saying this, Jax stared straight at the 4th empty plate. Goncaster could only painfully ask the store to order another 4 pounds of rare beef. Having already experienced Jax's indifference, Goncaster took a deep breath, perfectly exerted the characteristics of an ascetic monk, and continued without discouragement. Any wavering guy will stand up and become a resistance after seeing the brutality of the Narxans. Before more Ionians understand that we have no way to retreat, we need. But why did I hear that the Narxans did not harm anyone after entering the country? Taking the 4 plates of beef from the waiter, under the trembling gaze of the waiter, Jax bit the beef with his deep purple mouth and swallowed half a pound of it in one mouthful. Goncaster waved his hand, and the waiter swallowed a mouthful of saliva, as if he had been pardoned, and fled in a hurry. What kind of weirdo is this? No wonder he wants to eat 90% rare beef. As far as I know, in the past 6 months or so, after the Narxans ruled Philo Island, many Ionians and Vastaeans chose to immigrate from the east to join the Narxan Empire. If the Narxans were really so brutal, how could you Ionians take the initiative to jump into the wolf's den? Are you all fools? Being a little uncomfortable with Jax's words, Goncaster rubbed his bald head and explained with a stiff face. They must have been bewitched by the sweet words of the Narxans. Who doesn't know that the Narxan black wizards love to bewitch people the most? Master Jax, the Narxans did this because they saw that we were outnumbered. If we really let the Narxans gain a foothold in the First Land, the Ionians will be beaten with swords. The days of the Ionians will only get sweeter and sweeter. Those who think it's not sweet will be buried by you. It will be too late to resist then. After eating the 3rd piece of beef, Jax burped, drank the chrysanthemum tea in the cup in one gulp, and took off the porous mask, revealing Jax's mutated appearance. There were 2 ugly spiral holes on the wrinkled purple skin, and the flat facial features were basically distorted. There was no hair on the smooth face, and some of the protruding dark purple eyes had grown 8 large and small eyes. The 4 eyes near the sides of the cheeks would involuntarily shift to the sides, perfectly inconsistent with the main line of sight in the center. The uneven teeth were still stained with blood from raw beef and looked like a monster that had just eaten a human. Facing Jax's blank gaze, Goncaster, who was under mental attack, closed his eyes and almost fainted. With a few more sneers on his lips, Jax stuffed the last piece of beef into his mouth, put on the mask again, and stood up. See? In the eyes of most people, I'm just a monster who survived the Icathian Void War. You Ionians should not let a monster from a foreign country become a martial arts benchmark. I have met many talented people in this beautiful land. You should believe that even without Jax, Ionians can fight against Narxons. Master Goncaster, please stay here. Jax will be grateful. The resolute weapon master left the private room on the second floor with his lamppost and walked away in an unusually chic manner. Goncaster opened his eyes and sighed deeply, but he didn't know when, and a tavern waiter with lingering fear was standing beside him. Well, that, including tea in the room, that the person just booked for a month, a total of 1 gold and 32 silvers. Thank you for your patronage. How much did you say? Repeat it again. Hearing this, the ascetic monk Goncaster stood up suddenly and grabbed the attendant's collar with an unbelievable look on his face. The attendant said in a trembling voice with a smile that was uglier than crying. 1 gold and 32 silvers. Guest, you, as a respected monk, you don't want to eat a free meal, do you? Goncaster looked down at the 3 cups of scented tea and 8 empty plates on the table with a wooden face. He just wanted to say hello to the attendant's 18 generations of mothers. I have been sitting here from beginning to end, trying to persuade that void monster who only eats beef and refuses to eat anything. Which eye of yours has seen me eat anything? Thinking so, Goncaster, who represents the ascetic monk, really couldn't do such an impolite act and could only swallow the swear words back into his stomach with difficulty. Don't worry, your money won't be missing, he said coldly, and Goncaster kept the same trembling frequency as the attendant. He picked up the purse and opened the bag. The monk, who was full of anger, saw that there was only 1 gold and dozens of copper in the bag. He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The 8 gold coins that were originally prepared to bribe Jax were actually spent in a week. Counting the private money he had saved from his wife for several years, it seems that he still owes more than 30 silver coins. So much money, just eat and drink like that? Even a pig can't eat so much, right? And if the negotiations fail, just leave, and you still use my money to book a room for another month. Jax, are you a human being? Born by my mother, right? Then, that guest? In the attendant's horrified sight, Goncaster took off his cloth monk robe directly. The old monk with red eyes handed the clothes and purse to the attendant, and his knotted muscles bulged. I still need 32 silver coins. I'll pawn my clothes to you and come back to give them to you in a while. Is that okay? Sir, you can do whatever you want. I'm just a handyman. Please spare me. Chapter 711 Ionian Resistance. The Narxons came, and they came faster than expected. It was like I just heard about the fall of Philo Island yesterday, and today when I woke up, the Narxons had already reached Presidium. Even if they were on a boat, it wouldn't be that fast, right? How could it be that fast? It takes 3 months for my father to sell herbs in Ignat's village. The little boy didn't know that these 3 months included the time to go into the mountains to collect herbs. After hearing the news of the Narxons' arrival from the village official last night, young Bolt began to think about this problem. Unfortunately, he didn't understand how the Narxons came from another continent across the ocean until he slept until dawn. In his dream, Bolt dreamed of a Narxon with a big rat head spreading his eagle-like wings and floating across the ocean. Could it be that he really flew here with wings? Looking up at the blue sky, Bolt rubbed his face with sleepy eyes and began to put on his clothes. When Bolt sat in the yard following the smell of stew, his father and mother had already started to eat silently. If you look closely, his parents seemed to be full of worries. Bolt scratched his head, feeling that the atmosphere at home was a little different from before. Perhaps it was because the Narxons had come. What a bunch of bad guys. Bolt, Dad is going on a long trip. You should listen to Mom at home and don't make her angry, okay? Dad, I've always been very obedient, right? Where are you going? The man sighed and told a shallow and pale lie after looking at his wife who was covering her face with sorrow. To a faraway place to collect herbs. Tell him, Telly, Bolt is not young anymore. We shouldn't lie to him. The woman wiped her red eyes, and the strength in her eyes made Telly feel distressed. Only little Bolt hadn't realized the problem. What are you lying to me about? With a sigh, Telly couldn't eat anymore. The man who hugged his wife looked at his somewhat dazed son and spoke in a low voice. Bolt, Daddy apologizes to you. I shouldn't have lied to you. Actually, Daddy is not going to collect herbs, but to go to war. Bolt was stunned, and then he remembered the flying Narkson monster with a scary rat head in his dream, and then the monster ate his father. Will he never see his father again? The chopsticks fell on the table, and Bolt's eyes could no longer hold back the tears, and he cried loudly in his father's arms. Dad, don't go. Dad, don't go. I don't want Dad to go to war. Holding his son with snot and tears, Telly's eyes began to turn red. He was just an herbalist, and of course he didn't want to get involved in the war, but if Bolt and Nerizan wanted to stand up and continue to live in the village, as the only able-bodied man in the family, he had to stand up and join the resistance. As for whether he would win or lose in this sudden war, it was not a problem he could consider, and perhaps even the omniscient village chief didn't know. Presidium is thousands of miles in radius. In addition to the 30,000 Ionian militiamen, the elders of a total of 38 villages have united to establish a resistance army and form a large army to fight against the Narksons who invaded Presidium. In his opinion, no matter what, they can still compete with the Narksons. After all, the village chief said that the Narksons have less than 20,000 talents. According to the situation in their village, it is not a big problem for a village to gather 200 to 300 young and strong people. The militia, plus these volunteers who were put together temporarily, and those martial artists with high martial arts skills, may really be able to drive away the Narksons who are alone and deep in the enemy's territory. Telly, is there really no way? Nalishan wiped her tears and her voice trembled. Can you talk to the village chief and hand over all the money, so that you don't have to join the army? Seeing his wife's sad look, Telly felt very uncomfortable. In fact, he had tried to test the village chief last night, but unfortunately the village chief did not leave him any room. Either the whole family moved out of the village, or joined the army, and go to the battlefield. There was no third choice. I'm sorry, Nerizan, I've already told the village chief. He rejected me. This matter can't be discussed. Will Fuller's family also send people? Nerizan asked with red eyes. Telly sighed. Fuller was the village chief. How could he let his family go to the battlefield except for those relatives who wanted to gain military merit? Knowing the answer from her husband's expression, Nerizan lowered her head silently. Dong dong dong. Telly, bring your herb basket. Get ready to gather. A group of people are waiting for you. The loud voice of the old village chief's cheap brother-in-law came from outside the broken house. Telly could only hand his sobbing son to his wife, picked up the dry food bag and her backpack that had been prepared long ago, and forced a smile. Don't worry, I'm only responsible for picking herbs. I won't take up weapons and go to the battlefield. It's very safe. You just wait for me at home. The only thing the wife who cried all night could do was to watch her husband gradually go away until he disappeared from their sight. Because there were too many people, there were no comfortable carriages to sit in. The villagers without horses could only walk on their own. Fortunately, no one was stupid enough to wear straw sandals when going to war. Most of them were middle-aged farmers. Their soles might be numb, but they would not be red, swollen or blistered. The 275 mixed troops with their own weapons simply lined up in 3 rows outside the village and followed the General Nurhat, who rode a tall horse, wore silver armor, and carried a majestic sword, and walked towards the village of Grus in the southwest. Nurhat didn't say anything to his men, only saying that they had to arrive at Grus village before dark, otherwise there would be no food. Knowing that they could get a meal in Grus village, the team also had a little more hope to walk. The flat dirt road in the forest was easy to walk, and it was soon time for lunch. Nurhat, the brother-in-law of the village chief, drank a little wine and ate roast chicken. Those who brought dry food refused others with caution, and those who didn't have dry food and those who were being clever set their sights on the well-known good people. Brother Telly, are left in a hurry and forgot to bring any dry food. I saw you brought so many wheat cakes. Can you give me some to fill my stomach? I will definitely pay you back later. This is a gangster in the village who was ready to eat and drink for free from the beginning. Brother Telly, I know you are kind. You often help me apply herbs to bandage my wounds. It just so happens that I have finished eating all the steamed buns on the way. I have to walk so far in the afternoon. I don't think you can eat so much. Give me half. When I go to the battlefield, my life will be yours. This is a heartless man who hides the dry food bag in his chest and begs for food from his benefactor. His words are not as delicious as Nalishan's fart. In addition to these two strong men, there are many people looking at him. Telly found with some sadness that the eyes of these people are the same as those of Nahut, who is riding a horse, all of which are playful. Yes, it is possible to see such a good show on the boring road. Of course you have to support it. As for the favor of selling herbs at a low price, to put it bluntly, you don't know if you can come back alive. Who cares how many good things you have done? Logically speaking, a good and honest man like me should be willing to help others. However, if I really handed over the dry food in my hand, what if I died of hunger on the battlefield? What would happen to my Nerizan and Bolt? Thinking of this, Telly hid the dry food bag in his arms, picked up the grass cutting sickle from the medicine basket, and his face was a little dull. I left in a hurry. I didn't have breakfast this morning. I brought some more dry food. What should I eat if I give it to you too? You want me to starve to death, right? The man who originally looked very easy to bully suddenly tensed his face and picked up the shining sickle. The gangster and Lazy looked at each other and both had a weird feeling of, am I still asleep? Unable to figure out the sudden change, the two could only smile awkwardly and turn around and leave with a gloomy face. Nahut sat on his horse and looked down at these farces, smiling disdainfully. Except for the always easygoing Telly suddenly standing up, there were no extra episodes along the way. General Nahut, who was very talented in commanding troops, arrived at the village of Grass near the branch of the Huangxi River with his army in the middle of the night and successfully frightened the militia General Tralop, who was sleeping with a beautiful village girl in his arms. Grass village is much larger than Brad village. It is built against the mountain and has its own quarry and mine. The population is about 10,000. It is a major transportation route between the north and the south. It is better to say that it is a stone town than a village. The Nahut army that arrived at the assembly point late at night naturally had nothing to eat. The chef who cooked would not wait until the middle of the night. Seeing that his subordinates had already revealed their cannibalistic eyes, after seeking the opinion of the militia General Tralop, General Nahut could only order his men to have enough food and clothing, and he took out beef jerky again and dipped it in wine, enjoying the food with the attitude of an aristocrat. The Nahut army spontaneously selected a dozen people who can cook and swarmed into the kitchen. The chefs, who had learned the true teachings of the 9 turns, quickly rubbed some leftover rice and potatoes and carrots left by others at night and threw them into the pot with water to cook. Although there were 3 pots of brown red ghost things like alchemical potions, at least they filled their stomachs. As for whether they would have diarrhea in the middle of the night, they could only tell by smell. Because it was too late, the Nahut army, which had no assigned garrison, could only sleep on straw in an empty warehouse. However, General Nahut, relying on his general status, lived in a private mansion in the town. Lying on the straw in the corner of the warehouse, he always felt that the 2 beggars at noon were going to mess with him from behind. Telly leaned against the wooden wall of the warehouse, holding the dry food bag in one hand and the sickle in the other, squinting his eyes and taking a light sleep. In fact, Telly really caught the thief who wanted to steal the dry food bag. It was none other than the gangster who had been hungry for a whole day because he failed to beg for food. What do you want to do? The sleeping man suddenly opened his eyes and stared at him. Pan, whose heart was beating violently, tried to turn his eyes to look at the sickle in the hands of the herbalist and slowly let go of the dry food bag with an awkward smile. It's okay, I just want to see your... I'm leaving. Watching Pan tiptoeing around the sleeping fellow villagers and returning to his position, Telly suddenly felt that this battle was so boring. Just being on guard against his own people was enough to consume all his energy. How could he unite to face the Narxans? because he was almost touched on the butt halfway. He was afraid that the gangster with a strong sense of revenge would cut him with a knife. Telly basically didn't sleep all night. In addition, Nahad, who was determined to make a contribution, got up earlier than the stingy people in the village like crazy. Telly could only be driven to stand in the assembly team before the sun rose and listen to the damn relatives' lectures. With dark circles under his eyes, Telly clenched his sickle impatiently and then froze. Has he become more and more irritable since joining the rebels? Standing on the high platform of the town square, after receiving the order from General Trollope, Nahad drew out his sword with high spirits. The sword drawing technique that he had secretly practiced dozens of times played a huge role at this moment. At least the heavy fine steel sword did not become a swinging sword that hurt people indiscriminately the moment it was unsheathed. Warriors of Brad Village, I, the great General Nahad officially announces, I will lead you to join General Trollope's 3rd Reserve Legion. Become the glorious Ionian rebels. Drive out the barbaric Narcs and barbarians with General Trollope. From the moment I put on this armor, I understood the heavy responsibility on my shoulders. The barbaric and ferocious Narcsans wielded their butcher knives against us Ionians. I often reflect on how I deserve to have the courage to lead you to bravely stand up and face these barbarians. Then I realized that it was my unyielding will and molten iron-like blood that made me choose to take up arms. Many people dozed off due to the endless farts of the general with connections. Some strong men who coveted the village chief's concubine secretly cursed the village chief Laobi for choosing such a pretentious idiot as the leader of the rebels for his own happiness. As if sensing the dissatisfaction of the crowd, Nahad could only regretfully end his personal speech before his debut. Ahem. General Trollope will give a speech next. Everyone applaud and welcome him. Trollope, with a dark face, slowly walked up to the podium amid the sparse applause. The war is imminent, so there is no time for nonsense. I had said long ago that he would just say a few simple words and come down, but this stinking idiot is more nagging than the old lady in front of the gate of Karma Palace. If Nahad was not the brother-in-law of the village chief of Brad Village, he would definitely use the long sword in his hand to open up the stinky and long foot bindings so that he would understand the consequences of talking nonsense on the battlefield. The idiot who only knows how to perform should really consider what he has done for himself. I'm afraid that it was because Brad's older mortal was so confused that he poked the wrong eyes and gave such a waste a chance. Suppressing his resentment towards Nahad, Trollope said loudly, I just want to say a few words to you all. The Narcan army is expected to arrive at the Central Plains in a week and march towards the village of Gross. Our 3rd Legion is a reserve army, and our mission is to build a defense line in the rear before the Narcans rush in. When the 1st and 2nd Legions retreat, we must complete the most basic defense construction. Together with the martial arts masters on Dragon Ridge Mountain, we will resist the Narcan army. Everyone. Gross Village is the last barrier of Presidium. The people of Presidium have no way to retreat. Before the Narcans retreat, we must fight to the death. Chapter 712 The Battle of Huanzi River. Finally, he moved into a temporary resettlement house near the edge of the forest. Perhaps it was a good turn of events. The 16 villagers in the same room were all law-abiding people. At least, Telly didn't have to worry about someone trying to stab him for a little dry food. Time was very tight. He and others built the house with ready-made wood for a whole morning. After lunch, it was time to assign tasks. Seeing that his roommates were all assigned to the defense construction unit, he thought that he would be the same. What surprised Telly was that the person who came was not the deputy general or military supervisor arranged by Nahad, but a centurion of the 3rd Militia. Wilder Pittman, centurion of the 3rd Militia, mainly responsible for battlefield medical treatment. Long story short, I heard that you are the herbalist of Brad Village? Can you recognize these 3 plants? The tall Wilder glanced at the herb basket and herb picking sickle under the table and placed 3 different herbs on the table in order. However, Telly's attention was more attracted by the middle-aged man in front of him who looked extremely reliable. Of course, it was not that he had accidentally developed a new sexual fetish when he went out to open up wasteland in his middle age, but that the man in front of him fits Telly's definition of a warrior. The muscles of his right arm were particularly developed, and the 5 fingers of both hands were covered with iron calluses. He had a leather bow and arrow ring on his right finger. He was wearing a studded leather armor skirt, a long-handled bird-beaked warhammer hanging on the right side, and a hard horn bow and quiver that looked very well maintained on his back. The only thing on his body that didn't have a helmet was his head, and he tied a few reddish-brown dreadlocks behind his head with a dark red strap. Wilder looked like a warrior who could fight tough battles until he finally had a sense of reality that he was going to the battlefield. I recognized these herbs. Scanning the 3 herbs on the table, Telly knew that this was his best chance to get rid of Nurhut. He was never a man with lofty ideals, didn't want to make any achievements, and didn't want to be a hero defending Ionia. He just wanted to follow a strong man, to survive on the battlefield and return to his family. Being recruited by Wilder was much better than being Nurhut's subordinate. Sword-shaped leaves, upright stems, many branches, light grey hairs on the stems, dark brown underground parts. This is swordleaf grass, which generally grows in humid forest shades. It can be decocted into a decoction for oral administration or ground into juice and applied externally with a bandage. It has the effects of clearing away heat and detoxifying, stopping bleeding and reducing swelling. The flower core is flocculent and has a long petiole. The leaves shrink when exposed to water and flatten into a dark green oval shape when dry. This is the original leaf of Inner, which grows by the lake or the bank. It can only be used for external application and has a strong local anesthetic and analgesic effect. Rhizomes, single leaves alternate. Before Terry finished talking about the 3rd herb, Wilder patted Terry on the shoulder, and when Terry grimaced in pain, an appreciative smile appeared on his face. Telly, I know you have real skills. Remember, you will be Wilder's man from now on. Bring your tools and follow me. We will go to collect herbs. At the same time, on the salient highlands on both sides of the Huanzi River, some soldiers of the 1st Militia Corps of Presidian were operating catapults and the soldiers of the 2nd Militia Corps who were riding fire ships to attack the Narxan fleet in the narrow river. More soldiers were lined up in 2 rows on the tall tree walls that the Ionian necromancers had created along the coast. They used their crossbows to throw flaming arrows at the Narxans on the boats from a high position. The Ionian martial arts masters hidden in the dark were ready to rush into the army and seize the lives of the Narxan officers. Everywhere they looked was a raging fire. Looking up, they saw arrows flying all over the sky. There was no place to stay in the sky or on the ground. Even under the river, there were countless water experts who were breaking the Narxan rune defense array with the help of the natural mage, which greatly accelerated the consumption of Black Lightning's mental power. For the soldiers of Narxus, this boring war against the Ionians was finally no longer a small fight. Tens of thousands of Ionians besieged them at the same time. Instead of feeling fear, they ignited the warlike blood in their bodies. Fire. Boom. 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 At the moment, when the Ionians tried their best, the Narxans also showed their ferocious claws. Hundreds of smoothbore cannons that had been ready for firing burst into flames in just a dozen seconds. The projectiles shot out of the fireworks were not solid bullets, but specially modulated explosive bombs. Some were aimed at the suicide attack fireships, and some were aimed at the tree wall on the shore that blocked the landing. In the sound of gunfire, dozens of fireships loaded with kerosene were sunk without any surprise, and the Ionian death squad on the sunken ships turned into dancing firemen in the water. On the other side, the tight tree wall that blocked the Narxans from landing was also attacked by artillery fire and was instantly shrouded in flames. Wood chips and sparks flew everywhere, and hundreds of Ionian archers were torn into a bloody mist by the shock wave of the explosion. The lucky ones who survived were also deafened and blinded, but unfortunately, no matter how loud the wailing was, it was not as loud as the sound of the Narxan artillery, and no one had the extra energy to help the disabled who fell to the ground. In the first artillery attack, the brave Ionians were shaken for the first time in the outcome of this war. When the terrified Ionians retreated from the tree wall, the smoothbore cannons were replaced with solid bullets. Under the dense volleys, the tall tree wall that was already shaking in the flames was shattered in the jigsaw formed by the shells. Many martial arts masters who were ambushed behind the tree wall were physically reset before they were brand new. It was completely different from the imagined fame and fortune, and they died in obscurity from beginning to end. The Ionians, who had experienced a saturation attack and were crying their heads off, did not know that the magic cannon on the meteor that combined ancient magical technology and the ice dragon cannon from the Freljord had not yet appeared. Compared with these two anti-human war weapons, the smoothbore cannon was just a cute baby that had just entered the history of war in Runeterra. Under the cover of the dragon birds, the Imperial fleet that broke through the tree wall on the east bank began to lower small boats to transport soldiers to land by force. The battle under the boats was no less than that on the boats. Under the Fantasy River, the Narxan soldiers achieved an overwhelming victory underwater with advanced hex weapons. The breathing masks that released oxygen through simple chemical reactions and the light leather armor with certain cut resistance were enough to make up for the Narxans' poor water skills. Coupled with the harpoon chain guns that could attack from a distance, the Ionian navy was quickly defeated by the Narxans. For most Ionians, they did not understand that this was an absolute gap brought about by technology. Experiencing this nightmare-like war in person seemed to be a call for their own offense to the harmony of nature. This unbearable curse quickly defeated all psychological defenses. The Ionians who were responsible for the chiseling of the ship had no chance to wait for the natural mage to crack the annoying rune magic on the bottom of the ship. They could only watch the Narxan soldiers kill them and then become corpses pierced by harpoons and chain guns. Blood rippled at the bottom of the river, but most of the bodies floating on the water were Ionians. The Imperial army was like a war beast composed of countless dark red gears, and as always, it took unstoppable heavy steps to crush all obstacles along the way. In the defeat, the proud Ionians finally understood the weight of the Narxan Empire. General Brights, the 2nd Legion has withdrawn. Let's withdraw too. The Narxans can annihilate us with this advanced artillery. This war should not be fought like this. On the high ground salient of the Riverside Mountains, General Brights of the 1st Ionian Militia Corps put down the monocular telescope from the Narxan Empire and looked at his adjutant with tears in his eyes. No matter who carefully planned the war, they would not look very happy if they were suddenly hit by a dimensionality reduction. It was expected that they would resist for a week to buy time for the soldiers of the 3rd Legion to establish a defense line in the rear, but the fact was that they only resisted for one morning and the whole army was defeated. He could not dream of such a terrible thing. Then how do you think we should fight this battle? Do you know that once the Narxans land on the east coast, they will be able to march straight to Presidium? Without this dangerous place, the defense line of Grass Village has not been built. How can we fight against these monsters? Of course we can retreat. But if we retreat, we will push Presidium into the fire pit. Facing the somewhat hysterical general, the adjutant's face turned pale and blue. This was an unsolvable problem. He didn't know how to refute it, but he knew he had to refute it. Otherwise, nearly 20,000 people would die here for nothing, and Presidium would really be finished. But how can we resist on the coast? Since the Narxan artillery fire can destroy our tree wall, it can also destroy all our fortifications. As long as we are within the attack range of the Narxan gunboats, we can only sit and wait for death. The adjutant with red eyes stretched out a trembling finger and pointed at the broken tree wall along the coast. Letting our warriors die in vain under such an attack can neither slow down the pace of the Narxans nor launch an effective counter-attack against them. General Brest, I don't understand the point of this. Just because we can't fight Narxus now doesn't mean we can't in the future. We are the only force that can stand up to protect Presidium. If we die here, can we expect the coalition formed by those villages to resist such an enemy? General, we must survive before we can find a way to fight the Narxans. After clenching and unclenching his fists several times, Brest gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and stared at the Narxan battle flag fluttering in the wind on the east coast, as if he wanted to remember this unbearable humiliation with his soul. You're right. We must retreat to the village of Gross. Since we can't defeat their gunboats, let's fight this war on land. How long can we delay? I heard that the commander-in-chief of Narxus will go with the army this time. As long as we can capture or assassinate this commander-in-chief of the empire, we can still fight this war. Compared with yesterday's Presidium, today's Presidium is even more deserted and depressed. There are almost no pedestrians on the street. The few pedestrians who occasionally walk are also in a hurry, carrying their bags and heading east, as if they want to escape from Presidium. The news that the defense line of the 1st Militia Corps, which had been operating for a month, collapsed in just one morning spread to the peaceful and ancient Holy Land like the cry of migratory birds, making every Ionian taste what a tragic defeat is. The gap between ideal and reality is so big that any confident Ionian would not hesitate to pick up his bag and embark on the road of wandering. In their opinion, perhaps dying at the hands of robbers on the mountain road is better than being ruled by those evil narcs and barbarians. Only Jax, who had lived in the magnificent Fidlit, knew that it might be more meaningful to let the Narxans and Leicester rule Ionia than for the Ionians to live in a daze. Apart from anything else, facing the invasion of Mordekaiser's underworld army, Fidlit could easily repel the group of monsters that were neither human nor ghost, but Presidium would never be the winner of the battle of life and death. The Ionians living in heaven would never understand the malice of the dead in the underworld and the monsters in the void towards this world. It was a cruel war that even the invincible god warriors of Shurima could drive crazy. Who among mortals could take it? Have you heard? After the defeat of the 1st Militia Corps, Shangzhen's Shuaju Temple sent a team of dragon servant monks to support the Vajra sect. Currently, the leader of the Vajra sect is visiting the Yufeng Sword Art Dojo. I believe he wants to ask the old swordsman to fight against the Narxans together. Speaking of Lord Swordsman, he is a living legend. My grandfather told me many stories about Lord Kunfeng when he was still alive. It is said that when the swordsman was young, he encountered a village massacre. Lord Kunfeng, with the Kyoto flag sword in his hand, killed the bandits entrenched on Dragon Ridge Mountain alone. There were more than 300 people in the village. In one day and one night, there was a river of blood. No one could even breathe. If someone hadn't accidentally discovered that the evil bandits in that Jura land had been killed all over the place, no one would have known that it was Lord Kunfeng who did it. If the old swordsman still has such ability now, maybe he can really repel the Narxans. Let me say, we have so many strong people in Presidium, we can't really be beaten by the Narxans, and can't raise our heads. Alas, having said that, aren't there too many people who don't want to take care of things? Not to mention Karma, who has been reincarnated and rebuilt. You see that the Dragon Hidden School is the most conspicuous at ordinary times, but this time, when the Narxans invaded, they became turtles. Maybe they are secretly preparing to surrender to the Narxans. And the Order of the Balance, they cover their faces all day long and wander around, and I don't know what they are busy with. I think it's useless to wander around. At critical moments, we still have to rely on the Brotherhood. Don't look at those people doing petty thefts all day long. They can stand up bravely when foreign races invade, which is enough to show that they are heroes. Heroes, not necessarily. Those people are just killers who are greedy for money. They kill innocent people for money. Don't praise them too much, it makes me sick. After drinking the fruit wine in his hand, Jax picked up the lamp staff loaded with eternal flames, put on the hood, and left the tavern. Want to drag Kunfeng into the water? It seems that I should leave. It's a pity for such a person to die in the war. Chapter 713 Storm Pavilion Debate. The Yufeng Sword Dojo is completely different from ordinary martial arts sects. Instead of choosing a flat and wind-sheltered mountain foot, the main part of the dojo was built at the ridge-wind outlet of Dragon Ridge Mountain. From the bottom of the mountain to the top, most of the buildings are natural cold and hard stone. The dojo area spans 2 mountain tops, which can be said to be sparsely populated and easy to defend, but difficult to attack. The Yufeng Sword Dojo is very famous in the Navali province. It is a Fengshu treasure land for swordsmen and swordsmen to pursue the ultimate in kendo. Note, in the setting, Shangzhen swordsman is regarded as an allotrope of the Japanese in Runeland. Like the Japanese, he does not distinguish between swords and knives, so sword skills are collectively called kendo. I don't know if it was influenced by the League of Legends Sekis, but the architectural style of the dojo is quite similar to the Japanese style, with many wooden grills and carved partitions. The difference is that the Yufeng Sword Dojo has combined the unique samurai style of the Shangzhen people in the other world and built the dojo for teaching into a steep fortress. There is only a narrow stone staircase from the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain. Along the way are tall stone walls and spiked wooden forts. There are many samurai and swordsmen stationed inside with bows and arrows. Unless you have wings or can fly over the eaves and walls, it is impossible to climb to the top of Storm Mountain from the cliffs. It took only more than 20 years to build such a fortress. Even if most of the stone buildings were built by the natural mountain body and the summoner's direct prayers, it is enough to be called amazing. It is enough to make the stone look like it was cut by a knife and an axe. Looking up at the cold and hard long steps leading directly to the sky, Jax stepped over the gate of the dojo, reported his identity to the disciples of the dojo, and walked up slowly. For Jax, this was the third time he visited the owner of the Yufeng Sword Dojo. The first time was 30 years ago. At that time, he had just been released from the ice prison by Lysandra. He lived in Phytlid for a while, but did not see Lester. He left his contact information and left the Loran continent to return to Ionia. He was going to visit his friend's descendants in Shangzhen province. However, he happened to meet Kun Feng, who had just left a small sect to venture out. At that time, there was no Yufeng sword, nor was there a Shangzhen swordsman named Sword Saint. There was only a young swordsman who yearned for the ultimate swordsmanship. Jax has always been very patient with young people who are just starting out and very talented. In the process of instructing the martial arts, the two walked side by side and traveled together, doing many things that can be called chivalrous. Although Jax did not recognize Kun Feng as his cheap apprentice until the end, Kun Feng regarded Jax as his master. In any case, Jax and Kun Feng have a deep connection. The second meeting was 15 years ago. At that time, Kun Feng had already made a name for himself. He had established a sect in Langji Mountain for 10 years and became a famous wind-controlling swordsman. At that time, Kun Feng could use a long sword to cut the sword wind that could split mountains and rocks. Thanks to Yufeng's Kun Feng had already stood at the end of mortal martial arts with his wind-controlling swordsmanship. Counting on one's fingers, only the Shadow Fist of Lan Gain Liu, the Azure Dragon Monk of Shuaju Temple, and the Twilight Eye and Violent Heart of the Balanced Sect could be compared with it. Even so, the wind-controlling swordsman was still torn apart by Jax's lamppost and knocked down by a few hammers. After the competition, Jax also completely recognized Kun Feng's talent and efforts. With the friendship between the teacher and the student, they successfully concluded an agreement to fight against the Void together. This was his second visit to the Yufeng Sword Dojo and his third meeting with Kun Feng. He thought they would meet again because of the Void invasion, but Jax didn't expect that he was actually here to protect Kun Feng's inheritance and life. Perhaps this was also a kind of fate. When Jax thought that Kun Feng was persuaded by the monks of the Vajra sect to join the anti-Naxos camp, he felt a headache. He just hoped that Kun Feng would not promise anything irreversible before he met him. If Kun Feng is really allowed to stand on the road of hostility with Lester, the Yufeng swordsmanship will inevitably be lost, and the dojo will inevitably be destroyed. He can't even beat me, so how can he beat Lester? How can a warlord who can personally create a superpower be easy to deal with? You must not agree to it casually, otherwise I will not collect your body after you die. Jax felt that he had a feeling that both the palm and the back of his hand were flesh and blood. The most important thing was that he and Lester had the best relationship, and they were both old guys who had lived for thousands of years and had an ancient covenant. To put it bluntly, even if Lester destroyed Kun Feng and his swordsmanship school, Jax would not seek revenge on Lester for his cheap apprentice. To be cold-blooded, Lester and the Naxos Empire's role in fighting the Void is far stronger than Kun Feng and the swordsmanship school. With sorrow in his heart, Jax lost his calmness and indifference, and his pace could not help but speed up a bit. Braving the strong wind blowing diagonally from both sides, he came to the gate of Yufeng Dojo. The middle-aged swordsman who had received the order respectfully bowed to the not-so-tall Jax. Master Jax, Master is talking with Master Jingmu of the Vajra sect in the courtyard of the dojo. Please follow me. Unexpectedly, the leader of the Vajra sect came to persuade Kun Feng this time. Thinking that the one who came to bribe and deceive him was just a poor monk elder, Jax felt a sense of laughter and tears. After all this time, the bold donkey of the ascetic sect didn't know who was more powerful, and he still wanted to fight the Naxons? Thank you. After saying thank you, Jax followed the elder of Yufeng Sword Art into the dojo courtyard, built on the cliff. In the storm pavilion, a white-haired old man in a loose swordsman uniform was sipping tea without saying a word. The bald middle-aged monk sitting at the opposite table was also sipping tea with some suspicion. A third stone pillar was added between the two of them. Jax knew that it was reserved for himself. As for why it was a stone pillar instead of a more comfortable chair or stool, it was of course to prevent the buttocks from being blown down the mountain by the strong wind that penetrated the chest and being cut open by the pure deer people. Noticing Jax's arrival, the old man with a calm face showed a visibly happy smile, stood up from the stone pillar, slightly bent his knees, and opened his arms to greet Jax. "Teacher Jax, why did you think of coming to see me?" "Of course I came to you to discuss something with you." Although the Sword Saint is a head taller than Jax, when they hugged, Jax was a little taller than the Sword Saint. The unintentional little gesture has already explained the status between the two. Jax, who spoke bluntly, looked at Jingmu with his left eye. Jingmu seemed to have regained his calmness, but Jax could see the unrest in Jingmu's heart from the fingers holding the teacup. Jax sniffed proudly. Now he knew that he had seen the wrong person. Too late. After the hug, Kun Feng led Jax to the storm pavilion, helped Jax sit down, and poured a cup of hot tea for Jax, before sitting back in the main seat. This is Jingmu, the leader of the Vajra sect, who was once the elder dragon attendant monk of the Shuaju temple. This is Jax, the weapon master, who is my teacher. Standing up on his own initiative, Jingmu humbly bowed to Jax. "I didn't expect that the famous weapon master Jax is the sword master's teacher. It's rude for an ordinary monk to invite the master. Please forgive me." Jax waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's no big deal. In fact, even if you personally invite me to join, I won't agree. I will never participate in the war against Naxos." Unexpectedly, Jax spoke so ruthlessly. Jingmu remained humble, and his stagnant face was a little embarrassed. The old sword master sat steadily, observing his teacher and Jingmu with an ugly face calmly, and estimated that the teacher's visit to him this time was probably related to the invasion of Naxos. Seeing that Jax didn't give him a good face, Jingmu sat back in his seat with a cold face and spoke indifferently. "I don't know why Master Jax said such cruel words. The cruelty of the Naxans is obvious to all. Since those barbarians from the outer continent set foot on the new land, the Ionians have not had a few days of peace. In the days of war, countless people were killed and injured, and the people were living in misery. I heard that Master Jax had done a lot of chivalrous deeds, and liked to help the weak. I really don't understand why Master Jax, who always hated evil, was cowardly only in the matter of Naxos invasion. This is a rare opportunity. I wonder if Master Jax can explain it to me. If it makes sense, I will no longer persuade you to fight Naxos together." At the moment of tit for tat, Kun Feng, who was in the center of the vortex, became an irrelevant spectator. Jax sneered. "Well said. Then let me ask you, what is Ionia? What is Naxos?" Regarding Jax's irrelevant question, Jingmu frowned and didn't know what to say, so he could only say, "Ionia is the weakened victim, and Naxos is the bandit. This is a despicable war of plunder, and the bandits broke into the homes of innocent villagers and abused them at will." "Master, why did you deliberately ask me such a simple question? If you don't want to defend your cowardly behavior, why bother to insult me with such questions?" "Insult? Your answer is an insult to this question. Let me tell you. Naxos is a country. Is Ionia a country? If so, who is the king of Ionia? Where is the Ionian government? Where are the Ionian soldiers? Don't tell me that Ionia's soldiers are those militia and village soldiers who were hastily put together." Jingmu was stunned and opened his mouth to say that the king of Ionia was calmer, but when he thought of the special nature of the spirit of Ionia, he felt that it was not appropriate. But it would be even more ridiculous to say that the king of Ionia was a village chief. After thinking about it, there was actually no one in charge in Ionia. "Master Jingmu, what is your answer to this question?" "Master Jax, you are wrong. Ionia does not need to be a country, nor does it need to have a king. Ionia is Ionia, the land of birth and the holy land of harmony. When invaders come, there will be warriors who are willing to sacrifice their lives to protect Ionia and become soldiers. Excuse me for being blunt, but this has nothing to do with Master Jax's choice." Jax said lightly, "I don't see any wisdom in your words. Since ancient times, People have fought against each other, villages have fought against each other, sects have fought against each other, schools have fought against each other, and countries have fought against each other. I have never heard of anyone fighting against a village fighting against a sect, or a sect fighting against a country. In a small sense, Ionia has always been a place where everyone takes care of their own business. Each village is a country. On weekdays, everyone lives their own life, but when they encounter interests, they fight with each other. Now they have just encountered a big village called the Narxan Empire. In a big sense, the Ionians can't even find their own position. After so many years, Ionia is still a mess. For more than a year, the Narxans fought outside the Presidium, and the Ionians barely gathered a group of soldiers who were not even soldiers to send to the front line, letting innocent young people die, and they even called it a sacrifice to protect Ionia. To put it bluntly, you want to use a village to fight against a country. In this losing war, you Ionians don't even know what's going on in Ionia. You only rose up to resist when you met Narxus, but it was just a last-minute effort. In this situation, you still want to use your inexplicable righteousness to make a foreign tourist like me work for you. Don't you think you are a bit shameless? After hearing this, Jingmu was speechless, and Kun Feng lowered his head in thought. In fact, Jingmu also knew that today's Ionia is not of the same size as Narxus. One is a fist that has gathered half of the continent. In the eyes of many Ionians, the vanguard of Narxus is already the full strength of the Narxan Empire, and the other is a ragtag army put together by Presidium. There is no comparison at all. All the slogans and efforts that are just for the sake of making a name for the Vajra sect and the Shuaju temple are just to call on more hidden strongmen who like to help the weak and fight against the strong, and become famous to stand up and join their own banner for their own use. If the Narxans are really driven away by them, the Shuaju temple and the Vajra sect will surely flourish and even dominate. If they cannot be driven away, they can also gain a good reputation at that time, and at worst surrender. As for what will happen to the scattered Ionia in the future, I'm afraid no one really cares. Just like most of the Presidians knew that the Narxans were coming, most of them wanted to flee to other provinces to find a corner for refuge instead of defending their territory. They didn't even have the concept of a country, so who could be expected to shed blood for this land? In the final analysis, the harmony of Ionia is just for everyone to live more comfortably for themselves. Many martial artists only care about the reputation they can get by killing bandits, but few people pay attention to how many dead bones there are in the bandit dens. Therefore, there are endless bandits to kill, endless villagers to die, and countless martial arts heroes in Ionia. Isn't this how Ionia has come over the years? It seems that Master Jingmu also knows how pale and powerless those righteousnesses he talks about are. Jax's tone also softened a lot. He turned his head and looked at Kun Feng, who had not spoken, and said in a deep voice, Kun Feng, I don't care about others. I want to know, what path do you want to take? Chapter 714 The Road to Ionia. What path should I take? This question is actually very complicated for Kun Feng. Just like a long winding stream flowing into the sea, this path is endless. When he was young, he longed to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship and become a great swordsman admired by everyone. In middle age, he became the great swordsman he once desired the most, so he decided to become a swordsman master, establish a school, and carry forward the mind-controlling swordsmanship he created. So he led his followers across the Dragon Ridge Mountain and came to the Navali province to open a dojo. Now, the mind-controlling swordsmanship dojo he opened as a swordsman is well known in Navali, and even the warriors in his hometown are looking forward to his title of mind-controlling swordsman. The next generation of mind-controlling swordsmanship has also been found. Looking ahead, the third path has come to an end and has come to the next crossroads of life. A regular and healthy life makes his body still strong, but he knows that his time is running out. He has been calculating his time scale, trying to find the goals he needs to complete before he falls asleep. For ordinary people, having such a legendary experience is enough to stop and pass on his glory to the next generation amid the laughter of his children and grandchildren. For him, it is far from enough. His life is legendary enough, but it cannot be called a legend. At least he himself does not think that his strength belongs to legend. There are too many powerful people who are superior to him in this world, just like his teacher Jax. His mutated body is incorruptible and has long been invincible. All kinds of combat skills and weapons are mastered by masters. With his top skills alone, Jax has long been qualified to open a martial arts and weapons grandmaster gym that suppresses the entire Ionia instead of a sword dodger like him. So, Jax is a legend. For example, the Qinglang monks of this generation of Shuaju Temple control the power of the dragon. Each punch and palm has the power to break bones, but their bodies are as hard as iron and as immovable as a mountain. With the flames of the dragon that can burn souls, they can suppress the entire Shangzhen province by themselves. All the ghosts and monsters surrender, and even the bandits have to ask the passers-by if they are related to Shuaju Temple before robbing. He can't do this. There is also the Langain Liu, that is above his Yufeng Sword Art Dojo. Therefore, the Qinglang monks are another legend. In addition to these two people, there are many powerful people who can be called legends, including the Demon Lord Lester, who Master Jax admires very much, or, in other words, the current commander-in-chief of the Naxos Empire. Perhaps he had touched the boundary between heaven and man, and his swordsmanship had not improved at all. Before Jingmu came, he had actually thought about the path he would take, leaving the Yufeng Sword Art Dojo, challenging these legendary masters with the title of Sword Saint, until he died on the road of challenge. Regardless of life or death, success, or failure, at least he could see the scenery above the extraordinary. If he was lucky, he might be able to break through this unbreakable bottleneck, and reach another familiar and unfamiliar level. After Jingmu came, his goal changed. It was not that he changed his path, but that he placed the challenge target directly on the commander-in-chief of Naxos. One man and one sword crisscrossed the battlefield and destroyed Naxos. I wonder if he can be considered a hero? Kun Feng took a sip of the teacup, and the fragrant tea moistened his throat, but his heart was full of bitterness. People are so arrogant that they want to fight against the country. If Teacher Jax had not come to see him, I'm afraid that I would really take this desperate road. I'm afraid that the Yufeng Sword Art Dojo will also pay a painful price for its mistakes. Teacher Jax, I originally wanted to reach a higher realm in the battle formation. As the teacher said, learning never ends. For warriors like us, only by constantly experiencing more dangerous peaks can we understand our limits. Now that I think about it, such an idea is a bit ignorant for an old man with a family. When you are old, you should really consider the consequences before doing something. After saying this, his cold and hard face became much softer. Jingmu's face sank. He didn't expect that the matter that was almost set in stone would change again. Jax smiled more under the mask. Retreating without losing the edge is the basis for moving forward again. Just like a steel sword that is easy to break is put back into the sheath, which is called hiding the edge. In the past, Kun Feng did not understand this truth and hesitated to move forward. I believe that after today, Kun Feng can still step into a new realm. In the time of a cup of tea, Kun Feng understood what he meant from the conversation between himself and Jingmu. It was really worth his words. So, where is your path now? The sword master, who had restrained his edge, looked in the direction of the storm, and his aura became even more powerful. I want to see Ionia change with my own eyes. Whether the change is good or bad, at least let her become more real from this dreamlike dream. As the teacher said, Ionia has never found its own path. Most people live in a muddle-headed way. They are born from the mother's womb, busy all day, marry and have children, and then rest in peace. Day after day, year after year, like the falling leaves of the reincarnation tree, they have never changed. Although they have such a beautiful land, the Ionians have not been able to create world-renowned achievements. Little do they know that the magic garden that the Presidians are most proud of has never been cultivated and planted by the Ionians, but is born naturally and has nothing to do with the Ionians who gave birth to the tree wall. Demacia in the western continent built a magnificent forbidden magic stone city to suppress all laws in the stone forest. This is the wisdom of the Demacians. The Naxan Empire fought north and south, and all nations surrendered. It established an unparalleled achievement on the basis of iron and blood. This is the pride of the Naxans. And what do we have to guard the land of birth? Kun Feng looked at Jingmu, who was eloquent, but now seemed dull, and then looked at the dim light under Jax's mask, and said word by word, "We have nothing. If people only live for 3 meals a day, what is the difference between them and animals? It is better to let the Narxans break the current Ionia and use the furnace of water refine this land. I want to be a witness to the changes in Ionia, and support her as much as I can when she goes astray, instead of continuing to protect this meaningless chaos." After a pause, Kun Feng looked at Jingmu, and said in a deep voice, "Master Jingmu, I'm sorry that I can't join the Ionian resistance. You should find someone else." After sending away the gloomy middle-aged monk, the guest tea in the storm pavilion was replaced with privately brewed liquor, and the extra stone blocks were removed. The hearty laughter lingered in the air for a long time. Jax, who took off his mask, and his old friend and cheap apprentice drank wine and ate meat. The two chatted about their stories. After they separated in the wind across the stone table, Kun Feng learned more about the heroes of the time from Jax, and Jax learned about the bitterness and hotness of the Yu Feng Sword Dojo from Kun Feng. It was not easy for anyone to come this far. Even Jax himself had been a prisoner in the ice prison for hundreds of years. Fate is unpredictable, and no one has a smooth sailing. After 3 rounds of wine, covered with the sunset glow, the slightly drunk Kun Feng finally talked about the topic he cared about. By the way, the Narxans are about to attack Presidium, and the teacher happened to appear in Presidium. Is it possible that the teacher came to Presidium this time to meet with the Empire's Commander-in-Chief Lester? Jax, who relieved Kun Feng and did not let his friend who cared about go down a road of no return, was also a little drunk in joy. Who said no? Although I have a good relationship with Lester, that guy is elusive. It's really hard to see him. He rescued me from that icy woman Lysandra. I waited for him for several months, but he didn't even leave me a shadow. This made Kun Feng a little confused. As far as he knew, the Lord of the Demon Face was usually in the legendary Emerald City of Fidelit, except when he went south to conquer local warlords. How could he be elusive? Hasn't Lord Lester always been in Fidelit to control the Emerald Territory? Jax's 8 blue eyes rolled up at the same time. If Kun Feng hadn't been used to Jax's compound eyes, he would have shuddered. I'm telling you not to talk nonsense. The one in Fidelit is fake. You should have heard of the 2 guardian angels of the Emerald Territory, right? Kun Feng was stunned, and then realized something. Isn't that a legend? Is it true? Does the Emerald Territory really have 2 guardian angels? It's normal that you don't know about it, because you are across the Sea of Watchers. The locals of Fidelit don't know it yet. Think about the war emblem of the Emerald Territory. Doesn't it have 2 wings on it? Those are the wings of an angel. The Demon Face Lord who lives in Fidelit is one of the angels. Thinking that he and Lester first met because Lester hooked up with the female warrior Xiaoyu, Jax was a little speechless. Speaking of which, Lester is quite lustful and has a great relationship with women. I don't know where he tricked 2 beautiful angels to guard the Emerald Territory for him. Otherwise, the Emerald Territory would have been out of his reach. From this point of view, it is more appropriate to call that angel the Demon Face Lord than Lester, who is running around. Maybe Lester is cheating on me with that old woman Lysandra. Forget it. Knowing the secrets of the Emerald Territory, Kun Feng instead had more gossip in his heart. Unfortunately, Jax, who drank the liquor in his glass in one gulp, didn't want to talk more, so he could only give up. Teacher, besides your close personal relationship with Lord Lester, there may be other reasons for not stopping the Narxan invasion? Putting down the wine glass, Jax smiled again. You haven't been to Fidelit and the Emerald Territory. Apart from anything else, Lester is really good at governing a country. He can unite everyone and make them willing to do something. He is immortal, has the ability and ambition, and there is nothing he can't do. In the Emerald Territory, there are no bandits, no heroes, and even the group of human traffickers in Shurima were subdued by Lester. They dare not set foot in the Emerald Territory. Oh, I almost forgot that Lester is the commander-in-chief of the Empire now. The human traffickers should not dare to set foot in Naxos. They will probably have to take a boat to Ionia to cooperate with the Brotherhood to kidnap people. Everyone can live in peace in a stable order and rules. In my opinion, it is more harmonious and stable than the villages in Ionia. There may be more constraints on us martial artists, but for most ordinary people, the Emerald Territory is definitely the most suitable place to live. At least you won't be chopped off your head by someone while walking on the street and have nowhere to appeal. Teacher, do you mean that it is better to let the Narxans rule Ionia? I mean, it would be better to let Lester bring that order to Ionia. Of course, it won't work if we just copy and paste it. Lester always has many ways to do things. This time I went to see Lester to ask him what he was going to do, whether to completely take over the First Land or just target Presidium. After all, I'm half Ionian, and I will definitely not agree with him going too far. These days I have heard a lot about the invasion of Narxus. Putting aside the slander mixed with personal grudges, Lester's army still has some sense. At least they didn't attack innocent people. Hearing what Jax said, Kun Feng hesitated. Then if Lord Lester really wants Narxus to completely annex Ionia, can Ionians still be called Ionians? Jax finally sighed. Narxus is tolerant, so it should be able to accommodate Ionians. There are also many Dimatians and Shirimans who have made their identities known in Fadlit. Don't they all recognize the country of Narxus? Narxus didn't ask them to abandon their original identities. Instead of worrying about whether Ionia will still be Ionia after being absorbed by Narxus, it is better to consider how to make Ionia find a balance in imperialization, especially in terms of martial arts. To be honest, the strict rules of the Immortal Bastion are really not suitable for Ionia. Force changes will only make this land lose its color. I think Lester should be able to listen to advice. Of course, if you want to threaten Lester with a knife to force him to change his mind, it will be a pure act of seeking death. That person is soft and not hard. If you are interested in this aspect, you can visit Lan Gainliu. With the relationship between Lan Gainliu and Lester, Lan Gainliu will definitely be the first to stand up and join the Narxan Empire when the time is right. As a weather vane of Ionian martial arts school policies, the contemporary Shadow Fist should know a lot of secret information. In this case, there is no need to worry too much about the Narxus Empire completely banning martial arts schools. Glancing at the somewhat worried Kun Feng, how could Jax not know his apprentice's little thoughts? Kun Feng, are you worried about your Yufeng Sword Dojo? With a wry smile, Kun Feng nodded. Except for the relationship between teacher and teacher, I don't have much connection with Lord Lester. Yufeng Sword Dojo has always been committed to exorcising demons and defending the way. It is not appropriate to take the initiative to surrender to the demonized empire. I do have a way. I believe that you can also see Lester's temperament in this matter, and by the way, I can also make your dream come true. What dream? The dream of challenging the strong. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715 The Battle of Gross Village, Part 1. The air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. Under the circumstances of forced execution, most of the residents of Gross Village had been forced to move away. The remaining Ionians were preparing for the upcoming war, like busy ants. If someone could look down at Gross Village from a high altitude, they would find that a tall tree wall had been erected outside the village. The buildings inside the tree wall had been transformed into a mess, with buildings of different heights and extremely complicated lines. Under the sunlight, Telly followed the herb-picking team through the long street full of Chevorks tea fries and stone piers, sweating profusely. The entire Gross Village had been torn apart by the people of the 3rd Militia Corps. The building materials had been turned into part of the fortifications, forming an unbreakable line of defense with the plants, stimulated by the necromancers. On the towering stone buildings, there were more than a dozen double-armed crossbows designed by craftsmen, with the muzzles facing the outside of the village. Many places had spike pits dug and passively triggered defensive magics arranged. Originally, there should have been more of these magics, but for some reason, most Vastaya didn't seem to want to participate in this war. Without the magical assistance of Vastaya, it was naturally not so easy to arrange the battlefield with only the summoners and the temporarily summoned mages. Perhaps a war of a few hundred people could still play a decisive role, but once the number of people reached tens of thousands, it would be better than nothing. Logically speaking, everything in front of him should bring a sense of security, but Telly always had a bad premonition. The physical and mental fatigue made the man a little exhausted. After delivering the herbs collected in the morning at the camp, Telly lowered his head and walked towards the village pot with the other herbalists. Unlike the past, Telly smelled the fragrance of meat for the first time at noon today. It was really the sun rising from the west. Noticing the identity card of Special Herbalist Telly, the soldier who had been stern all the time, forced a smile and made a big bowl of stew for Telly, with so much meat in the bowl that it floated up. Nodding to the soldier gratefully, Telly took his bowl and chopsticks and sat down at the wooden table under the jealous gazes of others, and immediately heard the discussions of others. Have you heard? General Brest and his men fought while retreating, but were cut off by the Narcs and Dragon Birds, and suffered heavy losses. General Brest's whereabouts are still unknown. Only the 2nd Militia Corps, that retreated ahead of schedule, has successfully retreated, including the defeated soldiers of the 1st Militia Corps. We only have less than 40,000 people here. The Narcsans are hot on their heels, and they will probably attack us in less than a day or two. In my opinion, our good days are over. I just hope that I can die quickly and not lose limbs and be half dead, which would be a living hell. Who said it wasn't? Our time is really too tight. The plan was for the 2 major militia corps to jointly attack the Narcsans along the Huangxi River, and to buy at least 10 days for the 3rd Militia Corps. As a result, the 2 major corps were defeated in one day. It's only been less than 4 days since the village was rebuilt. There's nothing we can do, even if we work day and night. The defense line of Gross Village is not even 1/3 complete. According to General Trollope's plan, 2 more defense lines must be added in the village to give those martial artists enough room to maneuver. You didn't see General Trollope's face. It was too scary. Alas, to be honest, I really have no confidence in this war. Even the main force led by General Brest can't hold out for a day. What can those martial artists do? In my opinion, it's better to save this life than to fight the Narcsans to death. At worst, go to other provinces. I don't believe that the appetite of the Narcsans is so big that they can swallow the entire first land in one gulp. Hush. Are you going to die if you say such things during the war? I'm just telling the truth. Anyway, I just hope that General Trollope and his men have a backup plan. If they really rely on the martial artists and our miscellaneous soldiers to resist the Narcsans, maybe Presidium will really be finished. Telly sighed secretly. The resistance army has already collapsed before the enemy arrives. In a bleak and gloomy cloud, Telly made up his mind, put down the empty bowl and chopsticks, and walked all the way to the room of his direct superior. When he opened the door, he saw Wilder frowning and counting the herbal bags on the ground. Turning his head to look at the person who came, Wilder relaxed his brows. These 2 days, it's all thanks to you to lead the team into the mountains. It's really hard. It's rare to have a good meal. Did the cook give you more meat? I specifically asked. Nodding gratefully, Telly mustered up the courage to ask. I did it. Thank you for your kindness, Chief Wilder. Actually, I came here to ask, this battle, how are you going to fight? Logically speaking, this doesn't seem to be something you, a herbalist, should worry about. With a slightly faded smile, Wilder sat down on the chair and sighed. Sit down first. I don't know why you want to ask me this question. Sitting down opposite Wilder, in the room full of the fragrance of herbs, Telly decided to use the only thing he had, sincerity. In his opinion, Wilder would not put him in jail, just for telling the truth. Captain Wilder, I want to survive this war, and return alive to my wife and son. I have no other request. Staring at Wilder's solemn gaze, Telly whispered. Now many people are not optimistic about the outcome of this war. I often hear those pessimistic remarks when eating. No one in the Legion has cared about this. It's as if this war has never had anything to do with us. Whether we support or oppose, whether we are optimistic or pessimistic, the Legion doesn't care. We are all like worthless chess pieces. We will not have any influence on this war except building houses and picking herbs here. In this case, what are we here for? Commander Wilder, I'm afraid of death. I want to return to my family, but since I'm here, I want to do my best. Even if I die on the battlefield, I want to die with a clear mind. But everything I'm experiencing now tells me that my beliefs and determination seem to be worthless. I have never been regarded as a needed part. In the eye contact, Wilder's eyes gradually became complicated. Without speaking, Wilder just picked up the wine bottle on the table, poured a glass of mead for Telly, and poured another glass for himself. Telly was stunned. You are a man who can say such a thing to me. That is worthy of death. Telly, I offer you a toast. After drinking the bitter mead, Telly looked at Wilder, who was quite helpless. As you feel, the focus of this war has shifted. From the moment the 1st and 2nd Militia Corps were defeated and General Brest disappeared, we lost the opportunity to defeat the Naxons on the front battlefield. There is not enough time to operate and build. Even with the 2nd Militia Corps, Gross Village cannot become a line of defense to stop the Naxons. There is a flat plain to the east of Gross Village, and Presidium has no strategic location to defend. Therefore, Gross Village is the only place where we can hold back the Naxons. If we want to win this war, we must find another way. The strength of the mead was greater than expected. His head was a little dizzy, but Telly's thinking was clearer. Thinking of a certain possibility, Telly's heart jumped, and his face was horrified. Delay. Could it be? Could it be? That's right, we are going to assassinate. Delay the Naxon army in Gross Village. Find the great commander of the empire and kill him. Of course, it would be even better if we can capture him. This is our only chance to win. Wilder's eyes were sharp and murderous. The protagonists of this war are not the 2nd Militia Corps and the 3rd Militia Corps, nor are they you temporary laborers, but the assassins of the martial artists and the Brotherhood. At that time, we and some martial artists will delay the Naxon frontal troops in Gross Village, and the most elite martial artists and Brotherhood assassins will form an assassination team to attack the Naxons from the north and south. In addition to the assassination team targeting the great commander of the empire, you, me, and them. Wilder pointed to the camp across the wall. There were tens of thousands of Ionians wandering on the edge of the battlefield. No one liked to be sacrificed, which was why no one told them the truth. We are all expendable pawns. We may be defeated, but we will never surrender. If you dare to invade the first land, the Naxons must pay the price in blood. His face was as white as gold paper, and Terry's voice was trembling. Even if the assassination is successful, what if the angry Naxons want revenge and the army is approaching? Staring at Terry, Wilder whispered, if we have to think so much about the war, we might as well just surrender. We will offend the Naxons anyway, so why bother fighting a war? Instead of being a coward, it is better to think positively. Perhaps once the current commander-in-chief of the empire dies, the empire will fall apart and collapse on its own. After all, the current commander-in-chief of the empire was forced to abdicate. The former commander-in-chief Dockwell was driven to the border of the empire. As long as he is not stupid, he will not give up the immortal fortress and the position of commander-in-chief and choose a bitter and cold land to be his border lord. By then, even if there is no civil war, there will definitely be civil unrest in the empire. We will have enough time to integrate the power of the first land to deal with the next Naxon invasion. When Naxos regains stability, even if Dockwell invades the first land again under the banner of revenge for the former commander-in-chief, they will not be greeted by the 1st Militia Corps and the 2nd Militia Corps. Ionia is not so weak. With a better look on his face, Telly thought about it and found that Wilder's speculation was not unreasonable. Since the frontal troops were no match for the Naxons, they could indeed try to capture the leader first. Without the backbone, this glorious expedition would lose its meaning for the Naxons. Having said that, it was still a bit uncomfortable to hear that he, who was prepared to die in battle, was sacrificed as a meaningless pawn. The most important thing was that Wilder, whom he trusted, said it in a high-sounding manner. In this case, how could he maintain his awareness? It was just a pathetic self-touching. Now it seemed that this glorious resistance war would not be a big deal without him, a herbalist who could only collect herbs and make medicine bags. After all, if he delayed time, he could only block one knife from the Naxons, not 3 seconds. He could not care about others. Before the war came, he would find a suitable opportunity to run away. He no longer had any psychological burden. Taking a deep breath, Telly said seriously, Captain Wilder, I understand. Assassinating the Grand Commander of the Empire is indeed the only way for us to make the Narxans withdraw. Don't worry, I won't say anything nonsense. Glancing at Telly meaningfully, Wilder waved his hand and began to drive him away. Well, go ahead. Don't let your imagination run wild. Just do your job well. Just don't forget that you are a native Ionian. The heavy ironclad wheels pressed all the way. The ruts of the Empire left indelible marks on the land of the Virgin Land, which also explained the incompetence of the Ionians. After a night's rest, the 14,000 Narxan Imperial troops who set out again finally slowed down their pace of conquest. Amid the flying dragons and birds, the village of Gross surrounded by a wall of trees appeared at the end of their sight. 4 dragon-scaled horses snorted. In the luxurious carriage, that could be regarded as a mobile fortress, Lester took the telescope from Syndra's little hand and fixed his sight on the familiar tree wall. According to the intelligence of the War Mason, the village of Gross was a fairly large town, but now it has become another obstacle that hinders the army's progress. If you want to go to Presidium, you can't get around Gross, which is a male blocking the way. This cross-sea expedition brought a total of 32,000 soldiers. 8,000 people were stationed on Philo Island, and 5,000 people were left in Linai, the port on the west coast opposite Philo Island. A permanent camp was established beside the Huangxi River, and 4,000 soldiers were guarding the fleet. All the way to now, the number of troops has been reduced to less than 15,000, but the morale of the Imperial Army has not dropped but increased, because the flag of Naxos is only separated by a wall from the destination of this expedition, Presidium. As long as the village of Gross is taken, Presidium will be within easy reach. By then, the Empire, which has mastered the waterway, will be able to continuously transport soldiers to the land of the Firstborn. When the Empire completely takes over the province of Navali, it will only take time for the entire Ionia. Lester let out a breath, put down the telescope, and said in a deep voice, "Let's get started." These 3 simple words kicked off the prelude to the war. Woo woo woo. The sound of the bronze horn came from the sky. As the Dragon Bad Knights landed in the battle group, Ingerol Sexta, who had been thirsty for battle for a long time, finally received the action order from the Commander-in-Chief. All Imperial battle groups listen to the order. After breaking the wall, defeat all the rebels head-on. Demonstrate the bravery of the Empire with iron and blood. Long live the great Naxos Empire. Long live the Commander-in-Chief Lester. Chapter 716 The Battle of Gross Village, Part 2. Watching the Dragon Bird Knight fly to the next regiment, Ingor, who commanded the Sexta Regiment, had a complex expression on his face, and felt flattered for a moment. As the eldest son of Count Ignis Sexta, the warlike Ingor grew up in the Sexta Regiment listening to the stories of his ancestor, the Hand of Naxos, Thane. His greatest wish in this life is to become an imperial hero like his ancestor Thane, and it would be best if he could inherit the title of New Hand of Naxos, which would be the peak of his life. Unfortunately, in order to deal with the warlords in the south, Commander Brown has been hoarding strength and recuperating over the years, and the major military families have no chance to gain military merits, and everyone is angry. After the family joined the new Commander Lester, the Empire once again opened the road of conquest, directly expeditioning to the eastern continent across the Sea of Watchers, fighting a group of barbarians who did not understand Naxan language at all. I thought I would get a chance to go to the battlefield, but after all this, Ingol felt that he and the Sexta Legion were just mascots. The military forces from the Emerald Territory were always pushing forward, and there was no room for ordinary Imperial warbands to take action. This made the several nobles who were ready to show their bravery in front of the new Commander-in-Chief quite embarrassed. Perhaps it was also the meaning of a new official taking office and making 3 fires. The battlefield was right in front of them, but they didn't have the opportunity to play. What can they do? Of course there is no way. To mobilize a warband without orders is tantamount to treason, so they can only wait for the order of the Commander-in-Chief. Fortunately, the Commander-in-Chief finally gave them a chance to show themselves. Who can perform better in this battle may directly affect the Empire's conquest of the newborn land. After all, no matter how big the appetite of the Emerald Territory is, it is impossible to swallow up such a large newborn land alone, and a part of the battlefield must be handed over to the nobles of military merit. Now is the time to gain military merit. Boom. Boom. The rumbling sound of artillery sounded again, making the Ionians, who had already seen what artillery bombardment was like, trembling with fear. The Emerald Territory's musket troops formed 3 rows of square formations, driving carriages to pull out infantry cannons and aiming at the tree wall. The cannonballs opened up cracks in the Legion level fire magic released by the Magic Legion. Destruction is much easier than creation. The summoners who wanted to close a tree wall could only shake their heads helplessly in the face of the broken gap. In an instant, the lush and green village of Gross was engulfed in flames. Most of the Ionians who were preparing to shoot arrows at the tree wall could only flee from the tree wall with ghosts howling. Under the suppression of technology and magic, the Ionian magic tree wall had no blocking effect. Seeing that the gap had been made, Ingor raised his battle axe and let out a rough roar that belonged to the Narxans. Sexta Warband. Follow me to charge. Kill. In addition to the Sexta Warband, there are also the Ressus Warband, the Seraphim Warband and the Lancelet Warband in this expedition to Ionia. The 4 Warbands add up to a total of 9,000 people. In order to stand out in this cross-continental expedition, the soldiers of each Warband are equipped with the most sophisticated armor and weapons among the major families. It can be said that they are armed to the teeth, just waiting to cut people. Behind the 4 Warbands that launched the charge, the musket troops affiliated with the Emerald Territory's direct troops protected a part of the Magic Legion responsible for the pressure and advanced slowly. The remaining soldiers, together with the Narxan Black Guards, guarded the main camp where Lester was, and watched the battle coldly. Although the 2 legions only had more than 2,000 people, they were enough to become an important bargaining chip to change the outcome of the war. Slowing down the pace also gave the 4 Warbands enough time to play. It would be best if they could directly defeat the enemies in the village of Gross. If they encountered obstacles, they could be beaten into sieves by the musket troops behind. Seeing that the burning tree wall was less than 500 meters away, the sexts raised the heavy brass kite-shaped shields in their hands and slowed down their pace to enter the city. Swish, 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 swish. At 400 meters, many heads suddenly appeared on the tree wall that was originally empty. Hunting bows and crossbows mixed together and shot arrows, but they were blocked by the brass shields in the hands of the sexts who had been prepared. The sext soldiers, protected by their companions, aimed their long prepared crossbows at the tree wall and launched a quick and effective counterattack. Unable to raise their heads due to the whistling sound of the crossbows, the archers of the resistance army turned their arrows and aimed at the tall figure in the front. Shoot that stupid barbarian without a shield. He must be the commander. This time, the rain of arrows had a unified target, and they all aimed at Ingors, who was carrying a battle axe and had a physique like a brown bear. Click. In the rain of arrows, Ingors held his head high without fear, used his gauntlet to block the gap in the T-shaped helmet, and charged with his battle axe. Ding, ding, dang. The poisoned arrows hit Ingors' black iron heavy armor and bounced off one after another. Seeing that their attacks could not break the bear's defense at all, the archers were dumbfounded. Get out of the way. On the tree wall, a bold hunter wearing a black leather armor cloak casually pushed away the militia blocking his way, calmly took off the black hornwood bow behind him, pulled out a pitch black arrow, and put it on the bowstring. In an instant, Ingors felt a fatal threat, and when he looked up, he saw a bold strong man with a mask on his face pointing a pure black arrow at him. Ingors half squinted his eyes, no longer blocked his face with his gauntlet, and held the axe handle with both hands, and the center of gravity of his body began to shift to the left. Whoosh! The whistling sound that made people's scalps explode came from far away, and then came closer. Ingor rolled to the left, and a black arrow, that looked like gold but not gold, like wood but not wood, penetrated into the gravel ground, and countless gravel splashed in all directions. This arrow explained what a heavy arrow was like a cannon. Ingor was shocked. If he had not avoided this arrow, he would have been pierced through the ground with his armor. The heavy black iron armor that could defend against ordinary arrows might not be able to defend against the heavy black iron arrows. Is there such a person in this wild land? Seeing that his arrow did not hit, the bold strong man took out 2 more black arrows, strung the 2 arrows, and the muscles in his arms exploded. The black hornwood bow bent like a black moon, and the bow arm made a low hum like a demon. This weird scene made the militiamen around the strong man spontaneously stay away from the source of danger. The strong man under the mask sneered. "Hide again." Whoosh. The second arrow pierced the air and flew towards Ngor. Upon closer listening, it turned out that 2 arrows merged into one on the left and one on the right, one in front and one behind, blocking Ngor's way. The arrows were too fast, and rolling forward would be a dead end. He could only choose one of the two. Seeing that there was no escape, Ngor could only throw away the long-handled battle axe, twist his body to avoid the arrow on the right, and draw the long sword at his waist to chop at the second black arrow coming towards him. Clang! The sword tip chopped diagonally on the black arrow, making a crisp sound of metal and iron, and wood chips flew everywhere. The arrow deviated slightly, avoiding the chest, and grazing the left forearm, making a crisp sound of dung. There was a sharp pain in his left arm. Ngor, who was sweating coldly, looked down and saw that a large piece of the armor on his left arm had been broken. Fortunately, his left arm was only bruised and not pierced by the arrow. If he hadn't been wearing the black iron armor, his left arm might have been broken at the root. How can wooden arrows be so hard? Without stopping, the embarrassed Ngor didn't even have time to pick up his battle axe. He could only swing his sword with one hand and charge head-on into the forest of spears in the crack of the tree wall. "You are a real hero, to be able to dodge my 3 arrows and survive." Seeing the barbarian leader rushing into the spear formation under the tree wall, the heroic assassin of the Navali Brotherhood, Black Arrow Barrett, could only turn his arrows and aim at the shield-bearing soldier behind him, shooting 2 arrows in a row. Bang! Puff! With the first arrow, the vertical brass shield was directly shattered by the violent black arrow, and the shield-bearing soldier's left arm was twisted in the opposite direction behind his back, like a broken twist. With the second arrow, the soldier's body was directly pierced by the arrow, and he fell upside down on the ground, pierced by the black arrow, and the iron armor on his body was like paper. 2 arrows killed a fully armed and heavily armored barbarian soldier. The militiamen beside him cheered, but Black Arrow's face was particularly solemn. His black wooden arrows were not endless. It was okay to kill a barbarian general with 2 arrows, but it was too extravagant to kill a barbarian soldier. Looking around, there were thousands of heavily armored barbarian soldiers. Even if he shot all the black arrows, he could not change the situation. Ordinary bows and arrows could not break metal shields. These shield-bearing soldiers were simply the nemesis of archers. These Naxxon seemed to be really not that easy to deal with, just as the Lord said. Looking down at the Naxxon officers, who were like a tiger in a wolf pack, Barrett put on his black hornwood bow again, and jumped down from the tree wall without hesitation. The most suitable battlefield for him was the dark alley with complex terrain. If he was entangled by this group of soldiers, he might not be able to get away. "Ah, you left peacefully? Why did you leave? What should we do then?" Looking at the tin cans that were about to enter the tree wall, the Ionian militia looked down at the crossbow in his hand, feeling quite powerless. "How about retreating?" "But we haven't received the order to retreat. It's already so late, and you're still waiting for the order." The Ionian militia stationed near the tree wall fled into the village. Ngor, who had killed more than a dozen people in the battle, did not take time to rest. He chased the soldiers of the war group that surrounded him all the way, and killed many Ionians who did not have time to escape, completely clearing the enemies near the tree wall. Standing on the tree wall, Ngor felt much more relaxed after applying herbs and bandaging his left arm. Looking up, a complex and messy building complex like a maze appeared in front of him. Thinking of the bald masked archer on the tree wall, Ngor became extremely vigilant. The enemy may have an ambush inside. Everyone advanced together. Be careful of sneak attacks. Under Ngor's order, the 1,500-man war group officially entered the village of Grass with shields raised like water. Ngor, who had suffered a loss, did not rush to the front rashly again, but entered the village later under the protection of his personal guards. In the valley next to the village of Gross, more than 1,000 warriors, led by the dragon servant monk of the Vajra sect, gradually began to sweat. Jingmu watched most of the soldiers of the Imperial Legion rush into the village as expected. He did not order an attack on the main camp of the Imperial army, but instead looked worried. The reason was nothing else, but the dragon bad knights hovering in the sky had discovered his ambush. After so much calculation, He forgot that the Dragon Bird Knights were not only combat units, but also good at reconnaissance. Until now, he could not forget the expression of the Narxans riding on the dragon birds in the sky when a group of people were squatting in the ravines. Just like when he was fiddling with a searchlight and suddenly saw a guy who was secretly shitting under the sentry tower. Realizing that the warriors who had been waiting for a long time had become restless, Jingmu, who was thirsty, could only bite the bullet and look at the female assassin of the Brotherhood. The female assassin was none other than Zumi. Lord Zumi, we have been discovered by the Narxans, but they still expose their main formation regardless. In my opinion, this is an ambush deliberately set by Lester, waiting for us to fall into the trap. Zumi said coldly. So what? Now that things have come to this, will Master Jingmu retreat? Zumi's voice was neither too loud nor too soft. The warriors present were all sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. After hearing this, they naturally cast suspicious eyes on Jingmu. Jingmu, who was roasted on the fire by Zumi, could only sigh softly and secretly curse the vicious woman for not giving him face at all. It's not that we are retreating, but Lester has always been cunning and treacherous, so we have to guard against him. Oh, forget it. Since I have chosen to stand up, I will fight the Narxans to the death. It's just that there are 4 waves of Narxan barbarians who have entered the village, with a number of nearly 10,000 and well armed. Even with the support of some warriors, I'm afraid General Trollope can't hold on for too long. I just don't know why General Sugino and Sir Hardy haven't sent troops yet. If we delay any further, once we are defeated, we will have no chance to assassinate them. Here they come. General Sugino is coming with the 2nd Militia Corps. Our chance has come. Someone exclaimed loudly. Zumi and Jingmu looked down the mountain at the same time, but saw dust flying in the north of the Narxan main camp. Tens of thousands of Ionians rushed out from the bushes on the northwest side of Gross Village, attracting the attention of the Narxans. Without hesitation, Jingmu stood up from the ground, with great momentum, like the leader of the Ionian martial arts world. General Sugino and Sir Hardy have already launched an attack on the Narxans. The enemy is only 5,000 strong, and is attacked from both sides. This time we have the advantage. It's time to capture and kill the bandit leader Lester. Everyone. We will not stop until Narxus is defeated. For Ionia. For the new land. Follow me. In an instant, the warriors who were holding back their anger roared and rushed down the mountain with a variety of weapons, and together with the 2nd Militia Corps on the north, they attacked the Narxan commander's main camp. The warriors were agile, crossing mountains and ditches, as if they were walking on flat ground, and the distance of several kilometers was quickly shortened. However, Jingmu, who shouted the loudest, ran slower and slower, and soon mixed in the middle of the team. Chapter 717 The Battle of Gross Village, Part 2. You don't understand that in the face of absolute power, any resistance is meaningless. In my eyes, your Ionian resistance is like a rabbit kicking helplessly when its ears are grabbed by a hunter. It poses no threat, but rather is adorable. To be cruel to you, it is already a favor on my part to give you the same treatment as the Ionians. If Brown were in power, the defeated Ionians would only be 3rd-class slaves. In Narxus, 3rd-class slaves are not considered human beings. No one would care, even if they were beaten to death in the streets. Kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you. I have nothing to talk about with you, the invader. But I do have something to talk about with you. I won't kill you. On the contrary, I will treat you well. You Ionians want to assassinate me, and I'll take this opportunity to show you how I shatter the souls of you Ionians. The nightmare-like voice echoed in Brest's mind, over and over again, accompanied by the humiliation that penetrated into the bone marrow, and also made people feel cold and shudder in their souls. Although speaking the Presidian-style Ionian language, the high-ranking man stood completely against Ionia, indifferent and indifferent like a sculpture, as if he stood there, just to trample Ionia under his feet. In addition to the factual statement, Brest was not humiliated at all, but his self-esteem was severely trampled. What evil have you done? Why did Ionia attract such a demon? Comma. Why don't you save your people? In the Narxan main camp, the prison car on the high platform is the best viewing platform. To the east, you can see the smoke-filled village of Gross. To the north you can see the roaring Ionians coming to kill, and to the south you can see the Ionian warriors running all the way. Without being bound by shackles, Brest in the prison car felt that he couldn't breathe, as if he would die in the next moment. The deafening shouts of killing came from all directions. Judging from the number of people alone, the army of less than 5,000 people seemed to be broken with one charge. The warriors, who were usually elusive, actually formed an army to launch a charge full of murderous aura. Compared with the dead and narrow army of the Narxans, the Ionians were like a mass of lava falling from the sky. Whoever stood in their way would die. At this moment, Brest could not find any reason for the Ionians to fail if he had not seen the true Narxan cruelty. The indifferent dragon raised his eyes and looked down at the flock of sheep that kept shouting in front of him, and the sheep did not know that they had already stepped half a foot into the grave. Don't come, don't come. Go, go, get out of here. Brest shed tears and issued a hoarse warning in a heartbreaking voice. Unfortunately, whether it was the indifferent Narxan soldiers near the prison car or the Ionians farther away, they seemed not to hear it. Or maybe they would not care if they heard it. When Brest clearly saw the first hideous face of the Ionian in the north, the beautiful land suddenly lit up with beautiful light blue rune glow without warning. The complex rune array was fleeting. The next second, the strong gunpowder violently spit out flames into the sky, and then scattered a blood mist and broken limbs in the flying soil and grass, crushing the flesh and blood within a 10-meter range. Then, as more and more triggered magical chemical bombs were triggered by the Ionians, the explosions became more frequent, blocking the momentum of the charge for the first time and slowing down the pace of the crowd. For Ionia, this fire meant that they had fallen into a despicable trap and needed to slow down and deal with it carefully. But for the Narxan artillery, it meant that the enemy had entered the range of the artillery that had been marked long ago. So, the god of death slashed out the sickle in his hand, harvesting fresh lives like cutting wheat. The infantry guns that had been ready for firing replaced the grape shit that was born for slaughter. Amid the deafening explosions, they spit out dense fan-shaped barrages one after another. The unavoidable flat terrain became a living scarlet cemetery. Whether it was the soldiers of the 2nd Militia Corps or the senior assassins of the Brotherhood hidden in it, they all became ordinary people without weapons, and they would break at the touch of a finger. Whether the Ionians were wearing cotton clothes or fine steel armor, they were now like rice paper soaked in water, and they would break at the touch of a finger. Under all living beings, before the muzzle of the gun, only death was equal. The Ionians, who had luckily avoided the magic mines, finally hit the Iron Curtain that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. The oncoming high-speed steel ball scraped through the charging crowd like a bone-cutting steel knife, and the internal organs, flesh, and bones were shattered by the metal. Looking at the blood mist rising into the sky, Brest's eyes were about to burst, but he could no longer make a sound in his hoarse throat. In just a few breaths, the Ionians, who had been nurtured by the First Land for decades, became worthless pieces of meat. The blasphemy of life and courage by war weapons was terrifying, and the injured people completely collapsed. After several rounds of bombardment, nearly half of the 10,000 soldiers had been killed, but they did not even touch the corner of the enemy's clothes. The huge advantage in numbers became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The soldiers of the 2nd Ionian Militia Corps, who had never experienced the fragility and cheapness of life, finally abandoned the enthusiasm and determination of a few minutes ago and screamed and cried like irrational zombies, turning their heads and fleeing to the back. This made the Narxan musketeers, who were about to pull the trigger to fire at the live target, look regretful, and they could only turn the muzzle. The charging formation was torn apart, and the Brotherhood killers mixed in the militia cannon fodder were exposed, and they also became the cannon fodder they looked down upon, and died under the muzzle of the gun. At this moment, the Ionians, who were baptized by artillery and bullets, just wanted to leave this cannibalistic demon purgatory, stay away from the Presidium, and find a place far away from the demons. Haha. We lost. We lost. The Narxans are simply invincible. Facing such demons, the Ionians will never win. We will die if we are torn into pieces by these demons. Even the blooming spirit flowers will not accept our souls. We lost. The oncoming wind brought the smell of blood and rust. Sujino, who was laughing, touched his wet cheeks, but they were scarlet. He knew that it was the broken souls and courage of the Ionians. Sahadi, I'm going to escape. to a place where there are no Narxons to live out the rest of my life, away from these demons. I finally understand that it is not shameful to escape from Narxons. I'm not shameful. Haha, who wants to die like this, if they can live? After releasing the trembling flying knife, Hardy, who was a little confused, still failed to attack Sujino, the escape general. He just couldn't understand what was the point of so many plans and preparations, except that so many brave Ionians died. The offensive in the north had been easily defeated by the Narxons. The Narxons exchanged the lives of thousands of Ionians at the cost of 0 casualties, including many high-level assassins prepared by the Brotherhood. It was like delivering them to the door to be slaughtered. This is the result of this war. It's ridiculous. Perhaps becoming a person like Sujino is a smart person. Staring at the Ionians who were fleeing towards him, Hardy trembled and pulled out the bayonet at his waist, smiled bitterly, and stabbed the poisoned bayonet into his abdomen. Compared to dying at the hands of the Narxons, he would rather end his life with his own hands. My lord, I'm ashamed of your cultivation. I'm sorry that I can no longer be loyal to you. It's all over. Ionia, it is impossible to defeat such an enemy. The main force of the north collapsed at the first touch. The warriors in the south, who were about to kill the Narxon blackguards, were stunned. The plan could not keep up with the changes. Seeing those Narxon soldiers in black armor coming to the sides to surround them, the warriors gradually slowed down. They were neither advancing nor retreating. Many people had already secretly retreated. Are you kidding? Even the strong who know how to use the power of spells to fight may not be able to withstand the bombardment. Didn't you see that the friendly forces in the north have been defeated? With more than 1,000 people, I can still do something in the chaos. Wouldn't it be a way to die if I collided with the Narxon army head on? Master Jingmu, what should we do? What can we do? Fight the Narxons. Yes. Fight them. Master Jingmu. We'll go with you. Master Jingmu? Huh. Where is Master Jingmu? Huh. Wasn't he running in front just now? Everyone, look for Master Jingmu. The warriors running in the front searched everywhere, but they couldn't see any trace of Jingmu. Instead, the warriors in the back heard the voices of the warriors who were, as if they had been pardoned, as if they had found their backbone. Master Jingmu is here. Get out of the way. Let Master Jingmu make the decision. In the dispersed crowd, Jingmu stood out with a forced smile. Only he noticed that Zumi, who was following the team, had disappeared, and no one knew when she ran away. When the warriors in Ionia held an impromptu meeting, the Narxon blackguards had formed an encirclement. Behind the blackguards, the Narxon line infantry holding rifles pointed the black muzzles of their guns at the warriors, with their fingers outside the trigger guard, to avoid accidental discharges and injuries. In the spotlight, Jingmu's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Well, everyone calm down first. I think there may be some misunderstanding. Don't be impulsive. Are you kidding? What misunderstanding? Aren't we here to fight the Narxons? Yes. Master Jingmu, you say. Let's fight the Narxon barbarians. Well, learn martial arts if you are afraid of death. Follow me to kill these barbarians. As he spoke, many warriors threw their hidden weapons and killed the nearest blackguards. The hidden weapons hit the blackguards' heavy armor with sparks, but not even a scratch could be seen. The hidden weapons were ineffective, so they could only fight in close combat, but they didn't know that they were courting death. The cursed power hit the armor made of magic steel, and the light-colored aura was as fleeting as a flash of flower. The blackguards who ignored the warriors' attacks had the advantage of long weapons and armor. They ignored the warriors' attacks and slashed down with their two-handed swords like whirlwind gates, cutting the unbelievable Ionian warriors in half. The commotion soon subsided with the tragic death of all the Ionian warriors. I thought it was a sad song for the Ionian warriors, but I never thought that due to the huge gap in strength, it gave people a sense of absurdity from beginning to end, like a butcher killing a chicken. Fortunately, after killing the hard bones, the black armored soldiers as heavy as mountains did not continue to raise their butcher knives to those who did not move. After such a scene, the Ionian warriors who were overwhelmed with blood had to weigh whether it was meaningful to fight desperately. No matter how high the martial arts skills were, if they couldn't even break the other person's armor, what was the point of fighting? a number of warriors from the pro-war faction died, and the neutral faction naturally turned to the surrender faction. As a result, the warriors once again set their sights on the bald head of the pro-war faction leader Jingmu. Some warriors who came to their senses turned their spearheads with a yin-yang tone and looked at the dragon servant monks headed by Jingmu. Master Jingmu, you organized us. You tell me, right? Do we fight, or what? We all listen to you. Jingmu glanced at the speaker, and his face darkened. Listen, is this human language? I didn't take the initiative to invite you. Didn't you come here to make a name for yourself? But if Jingmu took the initiative to surrender, he wouldn't be able to lose face. Jingmu, who was eloquent, opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. Shuji Temple actually wanted to go against the Narxons. It was really unlucky. Just when the atmosphere was a little awkward, a beautiful female mage in a purple skirt walked out of the way made way by the black armored soldiers and spoke in pure Ionian language like the whisper of a devil. The Grand Commander of the Empire has ordered that in the next 10 minutes, no matter whether they are Narxons or Ionians, no one will be held accountable for attacking or killing Imperial soldiers. Surrenderers only need to offer one head to gain their freedom, and 2 heads will earn them the qualification to serve the Empire. After 10 minutes, the Empire will reject those who surrender without heads, and will kill them on the spot. After these words, the eyes of the Ionian warriors have changed. The trusting eyes have disappeared. There is more vigilance and suspicion between the eyes. The bodies are tense, and they stay away from each other. Seeing that people's hearts are about to be scattered because of a word, Jingmu can only grit his teeth and make a final struggle. Don't let the witch deceive people again. For Ionia, we will never surrender. We will not attack our companions. Kill. Follow me to get rid of the witch. Unfortunately, it was too late to say this. After repeated hesitation and evasion, Jingmu had lost the support of the people and the courage he had finally gathered. Like a corrupt flower blooming in the crowd, the determination to die was stained with the dust of cowardice and fell. Only the dragon ancestral monk, who believed that everyone would prosper and suffer together, responded to Jingmu's words, and followed Jingmu to rush towards the female mage. The others just looked on coldly. Seeing this, Sandra retreated into the crowd indifferently. Dozens of black guards took the initiative to charge like tanks, and fought with the unarmed dragon ancestral monks. In the first round, more than a dozen monks were killed by a single sword. Seeing that the dragon monk was so powerful that it was no different from other ordinary warriors in front of these black armored soldiers, the warriors' will to resist was completely broken, and they no longer had any hope. Many of them had already prepared their hidden weapons and stared at the path to freedom. Little did they know that the dragon monk was indeed a monk picked from thousands of miles away, and the black guards who had undergone special training were not vegetarians either, not to mention that they were equipped with magic weapons that condensed the wisdom of the Empire. Even the fists and feet with the power of the dragon fist could not penetrate the heavy magic steel armor, and they could only rely on their agile bodies to constantly deal with the black guards, and then be killed by a sword when the flaws were exposed, or they were tired, and this was when the black guards did not activate the bloodthirsty and violent state. The black guards are the most elite sword-armored warriors in the Emerald territory of the Narxon Empire. They are born for war, and belong to the national level military force. The dragon monks are just highly talented warriors who follow the dragon monks to practice Dragon Fist. From the beginning, this was not a fair duel, so there was no suspense about the outcome of this battle. The dragon monks around him were getting fewer and fewer, but the warriors behind him were still standing there watching the show. Jingmu was completely desperate. Why don't you take action now? Do you really think the Narxons will let you go? Who knew that after these words fell, the Ionian warriors who had not moved attacked their companions who were immersed in the battle. Hidden weapons flew into their flesh. After a few muffled groans, someone had killed his former companions, quickly cut off their heads, and rushed towards the black guards with the heads, cursing at Jingmu. It's all your fault. We shouldn't have rebelled against the Narxons from the beginning. If it weren't for you, so many of us wouldn't have died. Yeah. Knowing that the Narxons wouldn't attack innocent people, you still joined forces with those bastards from the Brotherhood to incite us to rebel against the Narxons. Look. Where have all the Navali rats you had high hopes for gone? Where is that stinky bitch who followed the team and bewitched people? You tell me. What can he say? He is wavering himself. His slogans are loud, but he attached them at the end and let us die in vain. Haven't you seen through the nature of this bastard Jingmu? He is not worthy of being a master. Seeing that the warrior holding the head was not killed by the black armored warrior, the remaining Ionian warriors killed the people around them amid the constant insults. Jingmu listened to the curses in his ears, and he was so angry that he spit out blood and was beheaded by the black guard with a sword. The funny thing is, there was an Ionian warrior who had no confidence in his move. His eyes lit up, and he bent over with a smile under the gaze of the black guard. He carefully picked up Jingmu's head, spat on his face, and cursed the pass in his hand that could keep him alive in Ionian, which the black guard soldiers could not understand. Unfortunately, the time is up. After taking a look at the emerald mechanical watch made by the Emerald Territory, Syndra turned away indifferently, without even looking at her compatriots. As expected by the teacher, the weak only dared to swing their swords at the weaker ones. So many Ionians did not dare to attack the Narxan soldiers. It was really disappointing. If such a country is not ruled by Narxus, where is justice? Let those with one head go, and those with two heads be detained first. The rest, leave no one alive. A big chapter of 5,000 words. Please give me a monthly ticket and reward. Chapter 718. Unable to resist. It is better to lie down and enjoy. The sounds of fighting in the village became quieter and quieter, and the footsteps of the Narxans became louder and louder. He hadn't heard the voices of the Ionians for a long time. Things had reached the worst point. There was no doubt that the village of Gross had been lost, and the Ionians had suffered a disastrous defeat. Hiding in the basement of the village after reconstruction, Telly, with his eyes half closed and half open, held his medicine basket, and his medicine sickle fell to the side. His thin and sunken cheeks looked bitter, and he didn't know if it was from drinking urine. It had been 5 days. He drank all the clean water and his 6 bubbles of increasingly vicious reincarnation urine. But water could be dealt with urine, but his stomach was empty. He was so hungry that he wanted to eat the moldy poisonous mushrooms on the wood. If Telly hadn't been thinking about his wife and children, he would have eaten the poisonous mushrooms and got a false sense of fullness. Speaking of which, there was some fresh food in his stomach a few days ago, but compared with drinking urine, being the 8th really requires too much courage. After hesitating several times, Telly still couldn't do it with his eyes closed. Telly, who didn't even dare to eat shit, could only go hungry, wrap his belly tightly with a cloth strip, and curl up in a corner to take a nap. As early as the eve of the war, he was ready to slip away from the village of Grass. With the identity card given by Wilder, he could have left this troubled place in the name of picking herbs. Unfortunately, he thought the cruelty of war was too simple. Some people escaped earlier than him, but all died under the arrows of the Narxans. The Narxans hated deserters much more than he imagined. The cold Narxans did not leave any chance for the fugitives, even if they were enemies. The Dragon Bad Knights hovering in the air did not participate in the attack and defense of Grass Village from beginning to end. Instead, they went around to the plain behind the village to cut off everyone's retreat. It cannot be said that there were no escapees, but it can only be said that there were very few people who escaped from the battlefield under the pursuit of the Dragon Bad Knights. The Narxans did not leave any way for the Ionian cowards to retreat. They wanted the Ionians to fight them with all their might. However, the Ionians, who were scheming against each other, only wanted to escape. As a result, they still could not survive after going around in circles, and were also branded as cowards. When he thought of this, Telly felt very funny. He was also laughing at himself, because he was also a coward, but he did not run away because of fear. And he, a coward, might starve to death in the basement, because he was afraid to eat shit. Even if he did not starve to death, the increasingly turbid and smelly urine would become a fatal cause of illness. Damn it, how can I live such a cowardly life? It's better to die. After serving in the army for a period of time, Telly did learn a lot of swear words, but these swear words were all said by himself. He never cursed anyone. At most, he was just venting his dissatisfaction with the air. He mustered up his courage again, and with red eyes, Telly looked at the toilet. Perhaps he had thought that there would be such a day, so he prepared a deep rice bowl for himself before dying. It would be a waste if he didn't defecate 72 times everywhere. At the critical moment of life and death, The 72 stools are also a life-saving elixir. It depends on whether you have the courage. With shaking legs, he came to the toilet and trembled as he stretched out his hand. However, his fingertips seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier and could no longer move forward, nor could he touch the dried grains, especially when there were flies and maggots lying on them. After 2 days, it seems that it is more difficult to survive. Ugh. How can I eat shit? How can I kiss Nerizan if I eat shit? Doesn't that mean Nerizan eats shit too? Nerizan also likes to kiss Bolt. No, I can't eat shit, even if I starve to death. This is my bottom line as a human being. But, I'm so hungry. After struggling with himself, Telly immediately changed his target and grabbed a poisonous mushroom on the rotten wood and put it to his mouth. Just as he was about to put the death umbrella into his mouth, Telly stopped again, with a dull look on his face. Damn. I'm not afraid of committing suicide by eating poisonous mushrooms, so why can't I go out and try my luck? Maybe the Narxons won't kill me. Isn't the possibility of survival greater than eating poisonous mushrooms? I'd better bring a medicine basket and a sickle. Maybe the Narxons think I'm still useful, so my chances of survival will be even greater. Throwing away the poisonous mushrooms, Terry no longer cared about how dangerous the Narxon barbarians were. He took the medicine basket and sickle and pushed open the door of the basement. When Terry came to the street, he happened to meet a patrolling Narxon warband. Terry put down the medicine basket and raised his hands. The 3 Narxon warband soldiers were stunned at first, then drew their long swords at their waists and surrounded Terry with a vigilant look. Fortunately, because the war in Gross Village was over, Terry didn't get stabbed directly. Listening to the Narxon language spoken by the 3 people without knowing anything, Terry, who had lost his freedom, could only leave his fate to the enemies of the Ionians. I just don't know if these 3 people are discussing whether to cook him and eat him. Why is there a deserter here? Should we execute him directly? He's not a deserter, is he? Look at him. He's skinny and carrying a broken basket. He might be a herb collector. My dog is stronger than him. That's right. What should we do? Take him back? Take him back and give him to the general? Anyway, Gross Village needs to be rebuilt, and we just happen to be in need of a group of Ionian laborers. The commander-in-chief said that it is the greatest shame for us Narxons to attack innocent weaklings. After listening to the 3 people mumbling for a long time, Telly saw that his sickle was taken away, but the herb basket was returned to him, which was a good sign. One of the soldiers said to Telly, "Where are you from?" Although the word sounded particularly awkward, at least he could understand the meaning. Telly nodded obediently and pointed to the abandoned house he had crawled out of, which dispelled the vigilance of some soldiers. When there is a language barrier, any unnecessary actions and attitudes will lead to disasters, and Telly is very clear about this. Lead the way. Take a look. Yours. He led 3 cautious soldiers with their weapons drawn and walked around the basement. The others didn't see it, but they saw some shocking scenes. Telly could see that the 3 Narxons' eyes had changed when they looked at him. Don't look at this guy's skinny body. He's a ruthless man. He was able to avoid searches and live alone in this hellhole for several days. Look at this toilet. I'm afraid. TSK. In terms of his will to survive, I have to admire him. He's much stronger than those cowards who are afraid of us to the point of committing suicide. He's a real man. The 3rd soldier said nothing, but just untied the canteen from his waist and took out a piece of dried meat and wheat cake that he carried with him and handed them to Telly. This gentle attitude made Telly stunned, and he subconsciously took it. Eat, finish, follow me. The soldier who said this stuttered, and he was tall and strong with scars on his face, looking fierce, but Telly didn't feel any malice. Maybe he can really survive under the rule of the Narxons. After leaving the stinking basement, he ate the food in his hand in small bites. Then, Terry bowed to the 3 people with gratitude. However, the 3 people waved their hands and handed Terry to the general of the 6th Regiment, Ingor. With one arm hanging, Ingor sent a soldier who knew Ionian to interrogate Terry. Only then did he understand that Terry was a herbalist under the command of Trollope of the 3rd Militia. Knowing that Terry was not a cowardly Ionian deserter, but just a cannon fodder village doctor who was forcibly conscripted, Ingor also had some respect for Terry. War was not the business of these villagers. They actually thought of forcibly conscripting villagers to fight. These Ionian village masters deserved to be looked down upon by the Empire. So many strong men died in this battle. It's a miracle that a small herbalist can survive. In the next period of time, the Empire will use Presidium and Gruff villagers' bases to explore the surrounding areas. A guy who knows local herbal intelligence is undoubtedly an important talent. It would be a waste of talent to send him to work as a laborer. But now we need to confirm whether he is willing to work for the Empire. A forced melon is not sweet. It can only be used to quench thirst. Ingors narrowed his eyes and looked at Telly, who was a little uneasy. After resting in the 6th Regiment for a few days, Telly's body recovered a lot. Although the daily food quota was a little small, it was better than when he was in the 3rd Militia Regiment. He just missed his wife and children. The Empire is short of herbalists. Ask him if he is willing to work for the Empire. The soldier translated Ingor's words to Telly. Telly hesitated for a moment, but nodded. In his opinion, he had done his best in this resistance war. Since he could survive under the rule of the Narxans, why did he have to go to extremes and give up his life for the glory of the Ionians in the mouths of those village officials? To put it bluntly, compared to living in the village, he prefers the simple and efficient atmosphere of Narxus. At least there are people here who really value his profession and ability, instead of relying on high moral character and saying useless nonsense every day, taking advantage of him for nothing, and making him smile with gratitude. Thinking about it now, such a life is really disgusting. After getting a positive answer, Ingor smiled with satisfaction. I will write a letter of introduction for you. You can report to Brest tomorrow. He will make the most appropriate arrangements for you. When the translating soldier said the name Brest, Telly was stunned and quite incredible. It was rumored that the hero Brest had a strong and loyal character. In Presidium, there was news that Brest was executed by the Narxans. How could he join the Empire? Brest? Is it General Brest of the 1st Militia Corps? He also surrendered to the Empire? The soldier smiled with his chest puffed out. Of course, your General Brest was inspired by the Commander-in-Chief and willingly joined the Empire and served the Empire. He will be your highest officer in the future. You can ask him if you have any questions. It was already noon the next day when Telly met Brest with the letter of introduction. Brest was sitting alone at the desk handling paperwork. At this moment, Brest changed into the leather armor and iron-studded battle skirt of the Imperial Army style, with an Imperial standard longsword on his waist and an iron helmet on his head. If he hadn't spoken authentic Ionian, Telly would never have believed that the Imperial soldier in front of him was an Ionian general who bravely resisted the Narxans half a month ago. After taking the letter of introduction from Telly and reading it, Brest, who had been working intensively for several days, rubbed his dark eye bags and smiled more at Telly's haggard face. It's rare that another compatriot has joined the Empire. Congratulations on finding a bright way out. Welcome, welcome. I heard that you were a herbalist in Brad Village before. Do you have family in Brad Village? Yes, I have a wife and a little son. Is that so? Don't worry. It won't be long before the Empire will completely liberate the entire Navali province. Brad Village is not far away. Maybe it will be the next target. You work hard here and strive to let more Ionians understand the greatness of the Empire. General Brest. Hearing the word general, Brest's smile froze, and Telly continued to whisper. Why would someone like the general choose to join the Empire? Rumors circulated in Presidium that the general had died in battle, and the general had become a hero in the hearts of the Presidians. Brest lowered his head, and when he raised his head again, the man's eyes were bloodshot, swollen and red, and his face was full of pain. Hero? A hero is someone who watches his compatriots being slaughtered on the battlefield without any value, and can do nothing but shed tears and regret? Instead of being such a hero, I would rather be a traitor who is condemned by everyone. At least as a traitor, I can do something meaningful for the Ionians. Telly, after experiencing these two resistance wars, I completely understand that Ionia's desire to resist Narxus is a complete mistake, and any act of resistance is stupid and futile. There is no point in Ionians dying in such a war. You must also understand that Narxus is a very powerful country, and Ionia is simply unable to compete. So, this is why the general chose to join the Empire. Rubbing his face, Brest struggled to calm down his outburst and became calmer. It's not just this reason. In fact, I also saw the tolerance of Narxan people. This is the important reason why I made this choice. Tolerance? Under the unique gaze, Brest actually seemed a little fanatical at this moment. The Narxan Empire has a different code of conduct from that of Ionia. Even when it comes to foreigners like us, she is willing to show her kindness and tolerance. I think you should have felt it these days. She is passionate, strong, brave, and beautiful. She hates cowards and incompetent people. She has a broad mind that is far beyond our imagination. There are Dalmatians, Shurimans, Friljordians, and Ionians in the Empire. Her mind is enough to accommodate the whole world. She never engages in false showmanship or despicable deception. 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. The capable are promoted, and the incompetent are demoted. As long as you are willing to work hard and show your talents, you can get recognition from others. Most importantly, she will not swing her sword at innocent people. This is why you can see me instead of dying in a corner in a war. In my opinion, the Empire's invasion of Ionia this time is the right decision. The unchanging Ionia should have changed a long time ago. Those village elders who should have been buried long ago are not qualified to own this beautiful newborn land. Then did General Trollope and General Wilder survive? Brest shook his head, a little lonely. The Empire wanted to recruit them, but unfortunately, they chose to fight to death. So the Empire gave them a glorious death, and buried them in the newly built Heroes Cemetery in Gross Village. In addition to the Narxans, there are more of us Ionians, who are the real heroes. Warriors like them should have played a greater role. With a sour nose, Terry suddenly thought of General Nahat riding a tall horse for some reason. Then, what about Nahat who came with me? Brest did not hide the contempt on his face. This coward killed more than a dozen villagers brought from Wilder Village, and wanted to surrender to the Empire as a token of surrender. As a result, the Empire discovered the truth, and the Commander-in-Chief personally ordered that this thing that was worse than pigs and dogs be chopped up and fed to dogs. Guess what happened? What? His stinky meat. Even dogs won't eat it. Chapter 719 Conqueror of Presidium. In the year 949 of the Narxan calendar, after more than 2 years of expedition, the Narxan Empire army took over the heart of Navali province, the holy land of the First Land, the pearl of the Ionians, Presidium. When the news of the fall of Presidium spread from Navali province, the Ionians completely understood the seriousness of the matter. The Narxans were not joking. They really pierced the heart of the Ionians with a spear, and hung the people of Navali province up and beat them. Many Ionians in overseas provinces could not even imagine the scene of their holy land being ravaged by those barbarians. It was like poking a hornet's nest. For a time, the peaceful and tranquil Ionia was boiling in an instant, as if the brave had found the Demon King who kidnapped the princess, and they wanted to quickly snatch the princess from the Demon King and live a life of a winner. Countless people wanted to know what happened in Presidium, and many martial arts sects and militia organizations in overseas provinces spontaneously sent out expeditionary forces to help the Presidians who were in dire straits expel the Narxans. In a sense, the Narxans became an opportunity for Ionia to unite, let alone the turmoil brought by the overseas unrest. For the Presidians, it was a transition from fear to confusion, and finally to a dreamlike state. In the past few months, except for a few cases of a dozen or so soldiers of the regiment who lost their heads because of harassing women belonging to the troops of the 4 great military nobles, not directly under Leicester, who caused a small disturbance, the Ionians' expected separation of wives and children and the destruction of families did not happen at all, but instead reflected the strict and solemn military discipline of the Empire. These Narxan soldiers stationed on Shuanglang Mountain are even more righteous and just than the bandits and robbers in Ionia. They take the initiative to maintain law and order on weekdays, do not steal or rob, go to brothels when they need something, and even pay for things. What's more, they are very rich, and they spend gold coins and eggs as easily as if they were laid by their own hens, without blinking an eye. Not only did it trigger a craze for learning Mandarin, but it also made many young people in Ionia want to join the Imperial Army to get high military pay. Many young girls in Ionia took the initiative to contact the Narxan soldiers who were like big bears and mustered up the courage to merge their blood with the rough and honest barbarians, and became married couples, which made many single Narxan soldiers have a bond on another continent and never want to leave. Since this group of Narxans who can't even speak Ionian came, the lives of the Presidians have not been affected. In addition, they have made the lives of some Presidians richer through trade. For a while, the Presidians always felt that they were dreaming. What about the invasion? How can we resist if you do this? But this is the fact. The Narxan army under Leicester does not need to maintain morale and military pay by looting spoils. This time, they come to Ionia not to vent the violent nature of mankind, but to integrate all the resources on the land of Ionia and prepare for the future world-destroying war. Otherwise, he would not have gone to so much trouble to make so many war preparations. Not to mention its own precious metal veins, the wealth that the Emerald Territory has seized through the trade of luxury goods and high-end weapons is enough for Leicester to feed 1 million troops. Not to mention that the Emerald Territory has always taken the route of elite soldiers. Just selling the weapons and equipment on the black market can make you rich. Of course, no one does this. The fate of a traitor is much more miserable than that of a coward. The benefits and morale brought by high military pay have turned the Imperial Army into a benevolent and righteous army. Everyone is Eliuzahu, except for some peerless beauties, who stand at attention and salute at a glance. The personal wealth that Ionians value is unlikely to be the reason for soldiers to break military discipline. It has to be said that war is a waste of money, and having money means being willful. Leicester, who occupied Presidium and was preparing to slowly occupy the entire Navali province, naturally had a new way to make money. Just reselling the special goods of the Ionian continent to the Valoran continent would be an unimaginable wealth. At that time, he would not even need to pay for the soldiers with emerald, and he would be self-sufficient in Presidium. Of course, the Narxans came to Ionia not to give benefits to the Ionians. The special management methods for the Navali province have been closely planned. After a period of running in between the Narxans and the Ionians, it is finally time for the Narxans to set up a pole. Otherwise, the Ionians might regard the Narxans as philanthropists. Presidium is the pilot area. In addition to maintaining law and order and cracking down on crime, the staff behind Leicester and some Navali province martial arts representatives focused on designing management methods for the Ionian martial arts sects. From the date when the Empire promulgates the provisional management measures for the Navali province of the Naxos Empire, within 1 month, all martial arts sects in the Navali province need to proactively report to the Empire on all aspects of their development, including but not limited to the number of people developed in the sect, the building area owned by the sect's martial arts research and development, direction, etc. Those who fail to report will be labeled as bandit organizations like the Navali Brotherhood and will be wiped out without any room for negotiation. In addition, each reported martial arts sect will need to provide a group of undetermined numbers of warriors to the Imperial Supreme Command every 4 quarters to serve in the army and serve for at least 4 years. They will receive preferential treatment during their service, and whether to retire after 4 years will be decided by the Empire and the individual after consultation. Then, unless it is a life and death challenge or revenge authorized by the Empire, or an emergency requiring self-defense or helping out, or if they have a special Imperial law enforcement token issued by the Imperial Supreme Command, martial arts sects and their disciples cannot kill people at will. Imperial laws are applied equally, and offenders, whether they are warriors or ordinary people, will be tried and punished by the Empire. Of course, if they encounter members of forces on the Imperial Sanctions list, such as the Navali Brotherhood or the evil cult Natural Spirit sect, or other convicted evil forces and bandits, the martial arts sects can kill first and report later, but they need to provide sufficient evidence to prove the identity of the enemy afterwards. Killing people according to the law is not only not a fault, but a meritorious one, and can receive rewards and honors from the Empire, which is a bounty hunter in a sense. In general, the bill brought Ionia's independent sects under the Empire's regulatory system, finding a relative balance between the sect's free development and supervision and restraint. The sect lost some of its freedom, but also gained permission to continue its sect, which was a win-win situation. As for those imperial swords, special law enforcement symbols of the empire, that could easily break the rules, they would only be handed over to top martial arts masters like the Eye of Twilight, the Fist of Shadow, or those who had been reviewed and had made great contributions. It would certainly make it more difficult to investigate incidents of killing in disregard of the law, but this was also to appease the sects and give some privileges to the upright. As long as it could play a positive guiding role, it would be very meaningful, like a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, and it could be regarded as the empire's deterrent to the villains. After the martial arts sect, the local clan forces in Navali province were targeted. The empire did not recognize any form of self-proclaimed village chief or village elder as the management grassroots. All villages and towns were unified under the management of the empire, and grassroots officials were personally dispatched to establish political institutions. The former village chiefs and village elders and other clan forces were publicly tried by the villagers, and the empire executed the verdict. Everyone has a scale in their hearts. What they did in normal times is not only known to themselves. If there is no big evil, it is okay, but part of the property will be confiscated as punishment. If they do enough, bullying, beheading, extermination and house raiding are inevitable. After the grassroots organization is established, the empire will levy taxes on a per capita basis to incorporate the scattered villages into the empire's financial system. In addition, there are many legal details, the purpose of which is to bring a relatively stable order to Navali province, at least so that ordinary people can have a relatively stable living environment, and then make subtle adjustments if they encounter any problems. If we look at the problem from the perspective of the Ionian villagers, it means that there is no group of old and immortal blood-sucking elders above us, and we need to pay some protection fees every quarter, which is much less than the blood sucked before. Finally, there is the arrangement of the psychedelic forest. In order to ensure that the situation of the sacred tree of Omikaelan will not continue to deteriorate, the empire has specially divided enough habitats for Vastaia and built a magic seal, based on the mental maze, to isolate the magic turbulence, reducing the speed of the flow of natural magic. Omikaelan and the psychedelic forest are not completely banned, but you need to obtain a pass to enter and exit, and pass the review of the sentry tower set up by the empire, which is a not complicated procedure compared to usual. When Lester returns to Omikaelan, Vastaia will also be under the rule of the empire, and then it will increase the frequency of circulation between Vastaia and ordinary people. The Ionians have no objection to this move of the empire. Anyway, no one will approach the range of the mental maze at ordinary times. It is nothing more than expanding the range of the forbidden area a little bit. It is easy to win a war, but it is difficult to govern a country. Even if Lester has the entire Narxan Empire as a foundation, it will take enough time to make Ionia change smoothly in the established direction. Both carrots and sticks are indispensable. It will take at least 2 generations for the Ionians to completely identify with Narxus. This expedition has been 2 years. The next batch of Imperial legions with grassroots civil servants have boarded the ship to Ionia. After soliciting personal opinions, some Narxan soldiers who have established families will continue to garrison Presidium, and the rest of the soldiers who want to return home will naturally take a ship back to Narxus for rest and vacation, and let their families see their Ionian wives. I just hope that those soldiers who married Vastaia will not be beaten bound by their families because of fury. In general, Presidium is now the most stable time. The resistance element in the external provinces have not yet arrived in Navali province, and the Brotherhood is overwhelmed by Camille's expansion forces. In addition to some decisions that must be made personally, Lester also has a lot of free time. On this day, Lester finished all his official duties in advance and received a request for a meeting from Jax. This guy, after watching the show for so long, finally wants to talk to me. With a relaxed smile, Lester greeted Syndra, took off his mask, changed into casual clothes, and left the temporary palace. The meeting place was arranged at a flower garden tavern in Presidium. The layout style is very suitable for Jax, who is a free and easy person. Walking into the private room on the 2nd floor, Jax was sitting by the window and tapping the table with his fingers flexibly, making a rhythmic tapping sound. Long time no see, old friend. Locking the door, Lester sat down opposite Jax, took the initiative to pick up the bottle, and poured a glass of wine for Jax, and filled it up for himself. What kind of wine? Strong liquor. Lester's eyes lit up after smelling the bottle. Strong liquor is good, worthy of you. Come, let's drink a glass before talking. With a sigh, Jax, who was not going to delve into Lysandra, took off his mask, clinked glasses with Lester, and drank it all in one gulp. I'm honored that the person sitting opposite me is Lester, not the commander-in-chief. Otherwise, I would be the one pouring the wine, bending over. Haha, I didn't expect you to learn humor. Lester didn't care. Whether it's the commander-in-chief, Lester, or even Lister, when our personal strength reaches this level, power is not that important. What's important is friends who can fight side by side. After all, there are gods in this world. No matter how powerful the secular power is, if you anger the gods, a meteorite will hit you, and you'll be finished. Jax also laughed. It seems that you came here to deal with the gods? Not to deal with them, but to kill them. Pull down those high-ranking guys, and spank them hard. And then sit on them yourself? What else? Lester shrugged, and Jax laughed. You are really ambitious. It's better than sitting and waiting for the robbers to come and kill you. So, Jax's smile disappeared. In the sudden silence, the bitter Jax poured a second glass of wine for himself and Lester. Cheers. Cheers. Putting down their glasses, the two tacitly skipped the previous topic. I have to say that your army has indeed brought positive effects to Ionia. It doesn't even look like an army. I have only seen such soldiers in Demacia. Because Narxis does not want to be a passerby, gentle means can reduce the strength of resistance. No matter how nice it sounds, it cannot cover up the fact of aggression. No matter how much we do, we are still bad guys in the minds of Ionians. It will take at least 2 generations to change the impression. A bad guy with compassion and ability. Actually, such a bad guy is quite charming, isn't it? Since Ionia is so weak, there will always be someone to stab it. So why can't it be me? At least I will stab it gently, to reduce some of Ionia's pain. Real growth is always accompanied by pain. Jax sighed for the second time. You are under too much pressure, Lester. You'd better take a rest. This time it was Lester who was silent. Chapter 720 Old Friend. Seeing that Lester didn't say anything, Jax continued. I can see that you are expanding the Narxan Empire for a longer peace, but don't forget that you are more important than the Narxan Empire now. You are the core figure of Runeland. If you die, Runeland will have to fight for at least 100 years. If it's only 100 years, I won't be so anxious. Lester sighed, opened the second bottle of wine, and poured the third glass of wine. This time, the two did not toast, but took a sip, and savored the aroma of fermented grain. You are from Akasha. You must know Jilin. Jax was a little surprised. Have you seen Jilin the Riddler? I haven't seen him for a long time, and I don't know if he is deliberately avoiding me. Riddler. That's right. Jilin is indeed a Riddler. When we first met, he was familiar with me like an old friend, but you don't know why he is a Riddler. Why, you want to be a Riddler too? Jax stared at Lester with 8 eyes slanted, looking quite intimidating. Lester was naturally not scared. He just smiled bitterly. He has interfered with too many destinies and seen too much destruction. Jilin. He dare not say much because he doesn't know whether the future he tells will become a reason for destruction. So he can only be a Riddler and give some effective guidance without affecting the world. So what does this have to do with Jilin? In all the destruction, he saw me. What do you mean? You brought the destruction? Jax took a breath, his throat a little dry. Lester turned his head to look at the flower beds and green plants outside the tavern. Ionia has never lacked the color of life, while Icathia has only purple, beautiful but monotonous and dead silence. Isn't this the case with this dying star? It means that I, who work so hard, have failed countless times in other world lines. Understanding Lester's desperate motivation, Jax felt heartbroken. Lester probably didn't say these words to anyone else. When Lester was carrying the future of the whole world, he was also branded as a tyrant. The Ionians didn't say it, but they cursed the new ruler in their hearts, wishing Lester would die on the spot. I'm afraid there are many Narxans who want Lester dead, but Lester is too powerful and suppressed all these forces. Once Lester dies, these monsters will definitely jump out and turn Runeland into hell. As the most outstanding and powerful time Major Nikathia, Ziran can travel through different worlds and see different world lines. Jax knows this very well. He also knows that the threat of this world is not the barbaric Narxan Empire or the evil Black Mage. The Void, the Starry Sky, the Underworld, and the evil gods and demons in other worlds are the most dangerous things. In Lester's words, the eternal flame he keeps is probably the key item to deal with the Void. So far, he has not figured out why Runeland has become a piece of cake coveted by countless people. Perhaps this is related to the mystery of the beginning of creation. Unfortunately, his age is far less than the land under his feet. Even Karma couldn't do it. It's really not easy. Here's to you. Jax filled up half of the glass and drank it in one gulp. Lester didn't add more wine, but just drank half of it, and his smile returned to his face. Don't worry about me too much. I live a much more comfortable life than you. When things are nigh on your ass table, I will take a break for a while, after I ascend the throne in Narxus, and spend time with my family. I've been too tense during this period. Jax scratched the back of his head. Appoint the throne. You want to be the emperor? Lester nodded. Being the leader of an empire is completely different from being the lord of an independent territory. If I want the empire to follow my pace, I must make changes. Relying on the great victory in Ionia, it is enough to break the aristocratic politics of Narxus. Only by becoming the emperor of Narxus can I completely stabilize the growing territory. Otherwise, those old nobles will drag their feet in the dark every day, which will only slow down the development of the empire. If you really become the emperor of Narxus, you will really become the target of public criticism. Nothing else to say. Jax pointed his finger at the ceiling. Those guys in the sky will not agree to such a powerful centralized country on Earth. It's hard to say whether the previous owner of the Immortal Fortress died suddenly or not. Thinking of the fact that the Justice Star Spirit Justice was surrounded by some traitors, Lester smiled mischievously. The playful Twilight Star Spirit didn't care about anything, and the Guardian Star Spirit didn't seem to be in this starry sky. At most, there was only one curious Star Spirit who could take action. He really wanted to know what the Justice Star Spirit's expression was when the Moon Star Spirit, the Sun Star Spirit, the War Star Spirit and his two angel daughters poked his, but at the Justice Star Spirit's command. After they poked themselves, the Justice Star Spirit's expression must be very interesting. It's hard to say, but I'm not powerless to resist those guys now. They are also busy with their own affairs now, otherwise they would have jumped out long ago. As long as you don't do something that makes them sit still, it won't be a big problem. That's true. After a while of silence, Lester suddenly said, "It's not fun to drink without eating meat. How about we have some meat?" "Okay, I'll go talk to the waiter." They ordered a large table of raw and cooked meat. The raw meat was bloody, the cooked meat was fragrant, and they were divided into two sides, and the two sat down again. After 3 rounds of drinks, the two stopped talking about those dark and cruel topics. "By the way, you didn't come to me just to talk about the Empire this time, right?" Jax nodded and said leisurely, "Actually, I came here this time to talk to you about the Yufeng Sword Dojo." "Oh, I know. The 3 famous families in Langji Mountain are very powerful. Those who don't want to join the Empire, aren't they afraid that I will be ruthless and push them away?" Jax was stunned. "Hazage? What is Hazage?" Lester waved his hand. "It's probably a special creature that likes to give away its head. It always thinks it's very powerful. It likes to show off after being beaten. It's a dead duck with a stubborn mouth." "Wait, you don't really want to attack the Yufeng Sword Art Dojo, do you?" "Why not? They haven't reported to the Empire by the deadline. When the time comes, I will catch them all and send them to the arena." Looking at Lester, who was gritting his teeth, Jax was also a little anxious. Didn't I come to you this time to talk about this? Kunfeng has long wanted to join the Empire with his dojo, but I told him not to worry, so he didn't take any action, and waited for me to make the connection." Hearing this, Lester rolled his eyes. "He's not a beautiful woman. What's the point of an old man buried in the dirt up to his neck to make the connection with me? I'm not into male beauty." "Sure enough, you, a guy who likes women, only have eyes for beautiful women. Don't forget that we are still warriors." Jack sighed for the third time and was also a little speechless, but he didn't want to mention Xiao. Think about it. Kun Feng challenged you to a duel, and you defeated him openly. He joined the empire naturally, and you also gained fame. Isn't it killing two birds with one stone? Ionia warriors are all guys who admire the strong. Kun Feng is one of the top warriors. I think it is more effective to let the warriors understand the personal strength of the empire's commander-in-chief than to suppress them directly with the army. Lester stroked his chin. He didn't expect this. In fact, he hadn't exercised for a long time, and he didn't know exactly how strong he was. But no matter what, he wouldn't be defeated by a mortal sword master, right? That makes some sense. Jax's eyes lit up, not in the ordinary sense, but emitting a soft light of light blue, which formed a sharp contrast with Jax's purple skin eroded by the void. So, you agreed? Lester nodded and stared at Jax's chin, mainly because there were too many eyes and he didn't know which one to look at. I agreed, but I have to be frank. Since he has chosen to duel with me, I will not be responsible for his life or death. Don't worry, Kun Feng is ready to die in battle. If you think he is useful, spare his life. If you don't like him, kill him. No matter what the result is, he will thank you. After talking about Kun Feng, Lester smiled. Old Jax, I'm doing you a favor, right? You have to do me a favor too. Jax was alert, and even the raw meat in his mouth didn't taste good. I won't agree to something that even you, the commander-in-chief of the empire, have a headache. Can you tell me first? It's not a headache, but you are the best person to deal with it. I don't know if you know about the Natural Spirit Sect? Jax's eyes turned cold. The Nature Spirit Sect, a group of murderous lunatics who hide their heads and show their tails. They value plants and insects more than human lives, and often massacre villages without leaving anyone alive. I kill every member of this sect I see. They deserve to die. Lester smiled. As expected, Jax had no good feelings towards this evil cult. That's perfect. I want to entrust you to investigate the affairs of this sect. It would be best if you can find out where their headquarters is hidden. Some intelligence here shows that they are hiding underground. Unfortunately, the terrain and ruins of Ionia are too complicated. There are more caves than hornets' nests. If we make too much movement, we will alert the enemy. I thought of you who are experienced. You must be more familiar with this land than I am, and you have enough strength not to fall. I can provide support for funds, personnel, or equipment. I just need you to take the lead. As long as we find out their secrets, I will send people to uproot them. Considering that he had nothing to do recently, Jax nodded. Actually, I wanted to investigate them before, but I didn't do it for various reasons. I didn't expect that this group of people would actually offend you. People are easy to deal with. I know a few good players who also hate the Natural Spirit Sect. The problem is whether you can provide some special light sources, the kind that can provide lighting for a long time without extinguishing. It's too painful to use torches. Okay, I think the magic crystal lamp should be able to meet your needs. The light source has a large range, high intensity, and can be turned on and off at will. A piece of hextech crystal is enough for several months. Both of them are monsters who can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. They can eat and drink. They haven't seen each other for a long time and they are full of talk. They didn't end this gathering until the sun went down. Dragon Ridge Mountain, Langian Stream, the bright moon is high, and it's quiet. A short and strong man wearing a coat walked out of the house, squatted in the yard and lit a pipe, with an indescribable irritability on his face, as if he hadn't vented his excess energy. His name is Alike. He has a beautiful wife named Yaokin, who is the sect leader of Langian Liu. Their lovely daughter is already over 1 year old. These are obviously two things that are worth being proud of and happy about. Why do I feel so awkward when I think about it now? In fact, ever since Yaokin returned to the sect to take care of her pregnancy, he felt something was wrong with his face full of joy. First, the couple's intimacy was much weaker than before. Most of the time, he took the initiative and Yaokin was the last one. Then there was the issue of their daughter. Yaokin named her daughter herself, and she was very firm in her decision, and didn't allow him to have any say. When she was just learning to speak, Yaokin never taught her daughter to call daddy. Her mother taught her very diligently, and her daughter rarely let him hold her. At first, he didn't care much, thinking that his wife might have her own ideas, but the sharp-eyed guys in the sect also saw that Yalkin's attitude towards him had changed, but they didn't say anything because of pressure. Some words don't need to be said, the eyes are enough to express them. Alec has also observed that the eyes are called man's sympathy and pity, which means brother, you have to be strong. There is no doubt that this is tons of real damage. Before this, Alec had never dared to think deeply. After all, Eugene was so powerful, and she was his childhood sweetheart. She was always experienced in doing things. How could she betray him? But now he began to question his own thoughts. When she left, her stomach was still small, but when she came back, her stomach was big. When I asked her what she did outside, she just said that she was dealing with the affairs of the Order of the Balance and was delayed for some days. Could it be that Mimu is really not my child? Then when did Eugene have an affair with a man outside? Whose child is Mimu Yomantaxi? It would be better if he didn't think about these things. The more Alec thought about it, the angrier he became. He felt like an idiot. He couldn't even keep his wife and let a man steal her away. He still had to raise a child for him with a smile on his face. But if he really wants to do his best to protect Eugene, it is impossible. Eugene is the shadow fist of the Balance sect and the Menxucaden of the Langayan school. His strength is unfathomable. He is also arbitrary and domineering in his daily life. He is elusive. There is no need for him to protect her. It is better to be protected. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Who did it? Rubbing his hair like a bird's nest, Alec lowered his head. Eugene's position is not something he can shake. In other words, as long as Eugene wants to protect the wild man, there is no solution to this problem. The irritated Alec stood up and walked a few steps, but suddenly remembered the mysterious woman who came to his door. Every time Eugene was not around, the beautiful woman would have a tryst with him and ask him about some secrets of the sect. Half drunk, half awake, and half reluctant, he didn't know what he said. Could it be that Eugene knew about this? Alec's face turned pale. Did she find Mandy in the room? Eugene opened her eyes. Her guilty look faded. She smiled bitterly and closed her eyes again. Alec didn't know that there was a secret spell on his coat. Chapter 721 Windsword Master vs Imperial Commander. Early in the morning, the sky above Presidium was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Narcs and soldiers stood at various street corners and key locations like iron walls, guarding the order of Presidium. The swordsman of the Yufeng Sword Art Dojo wanted to openly challenge the Imperial Commander, and the Imperial Commander agreed. The time was set today, and the location was at the foot of Shuanglang Mountain, where the Temple of Eternal Life was located. The sun had just risen, and Shuanglang Mountain was full of spectators, some practicing martial arts and some not, some who liked to join in the fun, and some with ulterior motives. The open space was filled with 3 layers inside, and 3 layers outside. If the narcs and soldiers in the innermost circle had not left enough space for the main character, I'm afraid there would not even be a place to move. The best viewing position is still the lower part of the halfway point of the mountain. Looking down from the high ground can get a global perspective. Although the high position is somewhat offensive to the Imperial Commander, the Imperial Commander himself does not care, so it doesn't matter. Such a position is naturally not available to ordinary people. Only the Imperial Generals and the martial arts masters who have received invitations can appear in this place. The generals of the 3 major regiments of the Imperial Army are in this list. The reason why it is 3 major is that the general of the Serapum Regiment died heroically in the village of Gross. In addition to the Imperial Generals and the Imperial Wizard Syndra, the invitations also include the Eye of Twilight, the Fist of Shadow, the Heart of Rage, the Master of Weapons, and several elders who can represent the whole of eternal life. It is interesting to note that the Shuaju Temple is also among the invitations, and sent an old monk, but there is no place for the Vajra sect. The first to enter the venue was an old man with a 1.5 meter long sword on his waist and white hair and beard. The old man was tall and well proportioned. The exposed forearms showed the explosive streamlined muscles with the naked eye. His demeanor was not like that of an elderly person in the ordinary sense. It was the sword Saint Kun Feng who arrived half an hour earlier. Kun Feng stood in the middle of the field, wearing a simple blue and white sword robe that moved without wind, with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was resting his mind, or as if he was gathering strength. His aura was sometimes ethereal and sometimes heavy, and it was hard for people to look away just standing there. He was powerful without being angry. At some point, the noisy sound disappeared quickly, and the red dragon scale horse took heavy steps, like Moses parting the sea, walking alone in the path made by the Narksan black guards, and slowly stood outside the field. A tall man wearing a dark red metal mask stepped off his horse and walked straight towards Kunfeng. It was the most powerful ruler of Naxos, the Grand Commander of the Empire, Lester. There were no restrictions on this challenge, regardless of life or death, and of course, weapons and equipment were also included. I thought that the wealthy Empire Commander-in-Chief would wear heavy armor and impeccable equipment to meet the challenge, but Lester was wearing a Naxan-style black and red swordsman robe, with a curved long sword across his waist. Upon closer inspection, the arc was smaller than that of the long sword, and it seemed to be slightly different from the long sword. The two stood east and west, with very similar weapons and clothing, which was very visually impactful. The west was as bright as the rising sun, and the east was as dark as a starry night. It was like the collision of the wind and the red iron. One side was ethereal and the other side was as still as a mountain. Facing the momentum like a deep abyss and a prison, Kunfeng instantly understood the meaning of the Empire Commander-in-Chief's move. The man in front of him was indeed a legend in the world, and he actually wanted to defeat him in the field he was best at. I, Kunfeng of Yufeng School, would like to thank Commander Lester. As an old man, Kunfeng took the lead in performing a fist-clasping salute to Lester, which is only used when meeting a senior. Lester accepted the salute firmly, then nodded to Kunfeng in a cold voice. Show your best form. Let me see if Yufeng School is worth keeping. Don't let your teacher down. Then Kunfeng, I will show you my ugly face here. After taking a look at Jax on the mountain, Kunfeng saluted again, then put his hand on the hilt of the sword, his eyes like lightning, and the murderous aura that had been accumulated for a long time locked on Lester. This is a fight to the death. With his tiger's mouth against the hilt of the sword, a gust of wind suddenly rose on the spot, and his figure suddenly disappeared on the spot, causing a burst of exclamations from the spectators. Before the blade arrived, the wind rose first. When they met again, the invisible big sword had already slashed towards Lester's chest, and the sharp sword energy appeared on the whistling blade, leaving Lester no way to avoid it. Wind control style, breaking the air, and drawing the sword. There is no need to test in front of the legend. One move is a sure kill. What a strong wind. Under the magic steel mask, Lester's eyes lit up, and he felt the passion of a warrior for the first time in a long time. As a physical swordsman, Kunfeng has no magical talent, but he can mobilize the wind element with the wind of the blade and willingly turn it into a murderous sword energy. This move alone is enough to make Kunfeng transcend the category of sword master and become extraordinary. Seeing that the unmoved Empire Commander was about to be killed by the sword master, the spectators held their breath, and their heartbeats seemed to slow down. Some people were even happy, obviously dissatisfied with the high-ranking Empire Commander. Bing, bing, bing. The crisp sound of swords rang out from the battlefield. The next moment, a shimmering bloodlight, like a bloody crescent moon, came first. The blood-colored sword tip met the swift sword energy from bottom to top, and collided with Kunfeng's sword in a cross shape, making a sound of metal. At this moment, Kunfeng saw a burial ground made up of a sea of blood and corpses. Unable to withstand the power of the two, the earth and rocks where the two were located collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. The fierce sword wind collapsed at the touch of a button, and the sword was also swept away by the magic steel sword. Kunfeng held the sword and retreated 5 steps to relieve the impact, while Lester calmly put away the sword on the spot, and his movements were even the same as at the beginning, without any changes. The audience was filled with deathly silence. In the first round, the two people who also used long swords showed an absolute difference in strength. What kind of monster is that Naxan? When did he draw his sword? I don't quite understand. Didn't the sword master take the initiative? Is it the advantage of the weapon? You can tell at a glance that the bloody long sword is not an ordinary thing. But the sword master's Zanpute Deo can also be called a precious sword, right? Unlike laymen and experts with poor skills, Jax, who was in a special seat, saw the key at a glance. Kun Feng was taking advantage of the momentum, the misty wind, which came and went quickly, while Lester was using luck, the momentum of the evil spirit that he had accumulated for hundreds of years, which was condensed and not dispersed, as if it were real. How could it be blocked by the wind? The evil spirit is already majestic, and coupled with a certain killing knife technique that matches the evil spirit, Lester used his own momentum perfectly when drawing the sword. If he hadn't given a warning in advance, I'm afraid that under this sword, Kun Feng would have no chance to retreat, and would have been cut in half. Sure enough, the end of the sword is nothing more than slashing, stabbing, and slashing, and there is no skill to speak of. The unity of man and nature after the unity of man and sword is the absolute watershed. Only by deeply understanding and using one's own momentum can one transcend the mundane and reach another realm. When Jax sighed, Kun Feng lowered his head, and his right arm holding the sword with one hand was still trembling slightly. Blood oozes from the tiger's mouth, and the palm is hot, as if burned by fire. Almost, the Zanfeng Tadeo will slip out of his hand, becoming a lifelong shame. The shock of that sword is still vivid in his mind. The sword skills are not inferior to his own, and the sword momentum and strength are absolutely suppressed by the man in front of him. At this moment, facing this man, he doesn't even dare to draw a second sword, as if he draws a second sword, he will become a dry bone in the sea of corpses and blood. Unless he can break through his own bottleneck and reach the point where he can control the wind as he wishes, otherwise he can only bring shame upon himself. Such an opponent has exceeded his imagination and is definitely beyond human power. Any mediocre moves are just a waste of time. No wonder Lester asked him to show his best at the beginning. At this moment, Kun Feng was even very despicable and thankful that his teacher Jax had greeted the monster in front of him in advance. Otherwise, he would definitely die under the sword just now, and his death was meaningless. If it only comes to this, I might be a little disappointed. Lester's words calmed Kun Feng down. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Kun Feng, who knew the absolute gap between them, bent down and bowed to Lester. Commander-in-Chief, I have realized that I'm overestimating my own abilities. Please forgive me for the presumptuous challenge. Amid the audience's dissatisfied boos, Lester did not respond, but just silently watched the swordmaster straighten his back again. Sure enough, Kun Feng tightened the handle of the knife again. The boos dissipated. If I just retreat, I'm afraid I'll disappoint the Commander-in-Chief. So, Kun Feng will use all his life's knowledge in his next strike. If I die under the Commander-in-Chief's sword, it will be the honor of Kun Feng's life. Please. This time, Lester still gave Kun Feng enough time to prepare. He stood in position again. This time, Kun Feng did not sheath his sword, but held it in the middle with both hands. He collected all his thoughts and calmed down. Suddenly, a breeze started to rise. Kun Feng actually started a sword dance on the spot. Obviously, every move and every posture was the simplest slash, but with unpredictable light steps, it presented a kind of chaotic artistic conception. It just looked bluffing. 10 meters away from Lester, it was like he was entertaining himself. Only a few people could sense that the wind direction had changed. What's going on? Did the swordmaster become a dancer because he couldn't beat Lester? My old dog Apache dances better than this cowardly old man. Does he want those Naxxons to make fun of us? The great commander of the empire naturally didn't dare to provoke him. Many outspoken Ionians vented their grievances of defeat on the swordmaster, but forgot that the swordmaster was the only brave man who dared to stand up and openly challenge the highest authority of Naxxus. Naturally, he heard the slander and abuse against Kun Feng. Jax frowned, but didn't say much. He just silently watched Kun Feng, who was combining the sword and wind on the spot, without blinking. Lester, who was patiently waiting for Kun Feng to perform his unique skills, raised his head. The flowing wind formed by the sword dance merged into a strong rotating airflow that brought a dark cloud, skillfully covering the sun. The sky suddenly changed. On the ground, Kun Feng's movements became faster and faster. The cyclone surrounded his body and swirled a cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, Kun Feng's figure was no longer visible in the wind. The sword and the wind merged into one. Only countless sword lights like the wind followed the wind, crossing a distance of more than 10 meters and slashing towards Lester from all directions. The sword light was shadowless and as fast as the wind. When the virtual and the real changed, it was as if a storm swept across the world, which was impossible to defend against and avoid. Facing the sword blade wind surrounding him, Lester closed his eyes and slowly pulled out the magic steel longsword. Since he couldn't see the direction of the sword in the wind, he didn't need to look at it. Let his body feel the deadly murderous intent. With a sword in hand, only one heart. Ding ding dang dang. Between heaven and earth, it seemed that there was only this piece of sword light and shadow. In the strong wind, Lester stood still and used stillness to control movement. The long sword in his hand turned into a blood-red blade light, perfectly matching the light white shadow dancing in the strong wind. They hit each other several times or even dozens of times within a second. When the divine weapons met, murderous intent burst out, and the sword blades made a series of explosions like beans frying in a hot pot. Many ordinary people who had never practiced martial arts rolled their eyes and fainted on the ground with nosebleeds, but no one cared. All the spectators, including Jax, stared at this miraculous sword dance with their eyes wide open, their heartbeats quickened, and they looked forward to the moment of victory or defeat. The fact was just as imagined. Just a dozen seconds later, the blood blade in Lester's hand stabbed straight, like a blood-colored meteor piercing through the storm and falling into the earth. The strong wind suddenly dissipated. Inch wind appeared in front of Lester, and the blood blade hit the middle of the blade of the big sword, just like a warrior being hit by a fatal point. The sword master stared at his weapon, motionless like a sculpture. Master Sword Master is not dead. No. Such a powerful sword master. Even experienced people like Twilight Eyes and Shadow Fist could not tell what was going on at this time. Others might still have some concerns. Knowing that Lester and Jax had a close relationship, Syndra looked directly at Jax. Master Jax, what is the solution to this battle? As Syndra's question came out, more people looked at Jax, took a deep breath, and Jax whispered, Kun Feng is not dead, but it is more painful than death. If he cannot survive this disaster, there will be no more name of the Wind Sword Saint in the world. Everyone, keep watching. The winner has been decided. The answer, like a riddle man, not only failed to solve the puzzle, but made everyone more anxious. However, Jax was unwilling to say more, so he could only give up. Finally, the non-static picture changed, and Lester took back the magic steel longsword and put it back into the sheath. 3 meters away, the wind-slashing sword in Kun Feng's hand broke in the middle with a crisp sound, and the broken sword fell to the ground. Since he became famous, the beloved sword that accompanied Kun Feng for a lifetime has disappeared, and there is no possibility of repair. Everyone understood what Jax meant by the winner has been decided. The moves just now are good. I'm very satisfied. What is the name? The Sword Saint, in a trance, came back to his senses, put down the broken sword, and smiled bitterly at Lester. It hasn't been named yet. I'm sorry to make you laugh at me, Commander. Hearing this, Lester said in a deep voice, you pay with your sword for your life, and I will give you a name for your sword move. From now on, you will be the Imperial Sword Saint. How about it? After a moment of silence, Kun Feng gently stroked the blade of the broken sword in his hand until his fingertips bled, and then gently placed the broken sword next to the broken blade. Kun Feng, who no longer had any attachment to his beloved sword, bowed his head and knelt on one knee in front of Lester. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief, for your kindness. Please give me a name. This sword move is invisible, like a continuous gust of wind. How about calling it Guangfeng Zoi Slash? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722. The sacred tree is about to be sucked dry. The impact of the battle at Shuanglang Mountain was far beyond everyone's imagination. From then on, Ionia lost a wind swordsman, and Naxos gained an imperial swordsman. It is said that Kun Feng also received the large sword, Sword Wind Shadowless, personally awarded by the imperial commander. The Wind Swordsmanship Dojo joined the Naxan Empire and became a strategic partner of the military. The dojo became a holy place for the training of imperial swordsmen. the Shuaju temple in Shangzhen province directly disbanded the Vajra sect and closed the temple in the north of the continent with a small number of core disciples of the Vajra sect, with the intention of becoming the second Salana monastery. The most shocking and desperate thing was the unfathomable strength of the Imperial commander Lester. He cut off the swordsman's sword in the swordsmanship that the Ionian swordsman was most proud of, and named the sword move. This made those warriors who regretted not being able to successfully assassinate the Imperial commander in the Battle of Gross Village completely give up the idea of catching the thief first, and the idea was clear at once. In the eyes of most people, Kun Feng's achievement is to prove that trying to deal with the Naxan commander through assassination is tantamount to seeking death. Until the end of the challenge, the Empire commander still looked at ease. The top strongman that Ionia was proud of was unable to force the commander's true strength. This cruel fact was no less than a bolt from the blue for the Ionian warriors who admired the strong. Most people suddenly realized that being ruled by such a strong man seemed to be nothing humiliating. While the incident was still fermenting, Lester had already set out on the road to Omikaelan with a part of the Black Guards who knew Ionia. The affairs of Presidium were handed over to Sindra and Zaya, who came to support, including but not limited to arranging the second batch of rotating Imperial soldiers and grassroots officials, sending Jax the materials needed for exploration, and jointly eradicating the Brotherhood's base with Camille, and tracking down the whereabouts of the Brotherhood leader Night Shadow. For Lester, passing through the mental maze is even easier than unlocking his own door. However, the more than 100 Black Guards who experienced the magic of the mental maze for the first time experienced the surprise of finding the exit by up, down, left, right, Baba. I don't know if it's because Lester brought too many strong men. The Shy Garden grandmother has been hiding and didn't come out. As for the plants that like to block the road, they remembered Lester's breath deeply and took the initiative to make way. So, more than 100 people pulled 3 large coffins to Omikaelan very smoothly. With a heavy black armor, those who didn't know would think they were professional coffin bearers. The first thing Lester did when he arrived in Omikaelan was to warn the group of loyal and strong young men behind him. Remember, Omikaelan is home to many Vastaya, and it is a very open place. Naxos is just a kid wearing open crotch pants compared to it. If you don't want to have many children, you'd better control your crotch. Of course, if you don't mind being a father, you can communicate more with the local Vastaya, as long as it doesn't delay things. For them, it is a good thing to have a strong foreign bloodline. Although they didn't quite understand what Lester meant, the Black Guards nodded and thought the commander was amazing. Soon, the Black Guards realized what enthusiasm meant. Without the gate teleport stone, Omikaelan had a very difficult time traveling. The journey from the Forgetful Garden to the village of the ancestors was extremely long. In addition, he didn't know if he had taken the wrong medicine. He would always encounter extremely aggressive Vastaya along the way. Seeing that he couldn't persuade them, Lester had no choice but to kill them. It took a lot of time to reach the village of the ancestors. He avoided the Vastaya village and found a place in the secluded area outside that was easy to defend and difficult to attack to temporarily station. What made Lester jump was that the village of the ancestors, which was open to the public, was actually protected by a powerful golden magic seal. After opening the arcane vision, Lester squinted his eyes and looked at it for a long time and finally determined that this magic seal came from the sacred tree and even he couldn't break it. In Omikaelan, as long as it was related to the sacred tree, it was inseparable from Lalit. Obviously, something bad happened in Omikaelan, and Lalit had to use the sacred tree to seal the village of the ancestors. After entrusting the defense of the 3 coffins to the Black Guards, Lester completely cut off the idea of the Black Guards to have a party. Lester quickly found a small golden tree and called out Lalita's name. Unlike before, this time Lester called out for a long time before the small golden tree formed a narrow passage. After passing through the passage, Lester arrived directly under the sacred tree. He looked around, but he could not see Lalita's figure, nor the bud that gave birth to his daughter. The man's face sank, and he quickened his pace to the holy lotus pond. When he saw Lalita lying naked on the lotus leaf, Lester finally breathed a sigh of relief, trotted onto the lotus leaf, and held the weak Lalita in his arms. Lalita, what happened here? The body instinctively began to absorb life energy. The fox girl opened her eyes with difficulty and showed a shallow smile, but her face was so pale that it made people feel distressed. The sacred tree can't hold on any longer. Vastaya and Zaru are both crazy. I can only seal Zaru in the village of the ancestors. So, the seal is to prevent Zaru from coming out, not to prevent Vastaya from coming in. Lalit nodded. Zaru wants to start a foreign war. I know you have already made arrangements, so you lock them up. Taking a deep breath, Lester carried Lalit to the sacred tree. The golden branches and leaves were like an illusory golden rain curtain hanging from the sky, completely covering the brilliance of the sun. From the appearance alone, the sacred tree did not seem to have any signs of decline. However, as Lalit waved her little hand, the roots of the tree took the initiative to dig the soil, to expose the deep roots. Lester could feel a very obvious smell of corruption. The withered bark and rhizomes were like age spots, which made the giant tree look like an old man who was about to die. How could the sacred tree decay so quickly? Lalit took a deep look at Lester, who was frowning, and sighed softly. I'm not sure. But what is certain is that it is related to the life energy in your body. My life energy. Is it the energy dissipated by the life rune? Logically, life energy should be able to delay the decline of the sacred tree, so how could it have a counter effect? Lalit didn't say anything, but just shook her little hand again, and the trunk, that was like an ancient tree wall, split from the middle, revealing the small flower bud hidden inside. The flower bud was still the size of a dragon egg last time, but this time it was 2 sizes smaller. Unlike the withered sacred tree, the flower bud contained infinite vitality. Could it be because of our daughter? Lester opened his mouth wide, and Lalit nodded with a wry smile. I didn't think our naughty daughter would actively prey on the life energy you left behind. Then, something strange happened that I couldn't understand. My daughter absorbed the energy of the sacred tree faster and faster, so fast that I couldn't hide it anymore. The decline of the sacred tree was visible to the naked eye. Soon, Vastaya and Zaru found that they couldn't have children. Lester. No wonder Vastaya and Zaru went crazy. After all this time, the culprit turned out to be me. The sacred tree is equivalent to an efficient natural magic converter, and natural magic energy is closely related to the life and reproduction of Vastaya. Think about it from another perspective. If one day humans suddenly found that they couldn't give birth to any offspring, they would probably go crazy and throw nuclear weapons everywhere. Seeing that Lester was speechless, Lalit put on a gentle smile. If we take into account the natural magic energy dissipated by Omikaelan, it is enough for our daughter to be born. In fact, I'm considering using the sacred tree to kill all Vastaya and Zaru. At least before the sacred tree dies, our daughter must come into this world. The kind-faced mother said chilling words and was frightened by Lalit's idea. Lester saw the fox girl's madness for the first time. This won't work. Without the sacred tree, you will also be hurt. Without a mother, how can our daughter grow up happily? What's more, I can't accept your departure. I will find a way to deal with the sacred tree. Lester kissed the fox girl's smooth forehead. Don't do anything stupid, or I will be angry. Lester. Burying her head in Lester's arms, Lalit did not continue to explain her plan of mass extinction. Knowing that Lalit would still listen to him, Lester was relieved. Exterminating Vastaya and Zaru is definitely the worst plan. The simplest solution is to find Ivern, the heir of the Emperor Willow, who has grown to legs and runs around. The more complicated way is to find a magic source that can stably supply the energy of the sacred tree. In addition to Lester's own life energy, the magic source is currently the original crystal produced by the Crystal Great Will, which is partially available. For the former, I'm afraid Lester will have to take the initiative to be a biological dry battery, and then he will really become the father of the Vastaya. In other words, Lester has been using the intelligence power of the Empire to investigate Ivern's movements, but there has been no news. I'm afraid that the tree man is the sixth in a place where few people go. If you use Nora's portal and use the elimination method to find the places where Ivern may appear one by one, the possibility of finding him will be very high. The originally shelved plan now seems to have to be put on the agenda quickly and can't be delayed any longer. It's just, this time I pulled 3 coffins. If I want the owner of the coffin to crawl out of the coffin, I have to use the harmonizing energy of the sacred tree. Lester glanced at the withered tree roots and was speechless for a moment. He was such a jerk, grabbing a tree and plucking its hair like this. What's wrong? After hesitating for a while, Lester still told his main purpose this time. I originally thought that the sacred tree could last for more than 10 years, but I didn't expect the situation to deteriorate so quickly. In this case, there is no way to use the sacred tree to help Kindred and Scene complete their souls. Lalit did not directly reject it. It doesn't take much energy from the sacred tree to complete the soul. Our daughter is working so hard to shape her body. Since you promised Kindred, you might as well pull her over to let me see. It must be very meaningful for you to get Kindred's help. As for that Scene, Lester sighed softly. Let's put the matter of Scene aside for now. It was just a spur of the moment decision. Since the sacred tree is unstable now, it's not worth the risk. I'll go get Kindred. Because the bloody aura emitted by the magic steel plate armor of the Blackguard will affect the sacred tree, Lester can only drag the two coffins to the roots of the tree by himself twice. As for the soul reconciliation, it is not a problem. Lalit, who has guarded the sacred tree for countless years, is equivalent to the superior replacement of Catwoman's Ira Amelia, saving Lester the trouble of going through the seal to the village of the ancestors to ask Catwoman for help. In the ice coffin on the left is a short girl with long silver hair. She has a slender waist and a chest that can be held in one hand. Her skin is as white as cream, her face is as red as cinnabar, and the slightly drooping eyelines are pitiful. She is as weak and cute as a girl next door. In the ice coffin on the right is a tall and heroic girl with short grey hair. I don't know if it is a special custom model. Let's not talk about the steep and majestic mountains and the deep and distant Mariana Trench. You can see streamlined and tight muscles everywhere on the girl's body, which is infinitely close to another gender. Especially the muscle groups and vest lines on the abdomen and waist, which are more axe cut and knife cut, as delicate and powerful as ancient Roman sculptures. If you have to give a definition, Lester is willing to give a label of very big tomboy. After taking a look at the two beautiful girls in the Zenbing coffin, Lalit turned her head and looked at Lester with a smile. I can't tell, Lester, you are still playing a lot. I'm afraid that Scene is not as beautiful as this. Just kidding. Scene, a woodcutter who likes to steal towers, can compare with my refined version of Mei Yang Guiyang and Red Wolf. Scratching his head, Lester smiled naively and chose to avoid this dangerous topic. Do you think it's okay? If not, then, okay, but you have to hug your daughter and sleep for a while. I need to extract a little bit from your body, you know. Lalit squinted her eyes, showing the charm of a fox girl. It won't take too long, right? There are people waiting outside. No more than a month. That's fine. Seeing Lalit's smile restored again, Lester couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Isn't it just a dry battery for a while? What's the big deal? Not to mention that you can hug your daughter. Thinking of this, Lester walked into the cracked tree trunk. Before Lester approached the flower bud, the golden flower bud took the initiative to lean over and stick to Lester, very intimate. Feeling the joy and coquettishness from the flower bud, Lester smiled and didn't notice that the tree trunk was slowly closing, like a birth gate. My dear daughter, let daddy hold you. Damn, he's sucking so hard right away, how can I hold on? Daughter, remember to save some for daddy. Before the man could finish his words, irresistible sleepiness dominated his consciousness. The tree trunk and the flower bud in his arms began to absorb life energy at the same time, like survivors who have walked in the desert for months and arrived at an oasis. Chapter 723 Miss Sheep and Miss Wolf. Outside the tree trunk, Lalit's smile faded and her gaze at Kindred's clone turned serious. Even she didn't expect that Lestat could actually bring the masked spirit of Runeland here. There are not many secrets about the origin of Runeland, but the birth of the masked spirit is definitely one of them, and its value is no less than the mystery of the giant war. As long as you are willing to assist my husband seriously, it will not be difficult to bring you back to life. But just in case, I must put Lestat's mark on you. Countless golden branches turned from illusory to solid and were controlled by Lalit to break the magic seal in the true ice coffin. The sheep spirit and wolf spirit wandering in the flesh instantly became self-aware and then found that they were hung and tied up by willow-like branches in an extremely shameful way, and their skills were actually useless. A woo-woo. Put me down. Otherwise, I will eat you. The wolf spirit tried to struggle, but found that these golden branches had absolute suppression power on his spirit body, but the sheep spirit seemed very calm. Who are you? Where is Lester? I'm Lester's lover. You can call me Lalit or Zyra UI. As for my husband, he is dedicating his vitality to your subsequent soul completion and soul reconciliation. Several other branches were under Lalit's control, caressing the two nearly perfect bodies and making subtle adjustments. Hearing Lalit say this, the wolf spirit stopped struggling in vain and looked a little dull. Zyra UI, the soul cursor wandering under the tree of return, relying on the gift of the outer gods to cut down the world tree, but meanly got the gift of life that did not belong to them. Although the sheep spirit was hung by his limbs, he looked unwilling to be outdone. I also thought that one day I could pass through the Great Seal and come here to hunt down you half-dead people who reversed yin and yang, but I didn't expect to meet you in this way. The clever wolf spirit seemed to realize something. After baring his teeth at Lalit, who had his back to him, he lowered his voice and conspired loudly to the sheep spirit beside Lalit. Yang, wait a minute before you scold. It seems that we need this Zyra UI to live in the body in a while. Lalit turned around and looked at the wolf spirit with strange eyes, which seemed to be caring for a child, which made the wolf spirit a little dissatisfied. I don't know why the mask spirit chose my husband, and I don't know what conspiracy you have, but I'm willing to trust him. It's just that, once you take off the mask and get a body, you will completely lose the immortal power and there will be no turning back. In silence, the wolf spirit looked at the sheep spirit, and the sheep spirit sighed softly. There is no turning back for us. Lalit nodded. In this case. Before that, I need to give myself to Lester as the last gift of Kainju. Can you put me down and let me see him? After hesitating for a while, Lalit agreed to the sheep spirit's request. The sacred tree cracked again. Under the gaze of Lalit and the wolf spirit, the sheep spirit approached the aggressive golden bud and kissed the sleeping man's lips gently in front of the bud. A special soul mark appeared on the back of the man's hand, and the next moment, the anxious flower bud squeezed the sheep spirit out of the narrow space. Can we start now? Lalita, trouble you? The sheep spirit and the wolf spirit took off their masks by themselves. The pain of tearing the soul had not yet annihilated the incomplete soul, and it was wrapped up by the gentle soul energy, like a fetus in the womb. The moment consciousness regained, the soreness and weakness all over the body surged like a tide. Fortunately, Lester had long been accustomed to enduring pain, so he did not faint directly. Even so, he could only curl up and not move. No different from the man who tried to cross the railing. You finally woke up. Thank you for your hard work. A tender and lovable voice came from beside him. Lester opened his eyes with difficulty. It was the young body designed by Yangling himself. He had never felt anything special about the doll before. Now this white tender flesh without a shred of clothing and bright eyes full of mist had a soul, which only made Lester feel guilty every second. Although the owner of this soul was old enough to be his grandmother. No way. The famous Empire commander actually needs to sleep for so long before waking up. Could it be that the commander of the barbarians is actually a weak fish? Extremely bad ridicule came from the other side. Lester overcame the pain and sat up, just to look at the rude person, but in his sight was a grey-haired girl holding a clay pot. The lines of the limbs were not affected too much. The accumulated fat was clearly stacked into 4 mountains that the god of love envied, which made people daunted. Only the muscles of the waist and abdomen were like carefully carved Greek marble sculptures, giving people a strong sense of impact. Then Lester's sight began to shake like an earthquake. It was the grey-haired girl kneeling in front of him, shaking the earthenware jar filled with water, revealing 2 devil-like fangs. From her expression to her behavior, she was extremely bad and needed to be disciplined. Do you want to drink water, Commander of Trash? Beg me. It was hard. This time it was really hard. The fist was hard. Little wolf cub. Lester grinned, with undisguised malice, extremely aggressive. Have you forgotten that you are no longer in soul form? It would be easy for me to control you. The man stretched out his right hand, grabbed the shaking earthenware jar in front of Miss Wolf's trembling body, and calmly put it to his mouth, gulping down half a jar of water. Seeing that this unmatched big hand was not aimed at her, Miss Wolf with wheat skin jumped up, as if she had been pardoned. While performing a stun attack on Lester, she squatted down and hid behind the short-haired girl who was less than half her height, regaining the courage to resist. Sheep. He actually threatened me. I'm going to beat him up while he's weak. Will you help me hold him down? Sheep. Will you? Miss Wolf looked at Miss Sheep in disbelief, revealing a look of pain from being betrayed by her sister. Lester, does this guy have a histrionic personality? Why didn't I see that this was a silly husky when he was still a wolf spirit? Seeing that fate was not on her side, Miss Wolf could only turn around and run, and then, as expected, she used her deep and narrow back to give Lester another heavy blow with dizziness. Wiping the blood from his nose, Lester sighed lightly. Even an inch of wind couldn't hurt him, but he was seriously injured twice by a female ghost. It was really shameful. It seems that my body is really at a disadvantage this time. Ahem, Sheep. Congratulations on breaking free from the shackles of the mask with Wolf. After you have a body, are you and Wolf going to change your name? Helping Lester to stand up, the Sheep shook his head. We have been divided into two, but there is still an unbreakable connection that maintains my soul and the wolf's soul. It is better to abandon my past name. I'm still a sheep, and the wolf is still a wolf. But it is a bit strange to call you like this. After all, you have lost the animal characteristics of sheep and wolves. Or can you grow sheep ears and wolf tails? Without answering Lester's bad delusion, Miss Sheep proposed another way to call you. Then you can also call me Miraclaw, and call the wolf Yui. Miraclaw, Yui, both are very cute names, much better than sheep and wolf. Lester slightly moved his stiff body and turned his head to observe the surroundings, but he did not see Lalita. Where is Lalita? She is asleep on the water lily. She deliberately told me not to disturb her when you wake up. Lester lowered his head. It seems that Lalita's consumption must be not small. Can I take a look from a distance? Miraclaw hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Take a look, and then we'll leave here together. When the two arrived near the pool, they happened to meet Yui, who was drinking water by the pool with her, but sticking out, as if no one was around. This time, Lester was not attracted by some irrelevant things. The man just silently looked at the fox girl sleeping on the water lily with an extremely gentle look. Don't worry, even if I turn the world upside down, I won't let anything happen to you and our daughter. In Lester's view, any ineffective care and worry is a waste of time. Instead of waking up the tired Lalita to talk to each other, it is better to find Yorick, the shepherd of the Shadow Island, and discuss with the good old man whether a few drops of holy spring water can be shared. Perhaps the uncorrupted holy spring water can give the sacred tree more time to survive. With this buffer period, Lester will have more time to find Ivern, and then teach this long-legged tree man a lesson. After changing Miraclaw and Yui into suitable clothes prepared in advance, Lester left the increasingly decaying sacred tree. When they found the Black Guard station, the scene in front of them was comparable to the wine pool and meat forest of the ancient Roman Republic. The relationship between men and women was more depraved than Lester had imagined. Blood and powerful enemies could not defeat his soldiers, but his soldiers were defeated by beauty. The problem was that he didn't seem to have any position to blame. So the man's face darkened. I said it, but you really played it? And what the hell are those male Vastair? Miraclaw closed her eyes, turned away her red face, and Yui licked her lips to cover her eyes, until a righteous slap from behind woke Miss Wolf up. Her soft body trembled, and her misty eyes unconsciously looked at the Punisher Lester. Her eyes instinctively glanced down, and the tip of her tongue rolled over her lower lip, quite dissatisfied. It won't cost you a piece of meat to take a look. Lester smiled. It's boring to just take a look. I allow you to join them. Yui shook his head and showed his tiger teeth viciously. I'm not interested in joining them. I'm only interested in the fact that the general of the trash has joined those male Vastair. Pa. The second slap in a different position was louder than the first one. Yui blushed and bared her teeth, but she didn't dare to refute. Secretly opening her eyes, Miraclaw secretly laughed, without any sisterly friendship. Everyone, line up. When Lester's voice appeared in the camp, the blackguards stopped their actions, pushed away the obstacles in front of them, and began to put on armor, interpreting what Narcissus' ruthlessness was. The Vastaya who didn't speak the same language shouted, but the blackguards turned a blind eye. When they were forced to draw their swords, they saw that the outsiders they liked no longer accepted their affection, so they turned their heads to look at the culprit, a handsome man who appeared outside the camp at some point. Miraclaw, Yui, fight them off. Lester took a step back with a dark face and handed the battlefield to his new thugs. Miraclaw hummed softly and rushed forward swiftly, knocking out the Vastaya along the way with his skillful technique. The excited Yui followed closely behind, knocking down several of them with his fists before suddenly froze. Wait, why should I listen to this trash, Commander? The captain of the Blackguard fully demonstrated the quality of an Arxan soldier. After pushing away the Vastaya male, he was the first to put on his pants and asked in a deep voice across the rioting crowd, "Lord Lester, do you need us to kill these Vastaya?" Lester rubbed his temples, looking at this lively and vivid senior Imperial officer, not to mention the complicated relationship between him and the new generation of Vastaya. If he really let his most loyal soldiers attack these unarmed Vastaya for his own orders, that would be worse than pigs and dogs. He couldn't do this. No need. Did you lose General Scene? We arranged a rotation and did not allow any Vastaya to approach General Scene. The point is that it is useless to approach. Scene will not sit up and kill everyone like other blackguards. He can only be killed. If something like this really happens, it will humiliate the glory of the Hand of Narcissus. Lester didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this chaotic farce. However, considering that humans are creatures that are easily controlled by lust, most Vastaya are open-minded handsome men and beautiful women, and they just happen to have the problem of fertility difficulties. It is not difficult to understand that they are a little crazy. It seems that he is also the chosen one of some outer god who controls lust. Does this count as pleasing the outer god? Take a break and set off in an hour. We will leave on Mikaelan. Yes. It only took 10 minutes for Miraclaw and Yui to put hundreds of Vastaya into a sweet dream. Lester, who was safe for the time being, came to the ice coffin of Scene. After checking that the seal was intact, he frowned and considered Scene's whereabouts. Because of the decline of the sacred tree, the idea of reviving Scene was ruined. He couldn't let the exhausted Lolit reconcile Scene's incomplete soul. If Scene wanted to regain consciousness, he had to find another way. Carrying it back to Narcissus would only be a mess. Burying it in the soil could break out at any time. It's not safe. Otherwise, it's better to place it outside the mental maze and send someone to guard it strictly. Lester, are you worried about how to deal with this living dead contaminated by black magic? Lester was stunned and turned to look at Miraclaw with his hands behind his back. The pitiful appearance and calm temperament formed a strange contrast, which made Lester unable to look away. Damn, I'm not committing a crime. Ahem. Not bad. Do you have a way? Miraclaw nodded slightly, looking at Scene with indifference. Bring him to the Shadow Isles, and you will get your answers. Chapter 724. Please listen. That is the voice of the Empire. In the year 951 of the Narxan calendar, the great commander of the Narxan Empire, who was famous in the countries of Iloran, pierced the heart of the Ionians like a sharp sword, and returned to his loyal immortal fortress with supreme glory. When the treasures and beauties of the land of the firstborn appeared on the Imperial Avenue, the Narxans went completely crazy. Like fanatics, they followed the Legion soldiers in tears, looking up at the demon-faced commander on the dragon scale horse, and trying to kiss his toes. Countless young people who were eager for merit and fame flocked to the Imperial recruitment point. The overly enthusiastic craze for joining the army made the Narxan Empire fully implement the high standard of selecting the best for the first time. In order to avoid bursting the sewers of the military camp, the recruiting officers had to turn away the crazy Narxan warriors before the expansion and renovation. Countless veterans burst into tears. They never thought that they would live to see the day when serving in the Empire became a luxury. The people of the Empire completely forgot about Darkwill, who had become a thing of the past, and shouted the sacred name of the Commander-in-Chief. As the national celebration approaches, nobles and commoners shake hands and work together for the same goal. From the dark alleys of the underground city of the immortal fortress to the apple of Fightlets Aeon, everyone longs for the ruler of the empire to have an identity comparable to his status. When the soldiers of the empire stand tall and proud in the holy land of the Ionians, the title of Grand Commander of the empire obviously cannot fully reflect the authority and glory of the supreme ruler. The cowards of Demacia who hide in the stone forest on the west coast can have an emperor. How can the Naxos Empire, which is countless times greater than Demacia, not have its own emperor? Even if he is deceiving himself, the Grand Commander of the Empire will not be more majestic than the Emperor of Demacia. Among all the leaders of the Naxos Empire, the name of the Demon Lord Lester is second to none. Since the establishment of the Empire, the Demon Lord has been like a towering tree growing on the Nokmachi Plain, protecting the Empire from wind and rain. Even if it encounters a disastrous defeat, as long as the Emerald Territory remains standing, the Naxans never worry about the collapse of the Empire. For thousands of years, the Empire and the Emerald Territory have complemented each other, and have long been inseparable. In the eyes of many Naxans, if it were not for the descendants of Dokul who were not motivated and incompetent and caused the Empire to fall, how could the Demon Lord take the initiative to become the Grand Commander of the Empire? With the power and prestige of the Demon Lord, if he really coveted the position of the Grand Commander, he would have attacked the Darkwill family long ago, and would not have waited until the Warlord Alliance in the south developed into a major threat to the Empire. It can be seen that in the eyes of the Demon Lord, the position of the Grand Commander of the Empire is not of much significance, and can even be regarded as a kind of self-deprecation. Now that the Empire has achieved new glory with the great victory of Presidium, how can the Demon Lord continue to bear the humble title of Grand Commander? The only title that can be worthy of the Demon Lord is the supreme title that the Naxos Empire has never had, Grand Commander. The people of the Empire have written a petition in blood. We beg you to ascend the throne and become the Emperor. In the name of the Holy Emperor, lead the people of the Empire to conquer the world. In the former Supreme Command, now the Imperial Military Conference Hall, Lester, wearing a mask, sat on a high seat. In the spacious conference hall, more than a dozen nobles knelt down and bowed. Their emotions were excited. Yes, the Grand Commander of the Empire can no longer reflect the authority and glory of Lord Lester. In the name of our great Naxos, if there is no emperor, wouldn't it make foreigners look down on us if we tell others? Under the leadership of His Majesty the Emperor Lester, the Naxos Empire will be great again. Everyone spoke one after another, passionately describing the necessity and legitimacy of Lester becoming the Emperor of the Empire. Finally, Lester, who had never spoken, raised his right hand, and in an instant, the conference hall became silent. In Naxos, only slaves need to kneel, stand up and speak. After the words came out, everyone dared not refute, so they stood up again, hunched over and lowered their heads, avoiding Lester's gaze. Taking a deep breath, Lester said in a deep voice, I ask you, does Naxos really need an emperor now? The nobles opened their mouths and didn't know what to say after being intimidated by Lester's attitude, so they looked at one person at the same time, who was Dukekeo standing in the front. Over the years, the Caucasus family has risen under the leadership of Dukaucus. When Naxos invaded Ionia, Dukaucus reorganized the intelligence organization of the empire, completed the connection with the Night's Edge, and regained power. Although the Assassin Council has been lowered by a level than before, Dukaucus's power is greater than before. In the years since the Empire invaded Ionia, Dukaucus rebuilt the intelligence system of the southern border of the Empire, and placed the Empire's eyes south of the Valoran Plain. This time, the call for the Empire to support the Emperor was so high, and Dukaucus had done a lot of work. If it weren't for Lord Lester, the great Empire would have fallen long ago. Invisible pressure came. Dukaucus lowered his head to avoid Lester's gaze, and looked at his toes, trying to maintain calm. At this moment, he was even a little dazed, wondering if his master really had the intention to be the emperor, or if he had crossed the line. He didn't feel anything when Brown was in power, but now he really understands what it means to be with the emperor like a tiger. Naxans need a belief worth following. Behind every great empire is a supreme founder. In the whole of Naxos, only Lord Lester is worthy of following, and only Lord Lester is worthy of the people's prostration. Dukakeo, who was still in his prime, had a handsome appearance, a medium build, and a head of thick black short hair. He was deeply loved by the young girls of the empire. Only those who knew Du's character knew that in the eyes of men, there was only power. Power is only a manifestation of power. Du knelt on one knee for the second time, chasing the power he desired. Lester slowly took off his mask and cast a deep and majestic look at everyone. Do you also think that Naxos needs an emperor? Everyone was speechless, following Du's actions and speaking with actions. At this time, waves of calls came from the window of the conference hall. The calls came from all directions in the west, like an ancient castle singing hymns, and like a group of bloodthirsty robbers sharpening their knives in the middle of the night, to drink blood and eat meat. What's that sound? Lester frowned and looked at Dukakeo, who also looked up at his destined lord. Lord Lester, this is the voice of the empire. She needs a king to lead us to a higher place, and now the empire is calling for her king. Pushing open the heavy wooden door of the conference hall, the slightly messy calls have become uniform. Under the reverent gaze of the black guards, Lester looked down the steep city defense pass to the city below. Countless Narxons were holding flower baskets to form a flowing tide, like stars surrounding the moon, the most dangerous supreme fortress of the immortal fortress. Everyone was shouting a name loudly, and the voices of tens of thousands of people gathered above the immortal fortress, making the earth tremble and the sky dim. The name was Lester. Lester knew that Dukakeo was very capable, but he never thought that Dukakeo could do things to this extent. He didn't know whether the unruly Narxons really wanted an undead emperor who would ride on everyone's head, so he made two plans. One backup plan was in the Emerald Territory, and the other was completely handed over to Dukakeo, who volunteered to let him play freely and see what his reputation in the empire was like. Therefore, in Dukakeo's tentative questioning, he just replied lightly, "Prove to me that this country needs an emperor." Now is the time for Dukakeo to hand in his answer. Dukakeo's most powerful skill is not the dagger in his hand that kills people invisibly, but his absolute control over the hearts of the people at the bottom. If he can guarantee enough loyalty, Dukakeo is the most suitable intelligence chief. Looking back, Dukakeo and a group of powerful old nobles were still kneeling under the empty high seat. Lester smiled and walked towards the higher castle tower in the shadows. Camille, on the road to becoming the chief assassin of Night's Edge, you may meet an opponent. In this matter, the teacher may not be able to help you. The sky darkened unconsciously, as if hearing the roar of the Narxons defying fate. It was sunny and cloudy just now, but in a flash, the sun was blocked by the sudden dark clouds. A few muffled thunders pierced the sky like a siege hammer and hit the distant earth. It started to rain lightly in the sky, but the people under the fortress did not disperse. Instead, they gathered more and more, cheering and dancing in the rain with their chests exposed. Even the thunder could not suppress the voice in the hearts of the people. This voice finally let Lester know that he was qualified enough to continue moving forward and take a step backward for modern people. You don't have to follow me. Yes, sir. Waving off the black guards following behind him, Lester walked alone up the cold steps in the rain. 4,000 years had passed, but the road under his feet had not changed. It was still the same road. His footsteps made a crisp sound as they stepped on the puddles, and Lester's surging heart gradually calmed down. It didn't take long for Lester to reach the top of the fortress. Here, even the Goral Mountains and the Pagros Triple Peaks were at his feet, but he was standing too high here and couldn't hear the calls. Standing behind the edge of the wall, Lester looked at the mountains in the distance, and the wind, rain, and thunder were within reach. This was his second time to come to this place. The last time he came here was more than 900 years ago, when he took Mishab and Hina, two little kids, to participate in the imperial celebration as the lord who conquered the Mombians. At that time, the Emerald Territory had just been established on the corpses of the Mombians. In a blink of an eye, Mishab became the angel of judgment of the empire, suppressing the entire empire with the power of a demigod, and becoming the most fair judge of the empire. Cinna became a demon-faced phantom who was above 10,000 people, and managed the affairs of the empire for him. The Doubting Sisters became the winged angels guarding the Naxos Empire, the pillars of the empire, and also became his women. Shear and Leblanc of the same era can still accompany him, and more names have gone away with time, just like the mud and sand taken away by the sea at low tide, becoming a paragraph of text in the history of the empire. He knew that those names were not a paragraph of text, but a series of irreparable regrets and memories as an immortal, and a pain engraved in the soul. Lester, who had long been accustomed to the ruthlessness of time, raised his head and let the rain wash his cheeks and soul, as if to cover up his momentary weakness. He has never forgotten his deepest wish buried in his heart, which is a goal that even the god of time cannot reach. Now that he has mastered Naxos, he has only taken the first step, and has the possibility of taking the second step. Although both of the markings, he and Mordekaiser are fundamentally different. Mordekaiser suppressed people's hearts with fear, but he conquered people's hearts with the way of the king. However, this world is full of extraordinary people, and it is not a myth to suppress a country with one's own strength. It is still unknown whether the way of the tyrant or the way of the king can go further. In silence, Lester raised his right foot and stepped on the edge of the wall. He opened his arms in the wind and rain, and looked at the thunder raging in the sky with a cold look. The road of fighting with people has ended. The power of the empire is enough to crush and flatten the entire Runeland. Next, it will be an era of fighting with gods and demons. The Dark Lord, the spirit of the astral world, the endless void, the gods of other worlds, and perhaps more hidden enemies. Although the Runeland is large, he has no way out. If he takes a wrong step, he will fall into the abyss and be shattered with everything he knows. Today, the background story of Runeterra has changed beyond all recognition. There will be no standing battle for Presidium conquered by the Empire, and Aurelia may never awaken. Blade Dance. The Windsword Art Dojo was not destroyed by the Empire, but joined the Empire. With the support of the Empire, the Windsword Art will certainly not decline. Even if there is an elder Suma who meets Yonjin and Yasuo as apprentices under the arrangement of fate, these two people are destined to join the Empire. He doesn't even know whether those heroes who have grown up in suffering will appear in front of him again. Maybe even if they appear in front of him, it won't mean much to him. It's better to be an ordinary person and live a peaceful life. Only heroes of the level of Syndra and Karma can be effective helpers. In this way, we should put more thought into finding auxiliary heroes. In the wind and rain, Lester closed his eyes. The next step should be to crack the seal of the Star Elm and enhance one's own strength, supplemented by making friends with or bribing extraordinary people. The Empire has become a trend that will not be easily shaken. Its development is controlled by Sinner, who does a better job than me. With Leblanc and Miss Has help, I only need to guide on key events, and don't need to spend too much time on it. I must go to the Shadow Isles in person. Not to mention the matter of kidnapping Sleepy Poppy, the problem of the sacred tree alone needs to be solved as soon as possible. There are also Miraclaw and Yui. You never know when the evil owl will come to clean up the door. You have to be on guard. Before that, Lester opened his eyes again, his eyes like lightning. The coronation ceremony will be held after the Empire celebration. Chapter 725 Holy Emperor. The Imperial celebration ended successfully. When the Imperial Gladiator contest came to an end, the Naxxons finally received the long-awaited news. For the first time, the Naxxons felt that the festival was so long that after one open-air banquet after another, their bellies had increased by 3 sizes. They didn't know how many illegitimate children would be born. The great commander of the Empire, the Lord of the Demon Face, the Conqueror of Death, the Lord of the Emerald Lord, the immortal legend named Lester was finally going to ascend the throne with the support of the people of the Empire, changing the corrupt hierarchical aristocratic autocracy of the past, and becoming the first Holy Emperor in the history of the Naxxon Empire, to gather all the glory. Yes, in order to distinguish Javan from the tiny country on the west coast, the Emperor of Naxos was prefixed with Holy, which perfectly embodied the greatness of the Empire and the holiness of power. Just kidding. How could the Emperor Javan of Demacia have the same title as the monarch of the Empire? The only problem was that this time, the coronation ceremony of His Majesty Lester was somewhat hasty. It was right after the Imperial celebration, leaving no time for others to prepare. According to the Imperial people's thinking, the Supreme Holy Emperor must be prepared for a year or even 3 to 5 years. The palace, Mausoleum and hall are indispensable, otherwise it is impossible to reflect the dignity and greatness of the Holy Emperor of the Empire. This idea continued until Leicester said in person, "The dignity of the Holy Emperor does not lie in the Empire, but in Leicester. The majesty of the Holy Empire does not lie in the sword, but in the people." Once this was said, no one dared to argue, and they were all impressed by the courage of the future emperor. This was considered a derogatory statement of the empire, but no one felt offended, but felt that this statement was correct. If there was no Leicester, how could there be the Naxan Empire today? It was Leicester who made Naxos, not Naxos who made Leicester. Look at the era when Darkwell ruled, and then look at the days, when the country is rich and the people are strong, the elderly are well off, and there is peace and prosperity. Who changed their lives? Even a blind person can see it. Under such circumstances, the coronation ceremony of the empire was held at lightning speed, and the news blew to every corner of Runeland like the wind. For a time, the entire Runeland was shaken. There was another hidden threshold to participate in the coronation ceremony, that is, you have to find a way to arrive at the Immortal Bastion on time. The only countries invited were the Kingdom of Demacia, the Principality of Valoran, the Kingdom of Northland, Ixtal and Eastern Shurima, and the Freljord Frostgird clan. The Frostgird clan was not an independent kingdom, but no one questioned that it was the natural ally of the empire. The remaining uninvited small forces, the Naxan Empire, also accepted all comers, and were settled outside the Immortal Bastion. However, if they wanted to get the same national treatment, they could only dream about it. Being allowed to participate in the coronation ceremony of the Holy Emperor was a gift. If they really took themselves seriously, on this festive day, the Naxans would not mind hanging a row of pleasing human head lanterns on the city walls. It took less than half a month from the announcement to the ceremony. Although this half a month was short, it was enough to reflect the true strength of the invited countries. For example, the envoys of Demacia rode dragon birds that were no weaker than those of Naxos. The envoys of Ixtal rode wyverns, and the witches of Freljord used group teleportation magic. As for the closer kingdom of Northland and Principality of Valoran, it would take 10 days of riding day and night to reach the Immortal Fortress. As for the terrifying fact that the Naxan Empire had one more emperor, most countries, except for Ixtal and Freljord, which had allies, held a fearful and pessimistic attitude. The self-contained Demacians had not yet really felt the top pressure from Naxos, but the rulers of the Kingdom of Northland and Principality of Valoran seemed to have seen the day when their families would decline. If they wanted to go out to sea, they had to pass through the borders of the Naxan Empire. They had no strategic depth, like the stuffing of dumplings surrounded. Under such circumstances, undercurrents surged within the borders, and public security was in chaos. No one knew whether they would be tied up by their bedmates and sent to the Emperor of the Empire to please him tomorrow. Rebellion against the Empire had become an impossible choice. The princes and nobles of the Kingdom of Northland and the Principality of Valoran only cared about whether they could sell their countries for a good price, while risking their lives. The price had been set, and they were waiting for the envoys of the Empire to come and build Great Naxos together. Not caring about the envoys' little tricks, the Naxos Empire opened its doors and showed its intention to encompass the 4 seas and the 8 wildernesses. On the day of the coronation, the Naxos Empire, which had never had similar experience, was not prepared to refer to the past rules or the royal traditions of foreigners. According to Leicester, Naxos never needed those high-sounding things to demonstrate power. The simpler and clearer it was, the more it could reflect the empire's broad-mindedness. The only purpose that needed to be reflected in this coronation ceremony was conquest. In the Immortal Fortress, visitors from all directions were shoulder to shoulder on the street, looking out their heads, but they could only stand on tiptoe and look at the Emperor Road that had been blocked by the Imperial soldiers from a distance. Even so, they could not hide their excitement. The citizens of the Empire who were fortunate enough to witness the birth of the Emperor held their breath and held bouquets in their hands, willing to be the embellishment on the roadside. The envoys from various countries standing and waiting in the special viewing seats looked solemn and dignified, and some even looked very bad. The expensive velvet red carpet was laid from the Imperial Avenue to the Triumphal Avenue, and then extended all the way to the Conqueror's Square. It was obviously a very simple road, but many people thought it was so extraordinary. As for the two Valkyries in the Conqueror's Square who were also wearing dark red metal masks, they were like sculptures wearing silver armor, holding crystal-colored glazed swords, and standing in front of the throne at the end, which aroused countless suspicions. Many people were confused and did not understand the identities of the two. Only those who truly understood the secrets of the Empire knew that this was the first appearance of the Guardian Angel since the Emerald Swordmaster selection ceremony 900 years ago. Roar. At noon, with the roar of a dragon, the Black Guards cleared the way along the red carpet on both sides, and then knelt on one knee to mark out the sacred road for the ruler of the Empire. A silver dragon cleared the way in the sky, and the Dragon Knights roared past behind them. The entire fortress instantly fell into absolute silence, and all the uneasy factors had already turned into corpses in the sewer. Tada, tada, tada. The mutant dragon scale warhorse wearing dark red magic steel equipment appeared first. The sound of horseshoes stepping on the red carpet was dull and majestic, and it brought a heavy silhouette from far to near. The great commander of the Empire did not wear the light dress or imperial robe that people imagined, but wore a heavy magic steel armor that showed the iron-blooded style of Narxus, and especially made Narxan longsword at his waist. Like a demon god from the battlefield, the great commander of the Empire riding a dragon scale horse walked through the steel gate of the fortress. The cold and ruthless magic steel mask still covered the man's face. The black and red cloak behind him moved without wind, clanging, and it was so oppressive that everyone couldn't breathe. Just by looking at the man from a distance, the spectators felt the absolute oppression of the sky and the earth. The already oppressive air took away the last ray of oxygen, making the brain feel suffocated. Many visitors realized that this iron-blooded emperor of the empire was not a third-rate person who inherited the blessings and power of his ancestors and only knew how to play tricks, but a supreme strong man who fought his way out of the battlefield with real swords and guns. This figure was so powerful that it was suffocating, and people couldn't have the slightest thought of resistance. In the eyes of countless people, the man on horseback went all the way up from the Imperial Avenue. The people of the Empire on both sides spontaneously knelt on one knee to welcome the king. Some spectators farther away stretched their necks to try to get a glimpse of his style, but unfortunately most of them could only see a little bit of his back. In absolute silence, the man came to the outskirts of the Conqueror's Square and jumped off the dragon scale horse. The daughter of the Wind Dragon, Xayah Silvermoon, who landed on the square, raised her slender and proud dragon neck and looked down at the short human, then lowered her head and tail and pressed her body against the red carpet, expressing absolute obedience. The man turned his head to look at the guests in the viewing seats. The guests knelt on one knee. Whether they were willing or not, they had to pay the highest respect to the Emperor of Narxus at this moment. Everyone inside surrendered. Click, click, click. The heavy armor did not seem clumsy at all. The man's figure under the horse was 2 points faster than on the horse, and soon came in front of the two angels holding the holy sword. In silence, the angel raised the holy sword high, spread the holy four wings behind him, and then turned to face each other, knelt on one knee, and made way for the conqueror. The last door symbolizing submission was opened. Amid the kneeling of the people, the man came to the throne, turned around, took off the magic steel mask on his face, and drew his long sword towards the sky, his eyes arrogant and domineering. With the will of the great Narxus, forged the iron-blooded fighting spirit of the Empire. I'm the Holy Emperor of the Narxus Empire. My name is Lester. As soon as the voice fell, the Narxans, whose faces had already turned red, shouted like a mountain torrent and tsunami under the guidance of a special person. Long live the Narxus Empire. Long live His Majesty the Holy Emperor Lester. Long live the Narxus Empire. Long live His Majesty the Holy Emperor Lester. Long live the Narxus Empire. Long live His Majesty the Holy Emperor Lester. Amid the cheers of the people, Lester inserted his long sword upside down into the ground and stood high on the throne. This scene was completely recorded by the magic crystal operated by LeBlanc herself. The magic crystal that preserved the true appearance of the Holy Emperor became the most precious non-public historical data of the Narxus Empire. Nothing else. After the coronation ceremony, the drastic reforms did not cause any waves under the absolute military suppression, and it can even be said that they were unusually smooth. His Majesty the Holy Emperor Leicester recovered most of the power from the nobles, disbanded the supreme command of the empire composed of the old nobles, established the cabinet in the noble parliament, and the aristocratic democracy has since become history. The cabinet prime minister with administrative power and military action power is only responsible to the emperor, not to the noble parliament. The noble parliament only has the right to senate, but not the right to make decisions. The military and political power of the empire is held by the emperor alone, and the power of the empire is highly concentrated from bottom to top. Since then, the Naxan Empire has officially become a monarchy. For most Naxans, they still cannot see the Holy Emperor. The biggest change in life is that the nobles are no longer as high and mighty as in the old empire, which is something that even the Dalmatians in the West envy. The new empire has completely broken the threshold between nobles and civilians. Nobles who kill people are guilty of the same crime as common people. At the level of law and personality, it truly achieves everyone is equal under the emperor. The titles of nobles are no longer hereditary, but will be gradually reduced with the inheritance of their children. If you want to keep your title, you must obtain enough merits, otherwise the earl will be reduced to a commoner. Merits are not limited to military merits. As long as they are reviewed by the Council of Nobles and contribute to the development of the empire, they can be counted as merits after the cabinet approves them. Personal merits and family merits depend on the review. The new policy has completely revitalized the stagnant water of the aristocratic circle, especially the old nobles who inherited the family's glory. They must find ways to make enough contributions to the empire, otherwise they will bring shame to their ancestors. After the reform, although the nobles lost most of their power, they still have some privileges. Privileges are reflected in all aspects of society, and they are cleverly balanced in a way that neither makes the common people feel resentful, nor makes the nobles feel superior. The empire chose to put the privileges of the nobles in the sun, and did not cover them up in a dirty way, which also gave the common people the motivation to make progress. In addition to the reform of the aristocratic system, the new empire began to open more than a dozen important imperial academies within the empire. As key institutions for the empire, to select and train talents, the academies include a number of compulsory basic subjects, elective natural sciences, alchemy, military science and magic courses, aiming to allow more young Naxans to read and learn on the path they desire, and fully tap their talents. The teachers of the school are selected by the empire from various institutions and organizations. There is an age limit for students to enter the school. Students need to take exams in basic subjects to enter the school. They can enter the school after passing the exams. As for the childhood, before taking the exams, more basic knowledge is provided by the Church of the Goddess of the Wind and Church of the Children of the Stars in the local towns. Speaking of which, this is another extremely important thing. The Holy Emperor Leicester of the Naxos Empire, who allows polytheism, abolished most of the sects in the country, retaining only the Equilibrium sect, Kyanju sect and Guardian Angel sect, and created the Goddess of the Wind sect and Sons of the Stars sect as the state religion of the empire. Many people questioned where these two inexplicable sects came from. This questioning continued until the Holy Emperor Leicester personally came out to stand up for the goddess and sculpted statues, saying that he was a loyal believer of the two goddesses. Since then, the people of the Naxos Empire have devoted their enthusiasm for the Holy Emperor to the two major sects. The doctrine of the Wind Goddess sect is the storm of the empire protects all people, and the doctrine of the Star Children sect is the love of the starlight heals all sufferings. In every town, there are statues of the Wind Elf Janna and the Star Children Soraka. The first batch of believers of the two goddess sects were trained by the empire itself, and spread as seeds of faith to settle in various churches. In addition to promoting the doctrines and kindness of their respective goddesses, the two cathedrals are also responsible for the enlightenment education of the children of the empire, forming a healthy competitive relationship to some extent. At this moment, Leicester did not know what terrible consequences his preference for the two kind goddesses would lead to. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.